Revolution and the State. Anarchism in the Spanish Civil War, 1936 to 1939. Danny Evans. Dedication. At the beginning of my research I had the privilege of corresponding with the late Antonia Fontanillas, a former member of the Juventudes Libertarias, whose commitment to preserving the memory of her generation and its struggle for a better world belied her years and serves as an inspiration. This book is dedicated to her. Contents. Introduction. 1. Spanish Anarchists and the Republican State, 1931 to 1936. The Libertarian Movement in Spain. Republic or Revolution? On the Eve. Conclusions. 2. Revolution and the State, July, December 1936. Proletarian Freedom and its Limits. The Reconstruction of the Republican State. Revolutionary Resistance. Conclusions. 3. Radical Anarchism, Program and Alliance, January, April 1937. The People Armed. The Socialization Campaign. Revolutionary Alliances. Conclusions. 4. May 1937, from a 2nd July to the Spanish Kronstadt. Beginning again. The mobilization of the anti-state. The Comites Superiores de Defensa. Consequences. Conclusions. 5. The Spanish Revolution in Retreat, May, December 1937. Militarism, Nationalism, and the War That Is Not for True Freedom. The Anarchist Ship Back on Course. Neo-Anarchism and the FAI. The Revolution in Retreat. Conclusions. 6. The Experience of Defeat, 1937 to 1939. The Apex of Statist Anarchism. The Fracturing of Revolutionary Solidarities. Anarchists in Isolation. Conclusions. Introduction. The revolution that accompanied the outbreak of the Spanish Civil War, 1936 to 1939, was one of few occasions in world history when a conscious attempt to change the fundamental relations of a society has been undertaken by masses of people. During this period, relations of production in the town and country, gender relations, and the physical and cultural expressions of a class-bound and Catholic country were profoundly, if only temporarily, altered for many of the millions of people caught up in the revolutionary experience in the Republican zone. The way people dressed, spoke, and carried themselves changed overnight, as working-class people seized the opportunity to live differently. At the forefront of this process were the organizations that, in several Spanish cities, had taken the lead in opposing the attempted coup launched on July 17, 1936 by officers in the Spanish army, the Anarcho-Syndicalist Confederación Nacional del Trabajo, National Confederation of Labor, CNT, and the Anarchist Federación Anarquista Ibérica, Iberian Anarchist Federation, FAI. Such was the role of the anarchist organizations in suppressing the nationalist mutineers that, on July 21 in Barcelona, they appeared to be the masters of the city. With the smell of gunpowder still lingering in the air, several of the CNT and the FAI's most prominent members met in the newly expropriated offices of an employers' association in the Casa Cambo, an imposing building in the heart of Barcelona soon to be renamed the Casa CNT-FAI, to discuss the question of whether to proceed immediately to their shared objective of libertarian communism. There it was decided, on a provisional basis, that no such attempt would be made, and that the Spanish libertarian movement would collaborate with other political tendencies, such as communists, socialists, liberals, and Catalan and Basque nationalists, in fighting the common fascist threat. This commitment to collaboration did not prevent the acceleration and expansion of the revolutionary process in the weeks that followed. CNT members were at the forefront of organizational efforts that saw militia columns established, workplaces taken over and land collectivized in the summer of 1936. The government, thrown into chaos by the upheaval of July, was marginal to these developments. However, in the absence of any attempt to dissolve governmental and administrative bodies, and in a spirit of cooperation that was variously described by anarchists as pragmatic, magnanimous, and indicative of a new era of social harmony. Many revolutionary phenomena were, from the first, formally subordinate to the national or regional organs of state, in spite of being self-managed or union-controlled in their day-to-day functioning. The collaboration of the libertarian movement in Spain with the state can therefore be understood to have begun months before this process was accelerated and formally consummated in late October 1936 by the unprecedented acceptance of ministerial roles in the central government by 4 Spanish anarchists. This book is about the interrelated and opposed processes of revolution and state reconstruction as they unfolded in the Republican zone during the Spanish Civil War. Its focus is on what are here referred to as radical anarchists, those members of the movement committed to pushing the revolution forward and resisting the encroachments of the state. A revolution, as James C. Scott has pointed out, is an interregnum. Between the collapse of one regime and the consolidation of another there is a period in which the experience of the state, the experience of being governed, is no longer a feature of daily life. 1 In Spain, the interregnum of 1936 has been termed the short summer of anarchy. 2 During this period, the Republican state was challenged, not only by the emergence of phenomena that bypassed the authority of its political and police bodies, but also by the rupture in the nationalist and patriarchal common sense on which these structures rested. By studying the ways in which a reimposition of governance was resisted over the following months, this book sheds light on the perennial question of how states are reconstituted, in ideological and cultural as well as administrative terms. Students of Spanish anarchism are indebted to the activists who, having survived the war and escaped Francoist repression, wrote about their experiences in memoirs or historical works. The extraordinary efforts of Abel Paz and, in particular, José Pirates, to document the movement have provided the building blocks for all subsequent endeavor. 3 Much research has added to this foundational labor. In a recent article, Barry Pateman has affirmed that, in the last 20 years, the state of anarchist historiography has changed beyond recognition in qualitative and quantitative terms. 4 This is in no small measure due to work on the movement in Spain, which reached its apogee during the Civil War. Pateman mentions Chris Ealham and Agustin Guillamon, whose work on the CNT is fundamental to understanding the social and cultural universe of Spanish anarchism and the internal mechanisms and divisions within the organization. 5 The present book builds on their research, and expands on recent historical work on the Spanish Revolution and its political opponents. 6 I am further indebted to the labor of committed historians who, often without institutional support, have recovered the stories of little-known activists, events, and groups. 7 The hypotheses presented here also depend to a great extent on work that has foregrounded the role of women anarchists. 8 This brief and not exhaustive survey suggests that Stanley Payne's observation that there has been little effort to account for Spanish anarcho-syndicalism in analytic and theoretical terms in the last 40 years is somewhat misplaced. 9 Nevertheless, this book seeks to counter certain tendencies that have persisted in the historiography in spite of such efforts. First, it considers the counter-revolution in Republican Spain to be synonymous with the process of state reconstruction, rather than a political project carried out chiefly by the Partido Comunista de España, Communist Party of Spain, PCE. In this sense it builds on the work of Helen Graham, who contends that the reconstruction of the Republican state was a cross-class, multi-party process that was not driven primarily by the ideological priorities of the PCE. 10 The participation of Stalinist organizations undoubtedly gave state reconstruction peculiar and bloody characteristics, but has also served to obscure the broader and more complex aspects of the process. 11 Second and relatedly, this book considers the libertarian movement's collaboration with the Republican state to have been a lengthy process involving periods of reversal and consolidation, the study of which cannot be limited to the moments of anarchist representation in government but must incorporate attention to ideological and cultural questions, as well as to the activity of the anarchist organizations when not formally participating in government. Third, the book builds on studies of the socialization campaign undertaken by the CNT in the first third of 1937.12. Its attention to the upturn in revolutionary activity and the important alliances generated in this period suggests that the widespread conception that the revolution was a relatively brief affair, confined to the short summer of anarchy, requires modification. In addition to drawing from existing secondary works that serve to correct these persistent tendencies, the book offers several historiographical advances based on the close study of primary sources, chiefly the minutes of assemblies and meetings, the testimony of activists, and the anarchist press. Following François Godecchio and Ilham, and inspired by Anglophone research into the Russian Revolution, the book considers the role of mid-level activists who, for the most part, remained on the margins of both official positions of state administration and also what were known in such circles as the comite superiors of the Spanish libertarian organizations, but who nevertheless retained influence among wider sectors of the movement as union and affinity group delegates and prolific contributors to the anarchist press. 13 This focus has led to the unearthing of important interventions by, among others, Lucia Sanchez Saornil, Amador Franco, Juan Santana Calero and Julian Moreno, the latter of whom is here afforded the centrality that his highly significant activity and role in the revolutionary rearguard deserves. Beyond its individual champions, this work provides a more general account of the libertarian movement's radical currents than has been offered hitherto, and explains the complex affinities that link their different manifestations. By examining the radical currents of Spanish anarchism as they cut across these different formations, we can perceive how opposition to collaboration and state reconstruction coalesced around specific positions that for the most part remained consistent with pre-war anarchist traditions while generating new revolutionary solidarities. 14 These positions formed a programmatic alternative to state reconstruction and demarcated the boundaries of the revolutionary achievements that radical anarchists fought to defend. The book shows that the radical position was both more widespread and more serious in its potential ramifications than has generally been understood. The chapters are arranged in broadly chronological order. The first covers the pre-war years of the Spanish Republic and the tendencies and tactics of the libertarian movement in this period. Chapter 1 outlines the extent of the revolution that accompanied the outbreak of the Civil War in the summer of 1936. I examine the meaning and impact of state collaboration and the emergence of an oppositional strain within the Barcelona Defense Committees, the Juventudes Libertarias, Libertarian Youth, JJLL, and the anarchist press. The purpose of Chapter 3 is to show the persistence of the revolutionary anarchist project and the renewal of its programmatic and practical characteristics in the first third of 1937. The chapter focuses on the CNT socialization campaign and the new revolutionary alliances this helped to engender in and around the libertarian movement. These first chapters show the revolutionary movement in a period of expansion, albeit not without contradictions. By the spring of 1937, a radical anarchist program had emerged, which drew on pre-war anarchist practices and the ideal of libertarian communism, and also on the basis of the revolutionary experience and its concrete achievements. Chapter 4 examines the showdown between this revolutionary program and the forces of the reconstituted state during the May events in Barcelona. It offers a significant new interpretation of why and how both the mobilization and demobilization took place. After this period of expansion and eventual explosion came a period of splintering and defeat. The fifth chapter analyzes the renewed critique of state collaboration that followed the May Days and the attempt of the Barcelona FAI to advocate a withdrawal from official positions. The evolving methods adopted by the leading cadres of the libertarian movement in combating radical anarchism are also examined. Chapter 5 discusses the defeat of this current, and departs slightly from the chronological order by covering three manifestations of this defeat in the period after the May Days to the end of the Civil War. It analyzes the fracturing of revolutionary solidarities provoked by defeat and the hollow victory that this represented for the vitiated statist wing of Spanish anarchism. The attempts of the increasingly isolated radicals to bear witness to and draw lessons from their defeat are also discussed. The conclusion discusses the historical import and contemporary relevance of the radical anarchists, evaluates their strengths and weaknesses, and posits the reasons for their ultimate failure. Prior to the Civil War, the libertarian movement in Spain had witnessed a boom in publications dedicated to outlining the post-revolutionary society. By imagining the world remade in the absence of a state, the anarchists advocated an end to private property, gender inequality, and formal politics, proposing the socialization of land and industry and the arming of the people. During the war, this imaginary provided the parameters of a mass revolutionary experiment. However, in a parallel process, the state re-established itself through a physical, ideological, and economic assault on the manifestations of this libertarian program that had emerged in the Republican rearguard. By examining the flashpoints where state reconstitution met libertarian recalcitrance, we find a broad and theoretically developed current of anarchism that attempted to retain its fidelity to pre-war traditions while analyzing and drawing lessons from the revolutionary experience as it took place. This current requires a wide-ranging and synthetic history so that its historical and intellectual significance might be fully appreciated. This book is a contribution to that history. 1. Spanish Anarchists and the Republican State, 1931 to 1936. The Spanish Second Republic was declared, to mass jubilation, on April 14, 1931. It brought to an end a period of dictatorship during which anarchists had been driven underground or into exile, the CNT declared illegal and hundreds of its activists jailed. However, while the rebirth of democracy brought new opportunities for the CNT to propagate its ideas and build its organizational capacity, the Republic could not satisfy either the immediate economic demands of the organization's working-class members or the long-term goals of its anarchist activists. Tensions were inevitable and not long in spilling over into violence and state repression. Activists found that constitutional guarantees could quickly be suspended, and within a short period anarchists considered that their insistence on the totalitarian essence of even democratic states had been vindicated. One episode that both encapsulated and accelerated this dynamic was the uprising of Alt-La-Brega in 1932. At the outset of the Republic, the population of the mining valley of Alt-La-Brega in northern Catalonia lived in extreme poverty in labor colonies. The mining company, the greater part of which was owned by the Liverpool-born José Enrique de Olano, first Count of Figels, prohibited union organization and paid its workforce in tokens redeemable only in the company stores. 1 Children of 14 cried on the way to their first day of work, while men over 25 were considered surplus to requirements. 2 The first 8 months of the Republic saw no changes to these conditions, and when the beginning of the new year brought word that workers in the town of Berga had gone on strike, miners in the village of Figels decided that the moment had come to revolt. On January 18, 1932 a revolutionary committee was formed and, a few hours before work was to begin, its members called the villagers onto the streets to disarm the security forces. The success of the insurrection was confirmed by the hoisting of the red and black flag of the CNT over the town hall. The revolutionary general strike, characterized by the peaceful takeover of towns and villages and the declaration of libertarian communism, spread like wildfire through the mining district before it was crushed, within a week, by the army. The response of the CNT's committees was widely perceived to be too little, too late. 3 By the time the organization declared a general strike in solidarity with the movement, Alt-La-Brega was under military occupation. The fate of the insurrection provided a foretaste of how the episodic revolts that broke out in the following years would unfold. A workers' uprising established temporary dominance of an isolated region within Spain. The residents immediately attempted to put into practice a new social system based on the abolition of money and the sharing of resources. The workers' organizations throughout the rest of the country were unprepared, unwilling, or unable to unite with the insurrection. The authorities crushed the rising and initiated a period of repression against the labor movement. After the rising in Alt-La-Brega, more than 100 anarchists, most of whom had only had a tangential relationship to it, were summarily deported to Spanish Guinea. Although the insurrections that followed, in January and December 1933 and October 1934, grew progressively in scale and levels of violence, the importance of the rising in Alt-La-Brega for the anarchist movement is difficult to overstate. This is because it marked a definitive, worker-led break with the Republican state and pushed libertarian communism to the forefront of the movement's political imaginary, not as a vaguely agreed upon aim but as an immediately realizable practice. Libertarian communism, a concept that drew heavily on the ideas of Peter Kropotkin and Errico Malatesta, and which conceived of the future society as a moneyless, free association of producers organized in federal communes, had been the stated goal of the CNT since 1919. For many influential figures in the organization, however, this vision was a distant dream with little relevance to the more urgent organizational priorities of the day. At the outset of the Republic, the organization's national committee was dominated by gradualists, who tended to emphasize the importance of building and strengthening an organization capable of remolding society rather than embarking on an immediate attempt to overturn capitalism. Alt-Labrega showed, however, that many workers could not afford to wait. What had the declaration of libertarian communism meant to the miners of Alt-Labrega? The oral history investigation of Cristina Bordrias concluded that communism was a familiar word, although difficult to define, but to all it implied arms, justice, and freedom. And because of this, most people agreed with the insurrection. Yes, there everybody agreed, everybody wanted it. Communism, this had to be done, and everybody did it. 4. Inspired by anarchist propaganda, the workers in the district threw caution to the wind. In contrast to the gradualists, the revolt energized both the purist and voluntarist currents of the libertarian movement, who were convinced that it confirmed their prognosis as to the practicability of the anarchist ideal and the appetite of the masses for revolutionary action. 5 In its aftermath, the Peninsular Committee of the Iberian Anarchist Federation, the FAI, declared that libertarian communism, labeled utopian by retrograde mentalities that have sold out to capitalism, has become a living and incontrovertible reality. 6 The purist review La Revista Blanca, which had welcomed the coming of the Republic as a progressive step and which tended to glorify industrial and technological advances in its pages, published an editorial on the front page of its edition of February 15, 1932 which declared, "It has been our custom to use the word future. Perhaps it would have been better to say near future, and that is the term we will use from now on. The downfall of bourgeois society is at hand." 7 The reproductions of oil paintings and photos of bridges in its pages were replaced by scenes of striking workers and defeated insurrectionaries under armed guard. From this point on, few anarchists in Spain were prepared to dispute that the country was on the verge of revolution, and that libertarian communism would be its outcome. The question of how it could be brought about, and what its precise characteristics would be, was more vexed, however. The upswing in insurrectionary activity in Spain ultimately served to reinforce the three-way division of the anarchist movement into gradualist, voluntarist, and purist currents. In opposition to gradualists, voluntarists emphasized the revolutionary possibilities that could be brought about by insurrectionary activity, and purists prioritized propagandistic and cultural work in favor of the anarchist ideal. With the exception of voluntarist, the labels of gradualist, voluntarist, and purist were not ordinarily self-applied by libertarian activists, but they provide a descriptively accurate complement to the analogous contemporary terms which were deployed in the polemical context of faction fights, such as reformist, anarcho-Bolshevik and Red Skin, respectively. As we will see in this chapter, representative figures of each of these currents were capable of justifying a conciliatory attitude to the Republican state at various times. The gradualists, who tended to be more united in this regard, welcomed an end to the disruption to organization that had been occasioned by state repression, while some voluntarists had participated alongside future state actors in insurrectionary essays against the dictatorship, and certain purists were mindful that the propagandistic and educational work they prioritized was easier to undertake under a democracy than a dictatorship. The birth of the Second Republic in 1931 had provided one example of when elements of the three strategic tendencies of Spanish anarchism contributed to a broadly conciliatory attitude towards the state and the Democrats at its helm. Subsequently, an upsurge of working-class self-activity brought about a tactical convergence among purists and voluntarists from the middle ranks of the Spanish libertarian movement, who determined to reanimate their organizations with an anti-state purpose. This chapter provides an analysis of the background and outcomes of these divisions and alliances. The question of how to attain arms, justice, and freedom was not a new one for anarchists during the Second Republic, but the radicalism and restlessness of the working class, and the severity of the measures adopted or considered by the authorities in response, gave it an ever-increasing urgency. The libertarian movement in Spain. Although anarchism as both an ideology and a branch of the workers' movement is impossible to define narrowly, hostility to the state has been taken to be a common principle. 8 Anarchists have historically conceived of the state as the manifestation of authority and the negation of individual liberty. 9 When the Spanish section of the First International, the Federación Regional Española, Spanish Regional Federation, FRE, was founded in 1869, this anarchist interpretation of the state gained formal recognition within the country's labor movement, albeit not without debate. 10 The FRE thus assumed the thesis of Mikhail Bakunin, that the state could not be a tool of socialist transformation, either via parliamentary politics or the Marxist concept of a dictatorship of the proletariat. The latter would represent nothing more than the disguised resurrection of the state, which could never produce any effect but the paralysis and death of the popular revolution's vitality and power. 11. In the period covered in this book, the tendencies of Spanish anarchism were able to coexist, with varying degrees of harmony, within the framework provided by what came to be known as anarcho-syndicalism, but which was initially referred to as revolutionary syndicalism. The development of revolutionary syndicalism in France was embodied by the Confédération Générale du Travail, General Confederation of Labor, CGT, and had been formalised in the famous Charter of Amiens, which that union had adopted in 1906.12. Inspired by the successes of the CGT, the belief had grown among Spanish anarchists that, as the charter stated, an apolitical trade union would be able to combine struggles of an economic nature with a wider project of revolutionary transformation. 13. In 1907, Solidaridad Obrera, Workers' Solidarity, so, a union federation which produced a newspaper of the same name and which did not, at first, extend beyond Barcelona, was founded. So was an amalgamation of ideologically varied unions that expanded rapidly and whose early success in bringing together Cataluña's unionist workforce led to a Congress in 1910 to decide whether it should be constituted on a national basis. 14 This was agreed to and the CNT was formed, with Solidaridad Obrera becoming the official newspaper of its Catalan region. 15 The founding Congress of the CNT reflected the plurality of priorities and tactics favored by its affiliates. It affirmed the need to overturn existing society and that, echoing the First International, the emancipation of the working class was to be the task of the working class itself. 16 It proclaimed its commitment to tactics of direct action, by which was meant the absence of third-party mediation in industrial disputes, but it also allowed for members of political parties to join the organization, urged caution with regard to the general strike and committed itself to the short-term goal of establishing the 8-hour day. 17 The commitment to direct action was related to a further question under debate at the Congress, the advisability of constituting a new syndicalist organization on a national level that would be separate from the pre-existing national trade union, the Union General de Trabajadores, General Union of Workers, UGT, which had been founded in 1888. The UGT was the trade union wing of electoral socialism, represented in Spain by the Partido Socialista Obrero Español, Spanish Socialist Workers' Party, PSOE. Contrary to revolutionary syndicalism's commitment to direct action, the UGT considered the mediation of its political allies to be potentially advantageous to its members. Despite assurances to the contrary from prominent figures within the CNT, the probability that the new organization would provide a revolutionary alternative to the UGT was admitted by disappointed socialists and hailed by enthusiastic anarchists in the weeks that followed the former's foundation. 18. The CNT was organized federally into regional organizations. From 1918 these regions formalized their bottom-up structure. At the level of town or city, CNT members joined their local Sindicato Único, single union, according to the branch of industry they worked in. The representatives of each single union then elected delegates to a local federation. The elected delegates of these federations then formed the regional committee. The CNT's national committee was the temporary responsibility of one regional committee, to be chosen at the organization's national congress, its highest decision-making body. 19 In between national congresses, the activity of the CNT was determined by decisions taken at plenums. A local plenum was composed of delegates chosen at assemblies of the single unions, which would in turn decide the mandates and delegates to represent the locality at regional plenums. The regional plenums would likewise send mandated delegates to national plenums. The structure was designed to prevent the accumulation of executive powers, with matters deliberated at assemblies at every level before being finally decided upon. Government repression was to provide the biggest logistical stumbling block to this patiently democratic and deliberative organizational form. The CNT was an illegal entity between 1911 and 1914, and at the beginning of this period the list of subscribers to Solidaridad Obrera was confiscated by the authorities, leading to hundreds of arrests across the country. 20 Its re-emergence, which owed a great deal to the economic conditions engendered by Spanish neutrality during the First World War, led to a membership spike which peaked in 1919 at over 700,000. 21 Spanish neutrality also meant that the CNT did not have to face the existential crisis of whether to continue oppositional activity against the government in wartime, the question that had split the socialist movement throughout the continent in 1914. In France, the CGT abandoned revolutionary syndicalism for the infamous Union Sacrée. In Spain, both notable purists such as Federico Urls and pragmatic union organizers such as Eleuterio Quintanilla voiced their approval of the position advanced by Kropotkin, among others, of support for the progressive, republican values supposedly embodied by France and threatened by Germany. 22 Although the abandonment of internationalism and anti-militarism generated a great deal of bitterness in Spain, the dispute did not lead to a lasting split in the CNT, where the questions it raised were set aside rather than resolved. When the Russian Revolution led to the formation of communist parties across Europe, in Spain, by contrast to the belligerent countries, it found no natural constituency of anti-war workers who felt betrayed by the labor movement. Organized anarchism in Spain thus emerged strengthened after the war years, and was able to insist on its autonomy relative to the monopolizing intentions of Moscow-directed international communism, leading to a definitive fallout in 1922. Meanwhile, the growth of the CNT led to increased repression and violence. The peak of activity and membership in 1919 was followed by the years of pistolrismo in Barcelona, when local employers hired gunmen to target prominent organizers of the CNT, and the organization's action-oriented voluntarists hit back. This period was brought to an end by the dictatorship of Primo de Rivera in 1923, but only after the death, in the spring of that year, of Salvador Seguí, the most prominent figure of Catalan anarchism, who was gunned down by pistoleros in the suburb of El Raval. The dictatorship brought a new period of illegality to the CNT, while the UGT initially cooperated with the regime. During this time, the questions that the war had brought to the surface, of whether anarchists should support a more progressive, republican state over other, authoritarian forms, re-emerged. In exile, pragmatists in the CNT leadership and young gunslingers brought to prominence by the years of pistolrismo established contacts with Republicans intent on forcing a change of regime in Spain. 23. Concerns that the CNT might follow the UGT, as well as the erstwhile revolutionary syndicalists of the CGT, along the path of state collaboration would be reflected in the founding agreements of a specifically anarchist organization, the FAI, which was formed in 1927, on a peninsular rather than national basis, affirming that, the labor organization should turn to anarchism as it did in the past, and the anarchist organization of groups should be established alongside it, with the two organizations working together for the anarchist movement. 24 The organizational unit of the FAI was the Affinity Group, a collection of comrades united by ties of friendship and ideological kinship that did not normally number more than a dozen components. These were organized into town and city-wide local federations, and coordinated by regional committees and a peninsular committee, which were not intended to have any executive decision-making role. From its inception, the FAI considered a semi-formal connection, a trabazon, to exist between itself and the CNT, which found an organizational expression in the Comites Pro Precis, prisoner support committees, composed of equal parts FAI and CNT delegates. 25. At the outset of the Second Republic, therefore, Spanish anarchism had two organizational reference points, the CNT and the FAI. While the former did not require that its members be anarchists, its most prominent activists considered themselves to be such, and its statutes contained the anarchist goal of libertarian communism. Yet Spanish anarchism could not be reduced to its organizational expressions, and nor could these organizations be considered only in terms of their ultimate objectives. During the Second Republic, Spanish anarchism formed part of an oppositional cultural and moral universe, an anti-state that for many people influenced every aspect of their life and behavior. Strongholds in working-class suburbs meant that anarchism was rooted in communities as well as workplaces, and even outside of such concentrations, anarchist ideology and practice was sufficiently widespread to be a statewide concern. 26 In spite of the challenges of the period, this universe would renew itself, giving rise to new organizations and sustaining the revolutionary vanguards that would prove crucial to the social upheavals of summer 1936. Republic or Revolution. Immediately prior to the declaration of the Second Republic, the CNT had been in contact with the animators of the Pact of San Sebastián, a broad-based alliance committed to establishing a democratic republic. The National Committee, which included the veteran activists Joan Piró and Angel Pestana, had agreed to support any insurrectionary action to that end while protecting the independence of the Confederation. 27 Public platforms were shared between anarcho-syndicalists and Republicans throughout Spain. In the CNT stronghold of Gijón, another syndicalist of the old guard, Eleuterio Quintanilla, had proposed the initial Republican alliance in that city, promising that Gijón syndicalists would favor Republicans with their vote and urging the CNT statewide circumstantial solidarity with the Republican movement. 28 In Barcelona on April 14, CNT activists, including some of those associated with voluntarist insurrectionism, ensured that the new authorities were able to occupy their posts. 29. In spite of the apolitical commitment in the statutes of the CNT, therefore, at the dawn of the Second Republic, circumstantial solidarity with the young Republican state was widespread, albeit not universal. Writing in Tierra y Libertad, the mouthpiece of the FAI, the rationalist schoolteacher José Alberola voiced his misgivings. To my mind there can be absolutely no convergence between what the bourgeoisie finds convenient and the aspirations of revolutionary syndicalism, else the latter renounce the goals for which it was founded. It is necessary that the Spanish anarchists break the self-imposed silence that, in the interests of proletarian harmony, we have submitted to, and confront that political and bourgeoisified current that has penetrated the depths of the CNT. 30. This confrontation began within months, and provided the backdrop to libertarian activity throughout the Republic's existence. During this time, it was Tierra y Libertad that provided a platform to those who were most committed to combating conciliatory attitudes towards the state within the CNT. Prior to the revolt in Alt Llobregat, the perspectives expressed in this organ were in contrast to those of the traditional mouthpiece of purist anarchism in Spain, La Revista Blanca, a review of international standing under the editorship of Joan Montseny and Teresa Main, better known as Federico Urals and Soledad Gustavo, respectively, and their daughter, Federica Montseny. La Revista Blanca defended a progressive acceptance of the Republic and an acknowledgement that the goal of anarchy remained some way off, a position that was close to that of the gradualist syndicalists in the CNT who, nevertheless, were dimly regarded within the pages of the Review. 31 As such, circumstantial solidarity with the new regime cut across the gradualist, purist, and voluntarist dividing lines of Spanish anarchism. What was to provide new impetus to the criticism of those inclined to conciliation was the rapid disillusionment of workers with the new order, which chimed with the desire of the voluntarists to force events in a more revolutionary direction. 32 The early and apposite scepticism expressed in Tierra y Libertad made this the ideal forum for the voluntarists to advance their agenda alongside the concerns of the anti-republican purists, and made the FAI the organization that would appear to embody this confluence of voluntarist and purist perspectives in the years that followed. This confluence found practical as well as journalistic expression in the early 1930s, embodied by new organizations connected to both the CNT and the FAI. The first of these emerged as a result of the Barcelona rent strike, which had begun in October 1930, and which would last in some neighborhoods until after the end of the Civil War. 33 Although not initiated by the CNT, this strike allowed the organization to strengthen its links to community networks in its strongholds in the working-class quarters of Barcelona. The Barcelona branch of the CNT's Construction Workers Union, strongly associated with the organization's voluntarist wing, formed the Comisión de Defensa Económica, Commission for Economic Defense, to focus on working-class concerns outside of the workplace such as rent, food prices, and unemployment. 34 In Gijón, the CNT formed a similar organization, the Sindicato de Defensa de los Intereses Públicos, Union for the Defense of Public Interests, that also organized beyond the workplace and made explicit calls to women, encouraging them to mobilize. 35 Another such organization was the Defense Committees. The formation of the Defense Committees was agreed to at a national plenum of the CNT in April 1931, and responded to the prescient concern that the Confederation would be called upon to defend the Republic in the event of coup attempts from the right. 36 At a FAI Peninsular Congress in June, it was agreed that the specifically anarchist organization would supply activists to this new body, which suggests that the defense committees were a further organizational expression of the Trabazon. Between the CNT and the FAI. 37 However, in many regions and towns of Spain, defense committees were either not set up or existed on paper only, at least until a further organizational drive took place during the Bienio Negro, the 2 years of right-wing government that lasted from November 1933 to February 1936. Even in Barcelona, where their significance was trumpeted by local voluntarists, the formation of the defense committees does not initially appear to have implied anything more than the grafting of a command structure onto a loose network of action groups of the kind formed during the years of Pistolrismo. The lack of effective organization of the defense committees in the first years of the Second Republic would be demonstrated by the disastrous uprising of January 1933 and decried shortly afterward in a confidential report composed by Alexander Scapiro, then Secretary of the International Working Men's Association, IWMA, the International Revolutionary Syndicalist organization to which the CNT was affiliated. 38 The first National Congress of the CNT to be held since 1919 took place in Madrid in June 1931. There, the confrontation that Alberola had advocated in Tierra y Libertad took place, with the presence of FAI members at the Congress causing consternation among more moderate delegates. 39 The three principal issues of debate were the activity of the National Committee with regard to the Republican conspiracies in the latter days of the monarchy, the articulation of a minimum program that would be addressed to the government, and an alteration of the Confederation's internal organization that would introduce national federations of industry, which incorporated the representatives of individual trades and professions into a broader structure. This latter proposal was passed in spite of the opposition mounted by radicals who saw in it the danger of bureaucratization. 40 Attempts to censure the National Committee for its perceived collaboration with political elements were likewise unsuccessful, while the motion to address the Spanish Parliament directly with a statement of perspectives was passed, albeit that the protests of several delegates were registered in the minutes. 41 At various points during these debates, the defenders of the majority positions took the opportunity to warn against inopportune revolutionary ventures, given the lack of preparation on the part of the CNT and the masses. 42 An apparent openness to politics and bureaucratization thus became associated with antipathy to voluntarist insurrectionism. 43 At the same time as radical anarchists were running aground against the seemingly entrenched positions of the gradualist majority in the CNT, The former current was more successful in setting its own house in order. The Peninsular Congress of the FAI also took place in Madrid in June, and there its Peninsular Committee was condemned for having participated in the Republican conspiracy and temporarily barred from positions of responsibility in the Federation. The FAI thus emerged from its Congress shed of any lingering affinity with the Republic. 44 The articles carried by Tierra y Libertad in the weeks that followed combined criticisms of the new regime with declarations of revolutionary optimism that directly contradicted the warnings that Piro, among others, had made at the CNT Congress in Madrid. Activists were therefore given the impression that the confluence of purist and voluntarist interests that had made itself felt at the CNT Congress through a minority fraction opposing perceived moderation, collaboration, and bureaucratization would be sustained by the positions and strategy of the FAI. One non-FAI member who had made an impression at the CNT Congress was Juan Garcia Oliver, who seemed to see the problem of revolution as a question of audacious leadership. He publicly blamed Pestana and the deceased former General Secretary of the Catalan CNT Salvador Segui for having passed up the revolutionary opportunity of the post-war years, and compared them unfavorably to Lenin and Trotsky. 45 Garcia Oliver had gained respect in anarchist circles for his activities as a leading member of the action group Los Solidarios during the years of Pistolrismo. As impatient with theoretically inclined purist anarchists as he was with cautious gradualists, Garcia Oliver's voluntarist conception of revolution would see him labeled an anarcho-Bolshevik by his purist opponents in the FAI. 46 Nevertheless, although Los Solidarios, which was renamed Nosotros in the summer of 1931, initially remained outside of the FAI, the group's components, which included similarly seasoned men of action such as Buenaventura Durruti and Francisco Esqueso, publicly associated themselves with the organization. At a FAI rally in Barcelona on June 27, Garcia Oliver, Esqueso and Durruti affirmed the imminence of revolution, with Durruti in particular signaling the part that would be played by the Cuadros de Defensa Revolucionaria, revolutionary defense cadres, more commonly referred to as defense committees. 47 For the voluntarists, this new branch of libertarian organization clearly had offensive as well as defensive potential, and Dionisio Arrels, a man close to the Nosotros group who had recently been released after 11 years in prison, wrote in Tierra y Libertad of the necessity that all the activists of the CNT and the FAI realize the exceptional importance of these defense cadres, which will be the nerve center, in the very near future, of actions of the Spanish proletariat that will amaze the world. 48. Relations between the Republic and the Confederation became embittered soon after the former was founded, and as governmental repression impeded the normal functioning of the CNT, gradualists in the organization were attacked, both by those who wished to defend the anarchist tenets of the organization and by the voluntarists, whose chief concern was not to pass up an opportunity for a CNT-led revolution. 49 In response, the gradualists published a position paper at the end of August 1931, which came to be known as the Manifesto of the 30, due to the number of its signatories, who would henceforth be known as Trientistas. While affirming that Spain found itself in a revolutionary situation, the manifesto rejected the voluntarist conception of the revolution as an act of will, and did nothing to dispel the growing suspicion of the purists that the gradualist strain of anarcho-syndicalism was acting as a Trojan horse of Marxism and reformism within the CNT. 50 Alienated from the other principal currents of Spanish anarchism, the Trientistas were both isolated and disinclined to fight for their positions within the CNT. Over the next 2 years, at regional plenums and meetings where gradualists could not, as at the Madrid Congress, rely on the majorities granted them by the bloc votes of larger unions and more moderately inclined regional committees, anarchists of proven purism were urged into positions of responsibility in the CNT. Throughout 1932 and into the beginning of the following year, the split was formalist, and the most prominent Trientistas founded the syndicalist opposition unions in mid-1933, which would remain outside of the CNT until May 1936. The position of the gradualists had been weakened by their slow and ineffectual response to the insurrection of February 1932, in Alt Llobregat. The instability of the alliance between voluntarists and purists was then revealed by the uprising of January 1933, launched on the initiative of the Catalan Regional Defense Committee, effectively the Nosotros group, which coordinated the region's defense committees. Conceived according to Garcia Oliver's theory of revolutionary gymnastics, it was a shambolic operation, the most significant consequence of which was a rising at the village of Casas Viejas in the province of Cádiz. There the revolt, which was undertaken in the mistaken belief that a nationwide insurrection was underway, was suppressed by the regional authorities and brought to a definitive end by the massacre of 22 villagers by members of the Civil Guard and the Republican police force, the Guardia de Asalto, assault guards. Point 51 According to the theory of revolutionary gymnastics, groups of revolutionaries should be mobilized for insurrectionary activity, the repression of which would lead to an escalating spiral of revolutionary action in which the masses would lose their fear of the state. Point 52 In the absence of mass participation, the tactic had merely led to a handful of hugely uneven set-piece battles in which there could only be one outcome. The propagation of methods notable for their vanguardism and disregard for democratic organizational procedure earned the Nosotros group the pejorative description of anarcho-Bolshevik. Much to the chagrin of anarchist purists, however, this was less commonly employed than festa, which, although intended to mean the same thing, had the effect of associating the FAI with events the organization had little or nothing to do with. The CNT would be involved in two further revolts prior to the outbreak of the Civil War. Unlike the revolts of February 1932 and January 1933, however, which were products of the frustrated hopes that the Republic had aroused, those that followed were informed by the rise of fascism in Europe, and the conviction that only a revolution could prevent Spain from succumbing to a similar fate. The first of these anti-fascist revolts took place in December 1933 in the immediate aftermath of general elections, which had been preceded by an extensive abstention campaign carried out by the CNT and the FAI. This campaign repeatedly stressed the importance of fighting fascism on the street rather than through the ballot box, and urged Spain's working class to avoid the shameful fate of the German labor movement. Point 53 Notwithstanding such preparation, at least one regional section of the CNT warned in advance that the insurrection had no hope of success. Point 54 There was a jailbreak in Barcelona, and the adjacent town of El Hospitalet, an anarchist stronghold, came under the control of the revolutionaries. For 4 days, libertarian communism was declared in several Aragonesa villages, and workers' suburbs in Zaragoza were likewise held by the insurrectionaries for days, while there was heavy fighting in La Rioja. Point 55 The rising nevertheless posed little problem for the authorities, who crushed it within a week. Of greater scale was the insurrection in Asturias of the following year, which was of a similarly anti-fascist character. Socialists in Asturias had taken the repression of anarchists following the December revolt to be proof of the fascist nature of the new government. Point 56 In Asturias, the insurrection was preceded by an accord of revolutionary unity, signed by the regional sections of the UGT and CNT, the latter acting against the policy of the national organization. When the rising was crushed, the repressive violence of the state, directed by the generals Manuel God and Francisco Franco, outstripped all previous experience under the Republic, while organizational life was made impossible on a statewide level as union buildings were closed and newspapers shut down. Point 57. Although the splits and repression subsequent to these risings complicated the organizational life of the CNT, it is possible to overstate their impact. Point 58 The widely remarked upon decline in the Union's fortunes in the period 1932 to 1935 must be balanced by an awareness of the continuing importance of the CNT as a reference point in the lives of both its members and wider support base, particularly through the libertarian cultural and educational centers, the Ateneos. Point 59 The libertarian educational youth groups emerged from Ateneos in Granada and Madrid, and combined with groups from Barcelona and Valencia to form the Federación Ibérica de Juventudes Libertarias, Iberian Federation of Libertarian Youth, FIJL, in Madrid in August 1932.60 This organization soon came to be seen as the third branch of the libertarian movement in Spain, although its precise relation to the other organizations, particularly the FAI, was complicated by the Catalan section having emerged from the culture and propaganda group within the regional FAI, from which it was reluctant to disassociate. 61 The Catalan section was commonly known and is referred to in the literature as the Joventuts Libertàries, JJLL, rather than the FIJL. It was through teaching at a CNT-affiliated workers' educational center in Madrid that Mercedes Comaposada and Lucia Sanchez Saornil came to know one another and, in 1935, began soliciting support for an anarchist women's journal, Mujeres Libres, Free Women, the first issue of which was published in May 1936. During the war, the group around the journal would join forces with the Agrupación Cultural Femenina, women's cultural grouping, in Barcelona, itself an outgrowth of women's activity in neighborhood Ateneos and unions, which had been formed in 1935.62. Although the need for such groups highlights the fact that women members of the CNT tended to be marginal to organizational life, their emergence also testifies to the self-renewing capacities of Spanish anarchism, in which autonomous organizational practices facilitated the identification and rectification of deficiencies by the people they affected. Whereas for the other branches of the workers' movement, a successful revolution was expected to bring about a period of transition during which questions of gender equality could be attended to in due course, libertarian communism held open the possibility of freedom and equality as immediate practice. Because worker mobilizations during the Republic had put libertarian communism at the center of the anarchist agenda, it therefore made sense for anarchist women to take practical steps towards their full participation in the new society. On the eve, it has been suggested that the impetus for the reunification of the libertarian movement at the Zaragoza Congress of May 1936 came from the relative organizational paralysis brought about by repression and disunity. 63 However, a contemporary ideological shift in the FAI, embodied by Diego Abad de Santillan's Nervio Affinity Group, also helped to make this rapprochement possible. Santillan, the pseudonym of Ciencio Baudilio Garcia Fernandez, had spent most of his life in Argentina, where his polemics in favor of a specifically anarchist workers' organization had won him the favor of many purists in Spain. 64 This may help to explain the immediate impact he had on the FAI on his return to the country in 1934, by which time he had become a convert to the idea of toleration among all revolutionary parties. 65 In Barcelona, Nervio joined in the effort to sideline the Nosotros group. 66 As much had previously been attempted by the purist José Pirates, of the affinity group Afinidad, appalled by the anarcho-Bolshevik methods of Nosotros. Pirates, however, soon tired of Santillan's disciplinary anarchism when the latter endeavored to undermine the autonomy of the affinity groups by subjecting them to organizational control. 67 Under the editorship of Santillan, Tierra y Libertad turned sharply away from insurrectionism, provoking angry criticism from a former contributor, Alfonso Nieves Núñez, while his industry-centered vision of the future society was not far removed from that advocated by Joan Piró, the most prominent Trientista. 68 While the Bienio Negro saw the groundwork laid for the reunification of the CNT, therefore, the three-way split in the movement as a whole, between voluntarists, purists, and gradualists, appears to have been reinforced during this time. As much was suggested by the campaign to reorganize the defense committees. Initiatives in this regard were undertaken in Barcelona, where they were spearheaded by the Nosotros group, and also Madrid and Andalusia. 69 However, in the FAI stronghold of La Felguera in Asturias, no defense committees were ever set up, their objectives instead entrusted to affinity groups, while in Galicia it was not until July 1935 that the FAI agreed to supply delegates to the defense committees. 70 In Barcelona, where the most coordinated and well-equipped network of defense committees had been established, the plans of the Nosotros group to convert it into a revolutionary army met with the concerted and near-unanimous opposition of both the purist and gradualist currents. Even within the network of the defense committees, discipline was not guaranteed. Garcia Oliver's authoritarian posture caused him to lose support at its youthful periphery, while on the eve of the Civil War the Nosotros group could not even rely on the obedience of its lieutenants in Barcelona. 71 In the build-up to the general elections of February 1936, the CNT and the FAI did not mount the kind of concerted abstention campaign that had preceded the elections and attempted insurrection at the end of 1933. Whether this was due primarily to the exhaustion of activists and resources occasioned by the repression of the Bienio Negro, or thanks to what Santillan would revealingly describe as a happy coincidence of opinion among the activists whose views counted for a great deal in our ranks, remains a subject of debate. 72 The CNT and the FAI concentrated much of their propaganda at this time on the need for an amnesty for political prisoners, which formed part of the platform of the Popular Front. A broad electoral alliance which had been animated chiefly by Manuel Azana, leader of the centrist Acción Republicana, Republican Action, and Prime Minister of the Second Republic during the First Bienio, and Indalecio Prieto, a leader of the moderate wing of the PSOE. 73 As several of the most prominent figures from across the spectrum of Spanish anarchism, from Piro to Durruti to Federico Urals, called, explicitly or otherwise, for a vote for the Popular Front. A resurrection of the progressive alliance that had ushered in the Republic with the support of gradualist, purist, and voluntarist anarchists could be perceived. 74. On an official level, however, neither the CNT nor the FAI considered Parliament to be a potential terrain in the fight against fascism. Following a plenum of FAI regional federations at the end of January, Tierra y Libertad affirmed, "The anarchists consider it deplorable that workers are called to the ballot boxes in the name of socialism, and propose as a true dike against fascism the united revolutionary action of the proletariat." 75 2 days before the elections and a full 5 months before the Civil War began, the National Committee of the CNT issued a communiqué calling for workers to be on a war footing, identifying Morocco as the epicenter of the conspiracy, and urging that every attempt be made to ensure that the defensive contribution of the masses may lead to the real social revolution and libertarian communism, pursued to its utmost consequences without tolerating attempts by the liberal bourgeoisie and its Marxist allies to hold back the course of events. 76 In spite of tactical differences with regard to voting in February, the dominant feeling in the CNT was that bourgeois democracy was unlikely to survive any existential conflict with fascism. At the beginning of the year, Durruti had declared at a meeting of his union, "Our slogan must be, dictatorship of the bourgeoisie or libertarian communism. Bourgeois democracy is dead in Spain and it is the Republicans who have killed it." 77. The victory of the Popular Front slate allowed the CNT to call a National Congress, which began in Zaragoza on May 1. Assemblies were held to debate the agenda for the Congress on successive Sundays throughout the country, and hundreds of CNT members made their way to Zaragoza, where 649 delegates representing 550,595 members celebrated the first Confederal Congress since 1931. However, this apparently thriving democratic culture disguised the fact that the Congress did not discuss what was apparently the chief preoccupation of the organization, namely, the imminent fascist threat, and how best to respond to it. It appears that the national coordinating body of the defense committees discussed its plans at a private session. 78 The principal outcomes of the Zaragoza Congress were the agreements to ratify the readmission of the opposition unions, the approval of a document outlining the content of libertarian communism, and the sending of a unity proposal to the UGT. In the preparatory assemblies leading up to the Congress, it was the debate around the definition of libertarian communism that had produced the most enthusiasm. Unions and affinity groups submitted 150 different proposals for the consideration of the Congress, which it was the unenviable task of a working group to synthesis. The vision of libertarian communism that emerged was a compromise between the purist and gradualist currents, and was criticized from the floor by the former for considering the union organization to have a role in a post-revolutionary society and by the latter for not granting it a more prominent position. 79 Historians have since wondered at the document's attention to such details at the expense of questions of armed conflict and wartime production. Yet the vision of libertarian communism that was produced by the Congress, and above all the multiple and varied discussions that it was the product of, demonstrate that a desire for libertarian communism and a collective effort to imagine its parameters were not the preserve of ideologues or deluded and isolated villagers, but was at the very heart of this mass, working-class organization. In spite of the fact that the document did not claim to provide a rigid formula for a post-revolutionary society and failed to win unreserved approval, it is worth noting that the principles that were affirmed here as integral to the revolutionary project would soon re-emerge as priorities for radical anarchists during the revolution. These included the arming of the populace, economic equality, assembly-based decision-making procedures, federalism, and the equality of the sexes. 80. The unity proposal sent to the UGT was arrived at after a similarly heated debate. It urged the socialists to abandon their political illusions and commit to the social revolution. In another example of compromise, however, an additional article recognized the right of the UGT to elaborate further conditions for an alliance, which were to be negotiated by appointed liaison committees from both organizations, who would then return to their members with the results for ratification. 81. This proposal was opposed on purist grounds by the delegate from El Hospitalet, José Pirates. There can be no entente between liberty and authority, he declared. The criteria of class is Marxist, and therefore artificial. Men are polarist principally according to their ideas, their passions, and their mentality. 82. Speaking in favor of the proposal, the delegate from the fishing industry of Barcelona affirmed that ideas could not be sufficient to make a revolution when they were not shared by the majority of even the CNT's own members, and that the impetus for an alliance came from below. 83. The dangers of a unity negotiated via liaison committees and which made no stipulations as to the elaboration of workers' power during and after the revolution were not highlighted. In the brief period that followed the Congress of Zaragoza before the outbreak of the Civil War, the UGT displayed no desire to respond to the CNT proposal. 84. The trumpeting of the alliance in the CNT press was not, as the National Committee admitted, because we believe that the UGT will agree to it, since they have no honesty within them, but rather because of the advantageous light in which this presented the Confederation in the eyes of pro-alliance workers. 85. However, the question of an entente between liberty and authority could not be sidelined, and would soon be posed of the organization again amidst the rubble and gunpowder smoke of July 1936. Conclusions. The fact that anarchists shared ideas relating to rational education and human progress with liberal Republicans and socialists, and attended talks and debates at the larger Ateneos frequented by Republicans, has led historians to include anarchists within a broad definition of Spanish republicanism. 86. In Spain as elsewhere, a common belief in progress, education, science, and the need to overcome a tradition that stood in the way of both personal and collective liberation gave rise to alliances of convenience between revolutionary, socialist, working-class movements and liberal, bourgeois republicans. 87. Since the foundation of the CNT, the libertarian movement had been divided by such temporary and informal alliances on 3 occasions in particular, during the First World War, prior to and at the outset of the Second Republic, and during the election campaign of 1936. The question would be posed again, with brutal clarity and urgency, during the Civil War. On each of the occasions noted above, the alliance with progressive and statist elements cut across the 3-way division of the libertarian movement into gradualist, voluntarist, and purist currents. The ease with which examples from each tendency can be found urging support for the more progressive form of state is suggestive of a related contradiction within the CNT, that a massive, democratic organization whose functioning derived largely from the anonymous labor of its thousands of activists and supporters nevertheless gave rise to famous spokespeople with privileged access to public platforms. The scrupulously bottom-up organizational forms adopted by Spanish anarchists had not prevented the rise of notables, big names whose influence gave them a leading role in the movement. During periods of repression, when the organizational functioning of the CNT became necessarily less transparent, such notables could have a decisive influence on strategy, as in the period immediately preceding the Republic. When organizational normality returned, the pronouncements of notables had the potential to outweigh the agreements of regularly constituted plenums and assemblies, as arguably occurred during the election campaign of February 1936. We have seen, however, how important developments within the libertarian movement took place that bypassed such prominent figures. This chapter began with a discussion of the rising in Alt-Labrega because it marked a crucial moment in the CNT's relationship with the young Second Republic. It revealed a dynamic by which the desire of workers to live in a new kind of society animated the anarchist movement and drew a line in the sand that confirmed the difficulty of a progressive alliance with the Republic. The Rising did not provide a strategic model for accelerating the revolutionary process, but it did bring the question of strategy into dialogue with the desire for libertarian communism, so much so that by the eve of the Civil War, activists at all levels of the movement were preoccupied with the question of what the revolutionary society would look like, pragmatists like Pyrrho and Santillan no less so than their maximalist counterparts. 88 Meanwhile, the movement had produced new organizational forms, the defense committees, the libertarian youth and the women's groups, which were shortly to play a key role in defining the parameters of one of the most extraordinary events of the 20th century, the Spanish Revolution. To Revolution and the State, July, December 1936. As libertarian activists had long promised would happen, the alliance of the working class against fascism was not hammered out in the headquarters of unions and political parties, but in fact occurred on the street in July 1936. 1 The attempted coup d'état, initially headed by José Sanjurjo and prominent generals such as Emilio Mola, Queipo Delano and Francisco Franco, was the catalyst for the declaration of a general strike, and the creation of ad hoc anti-fascist alliances between trade unions and workers' parties. In some areas, sympathetic members of the army and the police added crucial weight. The coup was rooted in many of Spain's major cities, but important regional capitals such as Sevilla, Oviedo, and the anarchist stronghold of Zaragoza were lost. Where the revolt was defeated, the initial collaboration of the CNT with other organizations was established as an emergency defensive alliance against an external threat. The committees created to coordinate the anti-fascist forces, however, were by force of circumstances obliged to challenge existing power relations in their cities and towns, controlling movement through barricades and checkpoints and taking charge of supplies in order to keep local populations fed. In most areas, these committees also rapidly concerned themselves with questions that went beyond the defense of the Republic to address long-standing demands of the workers' movement. As the defeat of the revolt was everywhere accompanied by the dislocation of state power, the nature and durability of these anti-fascist alliances would consequently be tested by an emerging revolutionary situation in Republican Spain. Barcelona, the traditional bastion of the CNT and the first major city in which the military revolt was comprehensively defeated, would provide the test case for the organization's attitude to the state, revolution, and anti-fascist alliances in this new context. There, the Rising had met with the determined response of the CNT defense committees, which had mobilized around 2,000 members according to the plans of the Catalan Regional Defense Committee, which was chiefly composed of members of the Nosotros Group. 2 They had been able to count on the support of a significant proportion of the city's security forces, the intervention of activists from the dissident Communist Party, the Partido Obrero de Unificación Marxista, Party of Marxist Unification. POUM, and a mobilized working-class population that thronged the plazas clamoring for arms and which filled the streets in festive spirit as the Rising was defeated. What remained of the Republican state in Catalunya was discredited, through its pusillanimity in the face of the Rising and initial refusals to arm the people, while its functioning had been thrown into chaos. 3. The fall of the Atarazanas barracks on July 20, following an anarchist-led assault during which Francisco Escaso was killed, marked the definitive end of the military revolt in Barcelona. The veteran union organizer Andrés Capdevila recalled, "We went into the street to defend ourselves, and once we had triumphed, once the barracks were under our control, we said the time has come for the revolution. For the transformation of the city, familiar from the abundant literature, photography, and cinema that have sought to capture it, was underway. 5 A labyrinthine network of barricades established proletarian hegemony on the streets. Churches, with notable exceptions such as the Cathedral and the Sagrada Familia, were set alight. Men and women in workers' overalls held rifles aloft and exclaimed vivas to the revolutionary organizations, while requisitioned cars and trucks sped back and forth, their horns beeping out the rhythm of the omnipresent chant, CNTFAI. Buildings belonging to the wealthy, large private companies or religious orders were taken over. The well-dressed, if not all of the better off, disappeared from the streets, as the working-class periphery of the city took over the center 6, as one eyewitness declared. Today there is not a hat, a collar, or a tie to be seen among them. The sartorial symbols of the bourgeoisie are gone. A proletarian freedom has swarmed in along the Calle Hospital and the Calle del Carmen from the Paralelo. 7. Even taking into account the forbidding national and international context, it is clear that, in its 26-year history, the CNT had never before found itself at the heart of a mobilization with so much revolutionary potential. Proletarian freedom and its limits. By July 20, the defense committees in Barcelona had constituted themselves as neighborhood revolutionary committees, and their members had taken to calling themselves Milichanos. 8 Movement around the city was controlled by barricades overseen chiefly by such Milichanos. They still dominated the streets when Franz Borkenau, a refugee from Hitler's Germany, arrived on the night of August 5. They sat on the benches or walked the pavement of the Ramblas, their rifles over the right shoulder, and often their girls on the left arm. They started off, in groups, to patrol outlying districts. They stood, as guards, before the entrances of hotels, administrative buildings, and the larger stores. They crouched behind the few still standing barricades, which were competently constructed out of stones and sandbags. The fact that all these armed men walked about, marched, and drove in their ordinary clothes made the thing only more impressive as a display of the power of the factory workers. The anarchists, recognizable by badges and insignia in red and black, were obviously in overwhelming numbers. 9. It was such Milichanos who formed supply committees to ensure that the families of those undertaking revolutionary work were fed, and set up huge public canteens, most famously at the Ritz Hotel, renamed Hotel Gastronomico No. 1. They also organized the first militia divisions that left in the direction of Zaragoza on July 24, with Durruti and Antonio Ortiz, both Nosotros members, leading anarchist columns. One of the most striking indications of the rupture that had taken place in the life of Barcelona was the visible protagonism of women, and the emergence of the militia woman, the militiana, dressed in the uniform of blue overalls and carrying a rifle, as an emblem of the revolutionary moment. For women, wearing workers' overalls had an even deeper significance, as women had never before adopted such masculine attire. It not only meant an exterior identification with the process of social change but also a challenge to traditional female attire and appearance. 10 Women had participated in the street fighting to put down the coup, and it was a 19-year-old anarchist woman, Conchiliano, who headed up the expropriation of the enormous Casa Cambo building on July 19, which, renamed the Casa CNTFAI, would become the headquarters of the libertarian movement in Catalunya until the fall of Barcelona. 11 The women's prison was stormed and the inmates set free. 12 Remembering the behavior of women at this time, Antonia Fontanillas would later assert that one breathed in a different kind of atmosphere, more natural, more human. The barriers of convention were being broken down. 13. By July 20 it was clear to anarchists that the defensive measures they had undertaken to defeat the military coup in Barcelona had developed along revolutionary lines, in accordance with the predictions of the National Committee's February communiqué. That document, drafted by Horacio M. Prieto, had enjoined activists to pursue any revolutionary development to its utmost consequences, without tolerating attempts by the liberal bourgeoisie and its Marxist allies to hold back the course of events. That day, the liaison committee the regional CNT had delegated to maintain communication with the seat of Catalan government, the Generalitat, was called to a meeting with the Catalan president, Luis Companys. The liaison committee was composed of 3 members of the Regional Defense Committee, Garcia Oliver, Durruti, and Francisco Escaso, who was replaced after his death by Aurelio Fernandez Sanchez, a further long-standing member of the Nosotros group, along with another, Giuseppe Sens, in representation of the Regional Committee of the CNT, and Santillan, an opponent of the tactics employed by the Nosotros group, in representation of the FAI. They arrived at the palace of the Generalitat bleary-eyed and covered in the dust and gunpowder of battle. There, these representatives of triumphant proletarian freedom met those of the liberal bourgeoisie and its Marxist allies, who were busily discussing the creation of a new body, the Comite Central de Militias Antifascistas, Central Committee of Anti-Fascist Militia, CCMA, which would unite the anti-fascist organizations in Catalunya in order to coordinate the war effort and maintain order. 14 The viability of the project depended on the participation of the anarchists. The Regional Committee of the CNT, in communication with the Liaison Committee via telephone, agreed to the proposal, subject to its ratification at a regional plenum to be held the following day. By that time, however, the CCMA was already operational, a fact declared by decree of the Generalitat on July 21. For the Regional Committee of the CNT to agree to participation in a body incorporating the representatives of a democratic system in crisis, subject to the regional government, represents an apparent paradox. It appears still more paradoxical when we consider that the liaison committee mediating the discussion was dominated by those members who had been most associated with the voluntarist wing of the organization during the Second Republic. It seems at first glance that it would have been feasible for the voluntarist wing to have asserted its authority at this stage, in the name of the Regional Defense Committee. The prestige and power of the Barcelona Defense Committees, long considered the potential shock troops of the revolution, had never been greater, and with the revolutionary developments in Barcelona led primarily by Milichanos, it is unlikely that any remaining governmental body would have been able to countermand any initiative carried out in their name. The recollections of Ricardo Sanz, a member of the Nosotros group, suggest that such an initiative would have provoked a crisis within the CNT. We knew that the organization was opposed to dictatorship. And that's what it would have been if our position of pursuing the revolution to its utmost consequences had been accepted. 15 By this reading, the Regional Defense Committee, unwilling to provoke such a schism, surrendered the initiative it held after the defeat of the military rising to the gradualists and purists opposed to authoritarian measures. Nevertheless, it should also be borne in mind that the defense committees, in spite of the efforts undertaken to reorganize them along more disciplined and militaristic lines, were a heterogeneous and unpredictable entity, even in the eyes of Garcia Oliver. 16 Beyond a core of militants that the Regional Defense Committee could depend on to obey orders, the bulk of the defense committees represented a broader network, animated chiefly by affinity groups. 17 There is evidence to suggest that between this wider network and the core were mid-level shop stewards and FAI activists who had helped combat trientismo in the previous years but who could not be relied upon to simply follow the orders of the Regional Defense Committee. As much had been demonstrated on July 17 when activists from the Maritime Transport Workers Union, without waiting for the directions of the Regional Defense Committee, stormed the boats anchored in the port of Barcelona and carried off their stores of weaponry. The initiative for the raid has been attributed variously to Juan Yag and Julian Moreno, who were both mid-level delegates in the defense committees. 18 The event caused consternation among the Nosotros group, who hastened to intervene in order to avoid a state of emergency being declared. 19 Such apparent mutual mistrust may help to explain why, for men in negotiations with the Generalitat both before and after the July days, the unpredictable and broadly autonomous wider network of the defense committees may not have appeared to be a reliable basis for extending the power and influence of the CNT in the direction they intended. The regional plenum called by the Barcelona CNT to debate participation in the CCMA took place on July 21. It set a precedent for the way in which the CNT's democratic procedures would be undermined by the war. The urgency of the circumstances meant that assemblies were called hastily, with little time for delegates to be elected and their positions debated by the wider membership. The key debates to be discussed were proposed by the Comite superiors, the name given to the regional, national, and peninsular committees of the different branches of the libertarian movement, and the function of the assembly was reduced to merely ratifying or rejecting them. While the Commite superiors had formerly taken on an executive role in circumstances of heightened repression or emergency, the permanent emergency situation brought about by the war led, in the months that followed the rupture of July, to such decision-making procedures gradually assuming a routine quality, which would become increasingly formalist over the course of the war. According to Fidel Miro, the July 21 assembly was made up of committees and notables and was not a regularly constituted plenum. 20. Three positions emerged, one favoring collaboration, one opposing it on revolutionary grounds, and one which considered collaboration to be of potential short-term use to the CNT, which could strengthen its position before proceeding to a more complete revolutionary transformation. 21 Monsanati and Santillan spoke in favor of the first position, the former considering the revolutionary option tantamount to an anarchist dictatorship, the latter warning against the probability of international intervention against any such revolutionary endeavor. 22 Whether persuaded of these arguments or content to bide their time and await developments, the delegates present approved collaboration with the CCMA, with only the vote of José Zena, delegate for Bayalabrega, opposed, whose position had been supported by Garcia Oliver. 23 The CCMA met that same night, with the components of the CNT's liaison committee attending as the delegates of the CNT and the FAI. It is far from clear that the controversy implied by the decision to join the CCMA, identified subsequently by activists and historians, was understood to be so significant by CNT activists in Barcelona at the time. Diego Camacho, then a member of the JJLL, recalled that only a handful of activists were aware of the founding of the CCMA, the immense majority were either ignorant of it altogether, or else it sounded to them like one more revolutionary committee among the many others that were operating all over the place. 24. Certainly, the constitution of the CCMA did not prevent the revolution from maintaining its upward curve. By the end of the month, the return to work had seen a wave of expropriations as factories and whole industries were taken over by union activists. 25 Mary Lowe, a Trotskyist poet from England who arrived in August to aid the POUM in Barcelona, provides an account of her first walk round the city centre. We began to walk about the narrow streets which wind in and out between the main thoroughfares. Every now and then a big sheet of white paper pasted over the nameplate of a shop or business made us stop and look. It said, "Taken over by," and then followed the name of one of the workers' parties. The houses were hastily scrawled with big initials in red, the names of parties to which they now belonged. It was extraordinarily exciting. I looked about me. A feeling of new strength and activity seemed to radiate from the crowds of people in the streets. 26. However, while the CCMA was a product of the revolution, it was not a revolutionary organ, and remained subordinate to the pre-existing institutions of state governance. Meanwhile, because the CCMA operated on the basis of delegates proposed by the different anti-fascist organizations, there was no opportunity for a directly democratic process to influence it. For anti-fascist politicians such as companies, who did not wish to see state power abolished, the CCMA provided a seemingly revolutionary legitimacy and a base from which to reorganize and marshal their strength. 27. The de facto collaboration of the libertarian movement with the state in Cataluna had thus begun. This was a complex process that not only included the presence of CNT representatives in the CCMA but also found expression in libertarian involvement, indeed frequent predominance, in the bodies set up by Generalitat decree in the days and weeks that followed. These included the Consejo de la Escuela Nueva Unificada, Council of the New Unified School, CENU, responsible for education, established on July 27, the Comisión de Industrias de Guerra, War Industries Commission, created on August 7, the Workers' and Soldiers' Councils, charged with ensuring the continued loyalty of officers who had served in the army prior to July, the Comité Central de Abastos, Central Committee of Supplies, the Consejo de Economía de Catalunya, Council of the Economy of Catalunya, established on August 11, and the Patrullas de Control, Control Patrols, founded on the same day, which was a police force directed by the Investigation Committee of the CCMA, led by Aurelio Fernandez and Salvador González, this latter a member of the Partit Socialista Unificat de Catalunya Unified Socialist Party of Catalunya, PSUC. 28 While the revolutionary situation lasted in Catalunya, in which the balance of power remained conditioned by the presence of armed workers on the street, it was far from clear that this process of collaboration would be definitive or irreversible, and in the case of some of the bodies enumerated above, it did not prove to be. 29 Nevertheless, in a pattern that was to accelerate over the autumn, the process ensured that the CNT's most prominent activists were absorbed into what were called official posts in administrative organs, while the restructuring of education, public order, the economy, and the war industry represented a further layer of state collaboration that involved thousands of CNT members. The scale of state collaboration was such that when oppositionists later attempted to advocate a withdrawal from official positions, they would be confronted not only by ideological arguments in favor of anti-fascism but by the daunting logistical and economic implications of their proposal. 30. Throughout much of what remained of Republican Spain, a comparable process to that which had taken place in Catalunya was underway, in which committees of anti-fascist unity with a variety of different names were formed in cities and towns with the participation of the CNT. The organization dominated the Comité de Guerra, War Committee, in Gijón, where industry was run by the unions, and the committee also took over the city's branch of the Bank of Spain. 31 A Comité Ejecutivo Popular, Popular Executive Committee, was established in Valencia on July 20, which immediately came into conflict with the central government in Madrid. 32 In Almería, a Comité Central Antifascista, Anti-Fascist Central Committee, was constituted by July 23, although the CNT, outnumbered by the UGT in the region, did not join until the beginning of August, which may be suggestive of disquiet regarding the question among the Confederal affiliates. 33 In Malaga, a liaison committee was formed on July 19, and on July 26 the Comité de Salud Pública, Committee of Public Safety, was formed to oversee public order, with Francisco Millan, of the FAI, as secretary. 34 In these areas, and many more, the Anti-Fascist Committee was the symbol and embodiment of the new state of affairs. Providing an alternative structure of power to local and regional governments, which in most cases were reduced to a nominal role. The central governmental power of Madrid, after the chaotic first days of the rising, sought to re-establish its presence and authority on the streets through the mobilization of the security forces and government-issued passes guaranteeing safe passage. 35 Nevertheless, these measures could not disguise the marginalization of the government, and the consequent importance of the CNT in the organization of resistance and public order in the capital, where its activists found their greatest rivals to be the rapidly growing PCE. 36. The composition of the anti-fascist committees in each region was largely dependent on the balance of political forces prior to July 1936, albeit with the exclusion of the rightist parties. In certain cases, particularly outside of the larger cities, how the organizations had responded to the military rising was also a factor in deciding their participation in the new committees. In Lleida, the workers' organizations initially felt strong enough to exclude what were seen as the bourgeois parties, in this case the Esquerra Republicana de Catalunya, Republican Left of Catalunya, EC. 37 In La Felguera in Asturias, the committee was initially entirely made up of CNT members. 38 The committees were often presented at mass assemblies in town centers where they were ratified, and in areas where only one organization dominated or where the workers' organizations had little strength, the assembly might have a more open and active character. 39 Assemblies as a forum for debate and decision-making were features of several revolutionary phenomena: factories taken over by their workers, collectives established in rural areas, neighborhood defense committees and militia columns at the front, but did not impinge upon the activity and direction of the quasi-governmental anti-fascist committees in the major cities, in which delegates were answerable to the organizations they belonged to. The democratic deficit evident in the collaborationist organs and the official structures of the CNT itself was therefore counterbalanced to an extent by the assembly-based procedures that characterized the broader revolutionary experience. Assemblies of CNT activists provided the basis for the collectivization of land in Aragon. As the militia columns marched on Zaragoza, the parts of the region that fell to their advance underwent revolutionary changes. The extent to which coercion was employed by the militias in ensuring that collectivization of agricultural land in Aragon took place is a matter of dispute, although, as Graham Kelsey has pointed out, the collectives would subsequently respect the rights of the so-called individualists who did not wish to take part in them. 40. It must further be remembered that land was also collectivized in swathes of Castilla-La Mancha and Andalusia. The collectivizations of Aragon were exceptional only insofar as they took place on land that had been liberated by, for the most part, anarchist militia. Assemblies were held throughout those parts of Aragon during August, at which CNT activists debated the restructuring of their economies, often with the participation of the UGT, which was the smaller union in the liberated zone. On October 6, the Regional Defense Council of Aragon was formed at a plenum of the CNT in Bujarelas and was initially dominated by libertarians under the presidency of Joaquim Escaso, cousin of Francisco. 41. Meanwhile, the front line in the region had stabilized by the end of summer, in sight of the capital, Zaragoza. An assault on the city never materialized, as military personnel who had remained loyal to the Republic advised the anarchists to cover their flanks. 42. The situation in Aragon was not unique. The militia columns raised in Gijón were convinced to delay before advancing on Oviedo. Those marching on Granada from Alicante, including the anarchist Morato column, dug in at Baza, in the north of the Andalusian province. The strikes declared in the cities under rebel control were worn down by the systematic use of terror. The mutinous army did not have to face its enemy on two fronts, and the fighting developed along the lines of attrition warfare, characterized by sieges and trenches. In such a war, the military strengths of the anarchist movement, urban street fighting, mobility and impetuosity, were rendered increasingly superfluous, while the practice of direct democracy and autonomous organization became a hindrance to effective military action. From late July, the rebel commanders had received the active assistance of the German and Italian air forces, enabling the transfer of men and weaponry from Spanish Morocco to Andalusia. 43. Confronted by trained military reinforcements, civilian resistance to the rising in Cádiz was overwhelmed, and while systematic repression of workers and democratic organizations took place there and in the cities of Sevilla and Granada, General Yag's army swept north through Extremadura. At Badajoz, which had offered serious resistance, the repression was of such a scale that it was to become one of the most infamous episodes of the Civil War, as hundreds of its inhabitants were massacred in the bull ring day after day for weeks after the city fell in mid-August. 44. The isolation of the Republic was confirmed by the non-intervention agreement signed by the major European powers in August on the diplomatic initiative of Britain and France. An effective arms embargo was thereby placed on the Spanish Republic that brought the question of weaponry, and the desire to reassure foreign powers, to the forefront of the problems facing the workers' organizations. Such considerations undoubtedly impacted on the internal debates of the CNT taking place during these months as to the attitude it should adopt towards the question of government and military reorganization. On August 4, the CNT held a national plenum in Madrid. This event was illustrative of the extent to which the normal functioning of the Confederation had been compromised by the war, as only three regions, the Centre, Catalunya, and Levant, were able to send delegations. The plenum debated the question of CNT collaboration in a hypothetical National Anti-Fascist Committee, which had apparently been mentioned to the National Committee of the CNT by government ministers. 45 The Catalunya and Levant delegations spoke in favor, while the Central Region's delegation expressed reservations, with no final decision being taken due to the lack of representation of several regions. The reticence of the Central delegation towards the vague proposal of a National Anti-Fascist Committee may have been influenced by calls from the Madrid section of the CNT for the central government to be replaced by a Junta de Defensa, Defense Council, without moderate Republican representation. This argument, in favor of government by an exclusively working-class committee, was the unifying characteristic of the left wing of Spanish anti-fascism at this time, both from within the ranks of the CNT, and also the POUM, for whom this was official policy. 46. This argument was strengthened by the ominous military situation in which the Republic found itself. At this time, many activists in Barcelona considered that the revolutionary changes that had taken place in the city were laying the ground for a more complete transformation, which would follow the anarchist-led capture of Zaragoza. The city was considered to be of vital importance, perhaps more for its symbolic than strategic value. 47 The longer it remained in the hands of the reactionaries, the weaker became the hand of the maximalists. Such activists therefore found themselves in a double bind. They could not impel the revolution to its utmost consequences without the moral authority of a military victory, but they could not elaborate a revolutionary military strategy as long as the impasse of temporary collaboration persisted. Throughout Republican Spain there was a widespread perception that bourgeois politicians were incapable of prosecuting the war with sufficient vigor. By summer's end, in the words of Helen Graham, worker confidence in the Republican leadership was reduced to virtually nil. 48. On September 13, San Sebastián, the only city in the Basque Country for which July had represented a revolutionary rupture comparable with the rest of Spain, was surrendered to the rebels without a shot being fired. As the city was evacuated, Basque nationalist police remained behind in order to disarm anarchist militia and prevent the retreating forces from burning the city. 49 While such losses added urgency to the arguments of the collaborationists, they also illustrated the extent to which collaboration prevented the militia from adopting the guerrilla tactics associated with revolutionary warfare. On the front line, audacious schemes based on the infiltration of rebel-held cities and simultaneous uprisings from within and assaults from without went untested. 50 This failure to elaborate a strategy appropriate to the organizational form of the militias was, in part, due to the revolutionary organization's commitment to participation in the anti-fascist front. 51 This is not to say that a revolutionary strategy would have been victorious, and anarchist self-confidence in this regard was shaken at this time by the failure of the Mallorca expedition, in which many anarchist volunteers had participated, and where initial victories preceded the intervention of the Italian Air Force, and a hasty and bloody retreat. 52. Nevertheless, the relationship of the war to the revolution hinged on the question of state collaboration. From very early on in the conflict, Horacio M. Prieto, National Secretary of the CNT from September to November 1936, had considered that the only course open to the organization was to be a solid force within anti-fascism, identified with it and protected by it. 53 Prieto was a veteran of the anarchist movement, whose purist scruples had prevented him from joining the CNT until 1932. Once a member, however, he had immediately been entrusted with influential posts, and began to move away from purist positions. In 1932 he edited the National Review CNT, where he was referred to as Sergeant Prieto by his colleagues, and from 1935 until May 1936 he served his first term as National Secretary. 54 As the democratic functioning of the CNT had been severely compromised by the war, the National Secretary of the organization was well placed to define the terms and outcomes of the various debates underway in the Confederation during the first months of the conflict. 55 While Prieto was tenacious in his advocacy of collaboration, however, the momentum towards participation in government emanated primarily from developments in Barcelona that were driven by the regional rather than national organization of the CNT. There, the decision to participate in the government of the Generalitat was taken in unclear circumstances towards the end of August. According to Cesar M. Lorenzo, Prieto's son, the decision was taken at a secret regional plenum in which the committees of the CNT, FAI, and JJLL were represented, and the Peninsular Committee of the FAI also had a vote. 56 A regional plenum of the Catalan CNT had already agreed to the dissolution of the CCMA on August 17, a decision approved by a plenum of Barcelona anarchist groups on 21 August. 57. The wider membership of the CNT was not made aware of the decisions of the Catalan Comites superiors until the end of the following month, when the CNT's representation in the Generalitat was negotiated. Mary Lowe wrote of this time that events, with their separate details which had seemed to have no importance when taken one by one, had been following each other all this time in a slow crescendo, and now the wave broke. 58. The CCMA was officially dissolved on October 1. The reconstruction of the Republican state. On September 4, 1936, a new national government was formed with Largo Caballero as prime minister, and in which the PCE also participated for the first time. The previous day a national plenum of the CNT had agreed in principle to intervention in government but rejected immediate participation. The Catalan delegation proposed, as had the Madrid delegates a month before, the creation of a new central organ of power composed of representatives of the CNT and the UGT, which would be headed by Largo Caballero. In accordance with this restatement of the left option, Solidaridad Obrera declared its preference for a National Revolutionary Council, Junta, of all the workers' and peasants' organizations, affirming that the current moment is 100% proletarian. 59. However, at the same time as the Catalan Regional Committee was urging the creation of a junta composed of the unions, it entered a process of bringing autonomous and localized initiative back under central control. In spite of the calls from some elements of the CNT and the POUM for proletarian government, the organization's representatives in the CCMA did not oppose the decision taken by that body on September 2, to oblige the Anti-Fascist Committee in Lleida to accept the participation of the IC. 60. The case of Lleida was a small example of a wider picture of state reconstruction on the basis of centralization and class collaboration. This process would be contradictory and take place in stages because its apparent logic, of creating a strong state with a mobilized population capable of waging a modern war, depended on the defeat of a revolution which had, in the absence of such a state, prevented the collapse of the Republic and sustained the war effort up to that point. On 15 to 17 September, 2 days after the fall of San Sebastián, the CNT held another national plenum in Madrid. The proposal to form a Junta de Defensa to coordinate the regionally organized anti-fascist committees was here officially adopted. By contrast to the original proposal of an exclusively proletarian council, however, this body was to be presided over by Largo Caballero and formed by 5 delegates from the CNT and 5 from the UGT, with 4 moderate Republicans also represented, and Aznar continuing in his post as President of the Republic. 61. The proposal was thereby stripped of its left content, and Prieto considered that the principle of governmental participation had now been conceded, as the reconceived junta differed only superficially from the existing administration. 62. The momentum was now with those who favored collaboration, and although the Catalan Regional Committee would continue to advocate the constitution of a junta after it had been rejected by Largo Caballero, its case was severely undermined by the participation of the Catalan CNT in the Generalitat from September 26. An equally important outcome of the plenum was the decision, proposed by Prieto, to change the composition of the National Committee of the CNT, which would henceforth be a permanent body made up of delegates from the regional committees. 63. Previously, the formation of the National Committee had been the temporary responsibility of a regional committee chosen at the National Congress, its duties supposedly limited to coordination. Its refoundation as a representative, executive body therefore represented a significant shift away from the CNT's founding statutes. Such a retreat from confederal democracy was a necessary component of both the constraints imposed by the war and the contortions required by state collaboration, which was as much an ideological process as it was one of formal political participation. This was shown clearly in the recasting of the Civil War as a war of national independence. On the one hand, a reaction to the aid the rebels received from Italy and Germany, and the presence in Spain of the Army of Africa under the supreme command of General Franco. This was also indicative of the Republican state's need for a common mobilizing agent other than that of class. Prior to the war, the FAI had made its position clear: the struggle against fascism, an international phenomenon, must be carried out internationally by the workers and revolutionary organizations, to the exclusion of any nationalist idea or sentiment. 64 In April, French communists had been ridiculed in the pages of Solidaridad Obrera for their integralist nationalism in the face of Hitler's Germany. Today, socialists and communists follow the same methods as in 1914, the paper noted. 65. At the end of August 1936, however, in a radio broadcast published in Solidaridad Obrera, Federica Monsanelli described the Civil War as one of national independence against fascist civilization, characterized in racist terms as not a Christian civilization but a Moorish civilization. 66. Illustrative of the nationalist component in the reconstitution of the Republican state was the mission of the Comité d'Action Marroquí, Moroccan Action Committee, which arrived in Spain in September, seeking a declaration of Moroccan autonomy from the government, in exchange for which they would attempt to organize an uprising in the rebels' African rearguard and to disrupt recruitment to the Army of Africa. 67 Garcia Oliver had been in contact with this committee since July, but although he was able to arrange for a pact to be signed with the CCMA, the meeting of the delegation with Largo Caballero proved fruitless. The Prime Minister was concerned that any such declaration of autonomy would provoke a hostile reaction from France. 68 The Spanish Republic thus maintained the colonial policies that had incubated the ultranationalist and authoritarian military caste that had rebelled against it, and anti-fascist nationalism became an ideological corollary of state reconstruction in the Republic. Tragically, although Solidaridad Obrera called for the complete independence of Morocco at this time, Monsanelli's speech was only one of many examples of Spanish anarchists promoting this increasingly dominant ideology. 69. Voluble nationalism went hand in hand with the reassertion of patriarchal values that further undermined the achievements of the revolution. As noted above, women in workers' overalls brandishing rifles was one of the most striking images of July in the major cities. Every observer of Spanish affairs commented on the public transformation of the role of women. On July 20, Solidaridad Obrera noted that women had fought alongside men at the barricades in Barcelona. 70 The involvement of women at the front was initially exalted by the workers' organizations, and the image of the miliciana was used in recruitment posters and propaganda, which were aimed at women as well as men. 71 The process whereby this exaltation was turned into its opposite ran parallel to the reconstitution of the Spanish state. 72 For the authorities seeking to normalize the Republican rearguard, putting women back in their place was a first step. An early indication that this process would not be unanimously opposed by the revolutionary forces was a note carried in Solidaridad Obrera on September 30 stating that a new column formed in Poblet in Tarragona would only admit milicianas who were related to or a partner of male recruits. 73 This was followed days later by denunciations in the official newspaper of the Badalona Anti-Fascist Committee of women deemed to be showing off, criticizing photos of women armed with a gun who have never fired a shot in their lives. 74. Learned patriarchal behaviors were not dispelled overnight, in spite of the profound challenge to traditional gender norms that the rupture of July had represented. However, determined women were able to persuade anarchist commanders to accept their presence in the columns, even when this was against their better judgment. Such was the case of Antonia Fontanillas, who along with two friends convinced Juan Yag to allow them to enlist in the column he was organizing for the ill-fated Mallorca expedition. 75 Mary Lowe also recounts the story of her friend, Margaret Zimbel, a 19-year-old German Jew who also participated in the Mallorca expedition as part of a POUM column. Initially persuaded to remain in the rearguard after her return, she ran to catch up with her company when it was departing for the front at Huesca. She would die shortly afterwards, caught by a sniper while tending to a wounded comrade. 76 Such individual cases were not uncommon, but the respect that the milicianas were able to gain from their fellow combatants was undermined by the campaign of normalization that was gaining traction at state level, accompanied by the slogan "Men to the front, women to the rearguard." That prominent anarchists propagated the slogan showed that sexist common sense could be made to serve, consciously or not, the process of state reconstruction. For the anarchist Conexa Perez, who left the front. This was what hurt me more, because it was our comrades, Ortiz, who was a friend of mine, and Durruti. They had always been comrades, fighting for equality, but on this point I don't think they got it. 77. State reconstruction in the Republican zone must therefore be seen as a broader process than that implied by the reorganization of administrative bodies. By the time the CNT officially entered the government of Largo Caballero, a fact announced at a rally in Valencia on October 19, sectors of the organization were already involved in this process, both in terms of formal relations with the state, and in public support for its constitution as a patriarchal and racial/national entity. That the news implied simultaneously a moment in an ongoing process and a crossing of the Rubicon that would intensify the CNT state collaboration, with all of its implications for the internal life of the organization, was reflected in the varied response it generated from within the ranks of Spanish anarchism. For one sector, it was a bombshell greeted with disbelief, while for others it was accepted as a pragmatic response to the demands of the situation. 78 For Prieto, it was a logical continuation of collaboration with other anti-fascist forces, and he was particularly dismissive of the metaphysics of accepting positions in regional governments, the judiciary, and the police while continuing to renounce representation at the level of central government. 79 According to some sympathizers, the CNT's acceptance of a secondary role in the central government, and the ideological concession this implied, was proof of the sincerity of the organization's anti-fascism. 80 Meanwhile, Solidaridad Obrera, which was operating with a temporary, transitional editorial board at this time, because the regional committee of the CNT had removed the purist editor, Liberto Callejas, greeted the presence of anarchist ministers in the Republican government with ingenuous enthusiasm. The entrance of the CNT into central government, it declared, is one of the most transcendental occurrences in the political history of our country. The state and government will oppress the people still less with the intervention in them of elements of the CNT. 81. Any possibility that the ministers and councillors representing the organizations that supported the revolution could change the oppressive nature of the state was compromised, however, by the fact that they were at all times outnumbered by an emerging bloc determined to, in its words, normalize the Republican rearguard, thereby enabling the reconstitution of the Republican state. 82 This bloc was composed, in Cataluna, of the ERC, the PSUC, the Unió de Rabasers, an organization of Catalan peasants that was traditionally sympathetic to the political left but hostile to collectivization, and Acció Catalana Republicana, Republican Catalan Action. In the Generalitat, it was represented by 7 councillors, 3 from the ERC, 2 from the PSUC and 1 each from the Unió de Rabasers and Republican Catalan Action, as compared with 3 from the CNT and 1 POUM councillor. In the newly organized central government, the 4 CNT ministers were accompanied by 14 other socialist, communist, and Republican ministers. 83 While it should be borne in mind that many rank-and-file socialists and UGT members were active participants in the revolution, their representatives in government, while belonging to different tendencies, were united in conceiving the revolution, if they supported it at all, as a secondary consideration to the war and the construction of a strong state. The ministries given to the CNT were Health, Justice, Industry, and Commerce, whose ministers would be, respectively, Monsanati, Garcia Oliver, Piro and Juan López, the latter a convinced syndicalist who had joined the CNT aged 11. 84 The relative impotence of the 4 anarchist ministers with respect to the anti-revolutionary bloc was immediately made clear. As soon as they entered the government they were called to an emergency meeting to debate the removal of the seat of the Republican government from Madrid to Valencia in the face of the fascist advance. This debate took 2 days to resolve because of the opposition to the move mounted by the anarchists. 85 Faced with the unanimous opposition of their ministerial colleagues and desirous of averting a crisis in the new government, however, they eventually acquiesced. The abandonment of the capital caused a scandal, and libertarian embarrassment was heightened when ministers leaving the city were detained at anarchist-controlled checkpoints. 86 The affair cost Prieto his post as national secretary of the CNT, and he was replaced by the then regional secretary of Catalunya, Mariano Rodriguez Vázquez, who was, however, similarly committed to collaboration in government. Libertarian ire in Madrid was to an extent channeled into the defiant fervor required for the defense of the city, encapsulated by the mobilizing slogan "Long Live Madrid without a government." 87 It was further sated by the ad hoc organization created by Largo Caballero, the Junta de Defensa de Madrid, Madrid Defense Council, JDM, charged with taking on governmental authority in the capital and mounting its defense in the absence of the Spanish Parliament. Superficially resembling in composition and appearance the anti-fascist committees then being wound down under the terms of the municipal reorganization ordered by the Largo Caballero government, the CNT in Madrid greeted the creation of the JDM as a vindication of the perspective it had maintained in the previous months, of regional anti-fascist committees being coordinated by a National Council of Defense. 88 Several anarchists would later recall in interviews with Ronald Fraser that Madrid at this time experienced a revolutionary atmosphere. 89 Nevertheless, once the immediate danger of the city's fall had passed, the CNT's delegates to the new body found themselves pressurized by their colleagues with regard to an issue that was becoming familiar throughout the Republican rearguard, the problem posed to public order by the continued presence of armed CNT members on the streets. Complaints about the organization from members of the junta had to do with the apparent refusal of the CNT's members to disarm, or abide by the agreements of the JDM. Lorenzo Inigo Granizo, the delegate of the FIJL, acknowledged that CNT members did indeed refuse to accept the authority of the junta with regard to the question of arms, because the organization dreaded the possibility that the communist-controlled public order authorities would be able to draw up a register of the names and addresses of armed CNT activists. He even challenged José Cazorla, delegate of public order, to disarm him outside a meeting of the JDM if you have the balls, as the only license he held for his weapon was signed by the local Federation of Unions. 90 An essential problem of the CNT's collaboration with the state was thereby revealed, that the will to collaborate in an anti-fascist bloc did not easily translate into an acceptance of governmental authority at ground level, particularly when, as in the case of disarmament, this was both a life and death issue and an affront to the libertarian conception of the revolution. As shown by the example of Madrid, normalization of the rearguard, the most explosive aspect of which was the confrontation over public order and internal security, where libertarian influence tended to be important, was deemed necessary even in areas of Republican Spain where revolutionary transformation had been more limited than in Catalunya and Aragon. So it was that in Almería the civil governor was moved to declare in an order of early November that all authority and competence with regard to government and public administration remains linked to accordance with the laws of the Republic, to the town halls, mayors, and their legitimately designated agents. 91 Expropriations were to end while arrests and registers would henceforth only be undertaken by governmental and military authorities. Likewise in Malaga, the foremost form taken by state reconstruction in the autumn was the reorganization of public order, whereby the functions of the Committee of Public Safety were transferred to newly established bodies. The Patrullas Mixtas, which had operated as a rearguard militia, were dissolved and the official police force, responsible to the civil governor, was put in control of everything pertaining to the tranquility and vigilance of the city. 92 As partners in this process of state reconstruction, the CNT and the FAI could do little to oppose the restoration of public order in an official capacity. The same was true of the conversion of the militia into a regular army, the process known as militarization, promulgated by Largo Caballero in a raft of legislation and appointments over the autumn and winter of 1936. 93 Above all, the process sought to establish a mando único, unified command, of the armed forces. Among the organizations of the Republican rearguard, interpretations of what a mando único would imply varied from the increased cohesion and internal coordination of the militia system with its high proportion of voluntary, democratic units controlled by political or union organizations, to the creation of a new Republican army based on traditional military hierarchies and discipline. In Malaga, for example, the regional committee of the CNT called for a Mando Unico to be established at a regional level on the basis of a provincial council of unified militia. 94 Nevertheless, the insistent propagation of the Mando Unico as a campaigning slogan by Communist and Republican parties was, as Juan Andrade, an activist of the POUM, noted in the party newspaper La Batalla, intended to suggest that there are some on the left of anti-fascism who oppose general mobilization and unity of command. They Communists and Republicans are making a mistake, unless it is a conscious maneuver on their part. 95 We might surmise that Mando Unico was being used euphemistically by the proponents of militarization to hasten the return of those aspects of soldiery that this left of anti-fascism did oppose: martial discipline, military rank, and the loss of political and revolutionary characteristics. The possibility that a voice as influential as that of Durruti could be added to those opposing militarization had been extinguished by a bullet on the Madrid front in November 1936. Until that point, the Durruti column had resisted militarization. 96 Although Durruti had not openly used his influence to defy the CNT, and had reluctantly taken a squad of militia with him from the Aragon front to join the defense of Madrid at the behest of the organization, a speech he had made before his departure, delivered on the radio and transmitted across loudspeakers in Barcelona, had indicated the widespread unease felt at the front with regard to the compromises made in the rear. 97 After his death, his legacy was to become a battleground, symbolized by the slogan "We renounce everything except victory," a phrase falsely attributed to him by anti-fascist allies that would soon be employed by the Comite superiors of the libertarian organizations. 98 Former members of his column, meanwhile, recalled Durruti having stated that militarization would be rejected regardless of decisions made in the rearguard. 99 Suspecting that their commander had been murdered, either by communists or even by his eventual replacement, the former military officer José Manzana, the reluctance of the Durruti column in Madrid to reincorporate into the front became a cause of severe embarrassment to the Comite superiors of the CNT. 100 Meanwhile, these committees entrusted the veteran activist Miguel González Inestal with a particular mission to convince their members at the front to accept the introduction of martial discipline and rank in the libertarian trenches. 101 In so doing, however, the CNT and the FAI were undermining the bases of their power, and removing the conditions that had made their collaboration a necessary precondition for the recovery of the Republican state's legitimacy. By the end of the year, as opponents of the revolution continued to regain ground lost in July, many anarchists began to take stock, and to advance alternative strategies to that of state collaboration. This would bring them into conflict with those engaged in the process of state reconstruction, including, inevitably, the Comite superiors of the libertarian movement. Revolutionary resistance. As we have seen, the presence of arms in the rearguard was integral to the question of who held power in revolutionary Spain, the state or the organized working class, and as such it became a test case for anarchists committed to defending and strengthening the revolutionary achievements of the summer. In Catalunya, the creation of the patrullas de control as the legitimate guarantors of the revolutionary order in the region, in addition to the scarcity of arms at the front, had led the Comite superiors to back a campaign for the remainder of the rearguard to be disarmed. Diego Abad de Santillan put the case for such disarmament to a plenum of anarchist affinity groups in Barcelona on August 21, which agreed to his proposal. At a meeting of the Barcelona Comite superiors held the following day, however, a representative of the city's defense committees was present, who stated that in various assemblies held in the neighborhoods of Barcelona it has been agreed that, prior to handing over weapons for the front, the armed bodies responsible to the government should be disarmed first. 102 Diego Camacho would later recall a manifesto of Barcelona defense committees that declared, "The defense groups will not lay down their arms while the problem of political power is unresolved and there is an armed force that obeys the Madrid government and isn't under workers' control." 103 This assertion of the right of revolutionaries to bear arms was an appeal to revolutionary legitimacy as opposed to republican legality that had as its basis the ongoing revolutionary situation in Spain. 104 Even at this early stage, however, the adoption by anarchists of positions that were outside and against the state would be treated by the Comite superiors as a breach of internal discipline. At a further meeting of the Comite superiors on September 5, in response to the continued autonomy of action of the defense committees, the then regional secretary of the Catalan CNT, Mariano Rodríguez Vázquez, and Marcos Alconselma, a member of the Nosotros group, insisted that the committees were responsible to the CNT and the FAI and that members should raise any concerns with their respective unions. 105 Union democracy had been severely curtailed by the conditions of war, however, and the political culture of workplaces had been diluted by the obligatory unionization of the Catalan workforce and the departure of seasoned activists for the front or for official positions. In such circumstances, it was inevitable that the defense committees would continue to provide both a meeting point for disaffected voluntarists and purists in Barcelona, and a network through which the armed defense of the revolution could be effected. The fact that the defense committees were, a month after July 19, represented by delegates in conflict with the collaborative policies of the Comite superiors further reinforces the interpretation offered above as to the existence of a core and a wider network of defense committees that was mediated by radicals whose obedience could not be relied upon. Once the pre-war Regional Defense Committee had dissolved in order to take up positions either at the front or in the CCMA, new Defense Committee representatives were chosen from among these radicals who swiftly came into conflict with their predecessors. In September, an affinity group was formed among JJLL members in the Barcelona suburb of Gracia who also belonged to their local defense committees. Named Los Quijotes del Ideal, the group was set up to reaffirm the essential principles of anarchism in opposition to what was seen as the degeneration of the CNT and the FAI, to which latter organization it did not affiliate. 106 It can therefore be perceived that the combative approach adopted by the activist delegates at the heart of the defense committees was echoed at their youthful, purist periphery. That veteran purists were also among the dissenters became clear in December, when the municipal reorganization begun in autumn made its delayed appearance in Aragon. The reorganized Regional Defense Council, the makeup of which was announced on December 21 with the blessing of the central government, contained 7 CNT delegates, and 2 members each of the Left Republicans, the UGT, and the Communist Party. A 15th member, Benito Pavon, was a member of the Partido Sindicalista and had been a long-standing member of the CNT. 107 This reorganization prompted the resignation of José Alberola, a veteran of the struggle against the Republican Alliance of 1931. In a speech in Lleida in March 1937, he gave an indication of his reasoning. If the vanguard retreat, those who are less advanced will justify their own retreat with that of the most advanced and no one will remain at their post. The anarchist will accept politics to share the sphere with the bourgeoisie and authoritarians, the socialist will become a republican and the republican will turn still further to the reaction, which is exactly what is happening. A half-completed revolution represents a setback. 108. Anarchist women also organized to bring the revolution to completion. The fusion of the group around the Review Mujeres Libres in Madrid with the women's cultural grouping in Barcelona, led to Mujeres Libres, MMLL, groups springing up throughout the Republican zone, and the Review reappeared in the autumn as the mouthpiece of what was fast becoming a nationwide organization. The MMLL formed a self-organized presence in the rearguard via which the patriarchal implications of state reconstruction would be combated. Its vision and practices, as Martha Ackelsberg puts it, differentiated it both from other left-wing women's organizations and, to some extent, from other organizations of the anarcho-syndicalist movement. While the founders of the journal saw their programs and policies as consistent with the theory and goals of the larger anarchist movement, they believed that, left to its own devices, the movement was incapable of mobilizing women effectively for the social revolution and the reconstruction of society. 109. That the grouping was, by contrast to such grandees of the movement as Federica Montseny, able to perceive the danger to the revolution posed by the intertwined re-emergence of gendered and racial discourse is demonstrated by an article in its review at the end of the year. It was written in response to a recruitment poster in Madrid which played on racist and sexist fears of the Army of Africa. Near identical versions had appeared in Barcelona addressed to Catalan men, under the slogan Madrileños, do not allow your women to be despoiled by the Moors. Madrileño, comrade, brother, do not join the struggle out of fear of the Moorish razzias, the bane of Christian women. There is no reason to revive the instinctive, primitive motives that years of spiritual cultivation have calmed. You do not need the spurs of opportunists who, to win a victory, almost always for their party, resort to the lowest of incitements. You are struggling for yourself, out of your deepest conviction and not because of the ridiculous threats, of greater or lesser accuracy and terror, of humiliation to your wife who, what is more, shares your ideal and knows how to defend it and herself. 110. Opposition to state collaboration would grow in coherence over the first months of 1937, and the continued contacts between radical women, anarchist purists, and the defense committees would be crucial to the revolutionary mobilization in May of that year. As had occurred during the first years of the Second Republic, the revolutionary press played a significant role in establishing a shared platform for these sectors to express their misgivings about state collaboration. This became clear above all following the acceptance of ministries in the government of Largo Caballero. The old guard of the Solidaridad Obrera editorial board had been cleared out before this news was announced, but the revolution had allowed new publications to be established, or old ones to be revived, and several voiced their skepticism at this turn of events. The newspaper of the FAI in Valencia, Nosotros, in an article entitled The Anarchists and the Circumstances, declared that, if anarchist principles were not maintained, we will end up not knowing who is an anarchist and who is a Republican. 111 Línea de Fuego, the mouthpiece of the Iron Column, an anarchist division on the front at Teruel, went further. What was always attacked is now to be embraced and the very foundations of our beliefs torn up. From now on there is to be no more talk of freedom, but of obedience to our government instead. 112 Acracia, the publication of the CNTFAI in Lleida, which had, under the stewardship of José Pirates, also made clear its opposition to state collaboration, considered the sudden jump from the social to the political terrain to be a senseless contradiction even from a collaborationist perspective, requiring that activists in the libertarian movement split up in order to form a separate body in organizations unsuited to a revolutionary movement. The workers of the CNT, it went on, did not require the distractions of the political sphere to carry forward the revolution. 113. By December 1936, several of those sacked from Solidaridad Obrera were collaborating in Ideas, the newly established weekly mouthpiece of the libertarian movement in Vallobregat, an area known for its revolutionism and the only Catalan locality whose representative, José Zena, had voted against the CNT participating in the CCMA. 114 The editors of Ideas made it clear that they thought the CNT was making a strategic error in subjugating its principles to the war against fascism, considering the situation to be uniquely propitious for the organization to put forward its perspective. Nor were punches pulled in regard to the CNT's anti-fascist allies. The politicians, all the Spanish politicians of the so-called left, are as responsible as the fascists for the battle that bloodies the Iberian soil, because they allowed the fascist movement to organize itself from the ministries, barracks, and colonies of Spain. To those, today as yesterday, we must say, the time of governments has passed, the time of politics has passed, the social hour has sounded. You are victims of your own errors, you think of nothing other than power and money. 115. Leaving little doubt as to its position, the front page headline of this first edition read, Neither Law nor Official Army. Socialization and the People Armed. 116 The issues this headline raised, obedience to the law, militarization, socialization, and the disarmament of the rear guard, demonstrate that the contributors to Ideas had identified the dividing lines that were to prove fundamental to the coalescence of a revolutionary alliance opposed to state reconstruction. On the other side of the divide stood not only the anti-revolutionary bloc but the Commite superiors of the CNT. Conclusions. At the first meeting of the CCMA on the night of July 21, 1936, the question was raised as to who had been responsible for the defeat of the army in Barcelona. To this, Aurelio Fernandez, a veteran activist of the CNT and member of the Nosotros group, replied, "The usual suspects, the Piojosos, low life." Agustin Guillamon has expanded on who was understood to fall into this category. The unemployed, the recent migrants and the marginalized and impoverished population of the Casas Baratas, cheap houses, and the mistreated industrial proletariat who, in extremely tough conditions, assailed by mass unemployment, long working days, hunger wages, and precarious piecework, lived in the working-class neighborhoods, in rented or sublet hovels, rooms, or bare flats which they had to share due to unaffordable rent. 117. These were the conquerors of July, who had swarmed into the center from the workers' districts, described by Francisco Lacroix, who despised them, as terrifying-looking whores, former men, subhuman beings full of psychopathic defects. This mad and maddening humanity, which ordinarily lives hidden from and extraneous to the city. 118. The unlikely coincidence of Fernandez and Lacroix in their naming of the revolutionary protagonists reveals July as the triumph of those who had been excluded from bourgeois society, a fact recognized by their champions as well as their enemies. The victory of the workers was also a victory for women, terrifying looking in their masculine attire, brandishing rifles, occupying buildings, and demolishing the women's prison. It was moreover an internationalist victory, and as anarchist patrols began to dominate the French, Catalan frontier, revolutionary Barcelona acted as a magnet to radicals and refugees from fascist states. This was the cosmopolitan working-class alliance, which, understood in pathological, gendered and racist terms, was what the international phenomenon of fascism had set out to destroy. But its triumph was also incompatible with the continued existence of the democratic, bourgeois nation-state. The profundity and scale of the revolutionary moment and the expansiveness of its horizons meant that briefly the state appeared to have evaporated, leaving anarchy and fascism to behold each other as irreconcilable opposites. Yet the Spanish Revolution was also to reveal the reservoirs of power that the modern state could draw upon even after its administrative mechanisms and monopoly of violence had disappeared. Working-class men who had been frequently dehumanist due to their association with radical politics were now appealed to in gendered terms to control the frivolous displays of power and pleasure of their rifle-wielding sisters and daughters. Anarchist men were encouraged to repudiate the presence of women at the front due to the dangers of venereal disease but not to eschew brothels while on leave. Men whose status as true Catalans or Spaniards had never been recognized when they were militant organizers were now encouraged to enlist in order to protect their women from the Moorish hordes. In this way, unpredictable and expansive revolutionary energies could be channeled back into the service of a system whose iniquities had nurtured those sectors of society that now sought to cast all democracy and progress aside. Democracy and progress were further resources of the stricken state. It has been argued that the division of the Spanish anarchists into gradualists, voluntarists, and purists was rendered meaningless by the onset of the Civil War. 119 Although porous, these categories in fact retain their validity. The libertarian activists that backed state collaboration in 1936 formed an alliance that was reminiscent of the movement at the moment of the Republic's declaration in April 1931. And it was justified in such terms in a speech by the prominent Asturian anarchist and future mayor of Gijón, Avelino Maleta, on September 11, 1936, during the democracy, dictatorship, and whenever it was necessary, the anarchists struggled against tyranny. In the years of Primo de Rivera, we anarchists stood at the side of the Democrats to put an end to that shameful episode. 120 The organizational priorities consistently maintained by gradualists such as Maleta and Joan Piró were reinforced during the first months of the Civil War by the National Secretary of the CNT, Horacio M. Prieto, while the purist Montsonet's progressive defense of a national, democratic civilization in August 1936 likewise echoed the sentiments she had expressed at the birth of the Republic. Although the most prominent voluntarists, in particular Garcia Oliver and Durruti, had been more enigmatic, in some respects their role in July recalled their activity in Barcelona on April 14, 1931, when CNT activists ensured that Luis Companys was able to occupy the office of the civil governor, or in exile prior to the Second Republic, when they maintained close relations with Catalan separatists in opposition to the dictatorship. 121 Having castigated his forebears for missing the opportunity to take on the mantle of Lenin and Trotsky in Spain, Garcia Oliver, at the helm of the Barcelona Defense Committees, acquiesced in the decision of an unconstitutionally assembled regional plenum to participate in the CCMA and, rather than attempt to gain support for his revolutionary position among the wider membership, would go on to become one of the most notable figures of state collaboration. As in the case of Russia 20 years earlier, the advances of the revolution in Spain in the summer of 1936 were predicated on the decomposition of the state and the creation of alternative sources of legitimacy and power by armed workers. When those alternatives began to be closed down by the reconstituted state, this process could be understood as a counter-revolution, even though in both instances the revolutionary organizations were involved in this disguised resurrection of the state prophesied by Bakunin. 122 What would complicate matters further in the Spanish case was that the CNT's apparent allies in the project of state collaboration were ambivalent in their relations with the Comite superiors, and wholly hostile to the organization's grassroots activists. As a result, the latter were pushed into a twofold defense of anarchism, on the one hand attempting to maintain fidelity to their anti-state traditions, and on the other resisting the attempts of rival organizations to sideline the libertarian movement. In spite of these setbacks, the forces that the rupture of July had set in motion could not easily be contained. After a period of disorientation and regroupment, radical anarchists began to push back against the reconstruction of the state, defending the conquests of July, and moving forward with structural challenges to the capitalist economy. Over the course of this process, alliances began to emerge that reaffirmed the initial, expansive parameters of the Spanish Revolution. This process, and the new organizational expressions it gave rise to, is the subject of the following chapter. 3. Radical Anarchism, Program and Alliance, January, April 1937. By the end of 1936, a division within the CNT on the basis of attitudes to the state could be perceived. On the one hand, many members advocated a defense of the revolution in the rear through a socialized economy and armed populace, and at the front through a war waged by a voluntary, popular militia. This was summed up in the slogan advanced by the publication Ideas, Socialization and the People Armed. One on the other hand, the organization's Comite superiors were now committed to participation in national and regional governments of anti-fascist unity, the principal objective of which was to re-establish the republican state in order to wage a conventional war. Either side of this divide, the decision-making processes employed by the partisans of each tendency were at variance. The radical tendency was characterized by assemblies of activists in the neighborhoods, workers in the factories, and combatants at the front. The Comite superiors, by contrast, made decisions at closed meetings, often in haste and in response to urgent situations. Over the winter and early spring of 1937, the parameters of this division would become more clearly defined. One factor that initially served to obscure the tensions within the libertarian movement was an awareness of the threat to the CNT's influence posed by the increasing coherence and confidence of those organizations that made the fight against fascism conditional upon the suppression of the social revolution, in particular the PCE and its Catalan sister party, the PSUC. The PSUC is unlikely to have numbered more than a few thousand members at its foundation, but it grew rapidly during the first year of the war, appealing to anti-fascists among the middling classes with a program committed to the defense of parliamentary democracy and private property. 2 The line of the Comintern, to which the PSUC and PCE belonged, was of presenting Spain to Britain and France as a fellow democratic state under siege from fascism and requiring their aid. In order to do this, it was imperative to downplay, deny, or curtail the revolutionary aspect of the Spanish Civil War, while attempting to maintain anti-fascist unity. 3 In practice, however, these aims proved to be mutually exclusive. Early observations from Comintern agents such as André Marty stressed the desirability of splitting the CNT between those of its components who favored unity and those who threatened it by pressing ahead with the revolution. 4. The libertarian camp had generally been slow to react to the position the PCE and the PSUC had taken on in the summer of 1936. Attempts had been made to ostracize the latter party from revolutionary phenomena in certain parts of Catalonia because it was regarded as an arriviste organization without established credentials, not because of its political positioning. 5 Consequently, the offensive carried out by the PCE and the PSUC against the dissident communist POUM was characterized in Solidaridad Obrera as relating to personal or party political questions, questions of pride rather than representing an attack on the revolution's most vulnerable adherents. 6 Even the POUM, however, did not initially consider the communists to be external to its conception of proletarian anti-fascism. For this reason Andrunin, the de facto leader of the party in this period, considered there to be a working-class majority in the Generalitat. 7 Nevertheless, by the end of 1936, a counter-revolutionary threat had become apparent to all sectors of the CNT and not only those already skeptical about anti-fascist collaboration. 8 This counter-revolution was defined in the official press of the Catalan CNT in terms of political intrigue, primarily with regard to the provocations and rumor-mongering of the communists in their attempts to sideline the Confederation. 9 The radicals had a broader, and more realistic, understanding of the process as one of reconstructing the republican state at the expense of revolutionary projects. Such an analysis had cost the veteran purist Liberto Callejas his job as editor of Solidaridad Obrera, following the publication of an editorial that opposed the decree of militarization in terms that struck at the heart of the problem. There is a mentality that, of a piece with the position it held before July 19, tends almost involuntarily towards the reconstruction of that which existed then but which has since been destroyed by the revolutionary process. 10 The article, which insisted that militarization must not be allowed to undermine the revolutionary character of the war or resurrect a pre-revolutionary militarist spirit, prompted the PSUC and the Catalan branch of the UGT to send a letter of complaint to both the regional committees of the CNT and the FAI, precipitating the dismissal of Callejas. 11. Callejas's understanding of the counter-revolution as a phenomenon of state reconstruction rather than organizational rivalry reflected the division of the CNT into street-level and high political perspectives. This divergence would be exposed most clearly during the May events in Barcelona, when the Comite superiors considered the revolutionary mobilization of the libertarian movement to have as its end the mere rectification of yet another communist-inspired provocation. 12 If the widespread identification of an external enemy, the counter-revolution, in the months prior to these events served to obscure the differences within the libertarian movement, this chapter will demonstrate that it did not prevent the emergence and crystallization of a radical program defined in opposition to the reimposition of state power per se. As much was made clear at the start of the year by the rationalist teacher Florial O'Connor in the pages of Ideas, the new journalistic home of Liberto Callejas. The fifth column, formed by all the political parties, has begun its attack on the People's Revolution. With typical guile it has increased the size of the old organs of state repression in the hope that, as before, they will follow the state's orders. If the political world, which bears the blame for the rise of fascism, succeeds in making the people obey laws intended to put the brakes on social and economic progress, and swallow the double pill of an official army and armed institutions recognized as the only forces and organizational forms permitted to struggle at the front and conserve revolutionary order in the rear, then soon, very soon, we will see a campaign for those who aren't enlisted in one or other mercenary body to immediately hand over weapons and munitions. And after this campaign will come, registers of homes intended to complete the disarmament of the proletariat. 13. This bleak perspective, which would prove to be remarkably prescient, was shared by other revolutionaries in Spain. Mary Lowe described the ebb of the revolution and the linked reassertion of militarism, nationalism, and traditional gender roles. It was in the air. The regiments going down the streets marched in perfect formation, 1-2, 1-2, the arms swinging chest high and the hundreds of feet striking down on the pavement with a single, thunderous blow. The Catalan flag was carried automatically with the red banners and the black. There were less women mingled among the men going to the front, there were no longer dogs and cats following on the end of a string, or perched on kit bags. It was all as it should be, and we stood more chance of winning the war perhaps, but meanwhile the chance of winning the revolution was growing gradually fainter. 14. In spite of this relative decline, however, the revolution retained a great deal of resources and potential. Across Republican Spain, over 1.5 million workers and peasants began the year participating in the revolutionary experiment of collectivization. 15. It was, after all, as late as December 1936 that George Orwell arrived in Barcelona and described it as a place where the working class was in the saddle. 16. Furthermore, following the heroic defense of Madrid, sufficient optimism remained as to the course of the war for the branches of the libertarian movement to advance policies that went beyond the merely defensive or reactive. Detectable in this period was an increasing restlessness among radicals who did not accept the circumstantial arguments of the Commite superiors and were unprepared to be swept along by the tide of events. In an overview of the movement published at the outset of 1937, the editorial board of Acracia predicted a change of course. Anarchism, in spite of ministerial collaboration, has not betrayed itself, which is not to say that the ministers and councillors are behaving like anarchists, but rather that not all anarchism is ministerial and nor does it make a dogma out of the facts as they stand. There are many of us who have remained faithful to the most rigorous anti-statism. We anticipate, therefore, a brilliant confederal and anarchist resurgence, that will return to the resolutions adopted and rectify abuses. The revolution will not be strangled with the complicity of its most enthusiastic champions. Let us react for the good of everyone. For a humanity without classes and a society of free producers. 17. The stage was set for an alliance among radical revolutionaries that would seek to alter the collaborationist course of the libertarian organizations, as had occurred at the outset of the Second Republic, while simultaneously attempting to deepen and extend the revolutionary process. The result was a surprising upturn in revolutionary initiatives and the coalescence of new revolutionary solidarities in the first third of 1937. As we will see in this chapter, however, this resurgence was complicated by the disastrous loss of Malaga, the increasing violence of state reconstruction, and the widening gap between the grassroots activists and the Commite superiors, leading radicals to consider a return to the barricades the only remaining option for the salvation of the Spanish Revolution. The people armed. As intimated in the above citation from O'Connor, the successful reconstitution of the Republican state depended on the governing authorities establishing a monopoly of violence at the front and at the rear. Opposed to this, the slogan of the people armed lost ground to campaigns urging the sending of weapons to the front and the establishment of a mando unico to oversee the war effort. The position of those resisting militarization was much weakened by the fall of Malaga in February. Hombres Libres, the newspaper connected to the Morado column in the province of Granada, had continued to affirm in January that the revolution and the war were inseparable. 18. However, once Malaga had fallen, its defenders starved of ammunition and support by the central government, the Morado column agreed to militarization at a General Assembly. 19. Miguel Garcia, a Catalan militia volunteer and CNT member who had joined the front at Madrid, recalled that anarchists let themselves be persuaded into accepting the inevitable for the sake of the promised arms. 20. González Inestal, the man who had been charged with imposing militarization on anarchist columns by Prieto, told more recalcitrant militia that they would be unable to count on organizational support in requesting arms and ammunition if the decision of the CNT to accept militarization was not respected. 21. On February 5, a plenum of anarchist and confederal columns took place in Valencia. 22. It had been called by the Iron Column, in operation on the front at Teruel, in consultation with the Morado column, which was unable to send delegates because of the advance of the mutinous army on Malaga. The reasons given for the calling of the plenum were, first, that the enormous quantity of decisions made in the rearguard had taken place without consulting the militia columns, and, second, that those in the rear had seemingly forgotten the revolutionary meaning of the moment. 23 As if to confirm the timeliness of this assembly, at a regional plenum of the Catalan CNT the previous day, delegates from Vallobregat and Cardona had affirmed that militarization annuls the revolutionary organization, while the delegate from Badalona suggested that representatives from the militia columns be granted representation at national plenums of the CNT, a proposal rejected by the regional committee. 24. While several attendees at the plenum of militia stressed the historic or transcendental nature of the gathering, the representative of the national committee of the CNT made plain his irritation at the manner in which the plenum had been called and denied its authority. He reported, furthermore, that Largo Caballero had personally informed him that the arms of the state will be given to the forces of the state. If the militia do not want to enter into the state, then their organizations can supply them with arms. 25 It was clear, therefore, that the price paid for military supplies would be an acceptance of state authority. The alternative, as was swiftly becoming clear, was abandonment by both the General Command and the libertarian organizations. The continued viability of columns operating in accordance with anarchist principles at the front depended on the persistence of the revolutionary interregnum in the rear. In the case of the Iron Column, its attempt to rely on the resources of this revolution came under sustained attack from the forces of the state in the first months of 1937. A small socialized factory in Burayana that supplied the column with munitions was subject to an attempted occupation by members of the Republican police force, the assault guards, which was only averted on the intervention of armed militia and the negotiation of the CNT's National Committee. 26 Then, on March 8, the occupation of a workers' center in Vinalisa by assault guards prompted clashes that led to the occupation of the district by government forces and the arrest and imprisonment of 200 libertarians, including 92 members of the Iron Column. 27 Appeals for the release of the prisoners were persistent in Nosotros in the following weeks and echoed in the pages of Acracia. The Italian anarchist Camillo Bernieri, a refugee from Mussolini's Italy, who had fought at the front before ill health forced him to return to Barcelona, described the events as reminiscent of Casas Viejas. 28. On March 21, the Iron Column finally agreed to militarization at an assembly. 29 The previous month, the similarly recalcitrant components of the Del Rosal Column had been loaded onto trucks and taken from the front line to Cuenca, where a representative of the National Committee informed them that they would be expelled from the organization if they failed to militarize. 30 Following militarization, the significance of the people armed shifted to the rearguard, where many activists, male and female, continued to bear arms. In the first half of 1937, these activists would be joined by a steady stream of combatants leaving the front. By far the most significant group to abandon the lines en masse was that from the Gelsa section of the Durruti column, of which 800 components returned to Barcelona with arms in hand in February, although desertion in opposition to militarization appears to have been a more widespread phenomenon than has hitherto been claimed, and requires further study. While militarization had settled the question of the monopoly of violence at the front in favor of the state, in the rear, and particularly in Cataluna, it remained open to contestation. There the police forces jostled for hegemony with the defense committees and with the patrullas de control. Although initially intended to comprise affiliates from all of the anti-fascist organizations, the patrullas were in effect controlled by the CNT, and in some cases were answerable to the local defense committee. 31 Those same committees pressured anarchists to overcome their reluctance to enlist in a body which had the appearance of a police force, challenging militants who complained of abuses to join in order to safeguard the revolutionary morality according to which the patrullas were to operate. 32 Early in 1937, however, the patrullas would become a target of the propaganda and lawmaking of the Republican and Communist parties, particularly in the wake of the much publicized events in La Fatarella in January. La Fatarella was an agricultural town in Cataluna, where an attempt to form a collective by a minority of its inhabitants, affiliated to the CNT, led to the crystallization of an anti-collectivization bloc composed of the PSUC, the IRC, the UGT, and the Union de Rabaisseurs. Growing tension in the town led to a bloody showdown between some of its anti-revolutionary inhabitants and the patrulles de control sent from Barcelona, resulting in tens of deaths, mostly of townspeople. 33 The uprising of La Fatarella was represented by the libertarian organizations as the work of the Fifth Column, but was defended by the anti-revolutionary bloc as an expression of legitimate grievances. 34 The UGT subsequently withdrew its members from the patrulles de control, and in February the PSUC organized a protest, in which the official police bodies participated, calling for their dissolution. 35 In spite of decrees issued in March and April, the Generalitat did not succeed in dissolving the patrulles de control, many of whose members in this period appear to have responded directly to the orders of their local defense committee. 36 Jamie Balius wrote in La Noche of the necessity of maintaining the patrulles de control as a guarantee of the revolution that would not be subject to or incorporated into the traditional forces of public order. It must not be the patrulles de control that are incorporated into the uniformed bodies, but rather the members of the institutions of the old regime who, after a rigorous selection process, should then form part of the patrulles de control, and it must be our comrades of the workers' organizations that control absolutely everything pertaining to public order. 37 At issue was one of the questions considered fundamental to a classical understanding of the state as a relation of men dominating men, a relation supported by means of legitimate, i.e. considered to be legitimate, violence. 38 In the Catalan rearguard in this period, as Balius's article makes clear, a power struggle was underway between those who claimed their legitimacy from legality and those whose claim to violence was based on the Revolution of July 1936. Who dominated whom had yet to be decided, but Balius was not alone in linking this question to his concern that the revolution had not gone far enough. In this respect, the economic question was as significant as that of public order, and the relevance of one to the other would be made explicit in this period. The socialization campaign. A recognition that the CNT had allowed the direction of the economy to escape its control following the first burst of revolutionary activity in the summer had, by the end of 1936, become general within the libertarian movement. This resulted in the socialization campaign that, in the first half of 1937, became crucial to the question of whether the revolution, or the project of state reconstruction, would triumph. The campaign would also reveal fault lines within the libertarian movement, with the Comite superiors understanding socialization to imply union control of the economy, while radical sectors defined it as a complete transformation in the relations of production leading to a community of free producers. 39 On December 30, 1936, an editorial in Solidaridad Obrera declared the intention of the CNT to prepare the intervention of the unions in the highest direction of production and of the economy in general, retrospectively suggesting that its initial acceptance of a system of partial collectivizations, in which union control was not, in the main, assured, had been intended as a transitional solution. 40 Dissatisfaction regarding the collectivizations as they had functioned hitherto stemmed from several factors. The existence of variables in prices within the same industry suggested that collectives in both the town and country were operating in competition with each other and not according to the needs of society at large. 41 Furthermore, in some cases activists felt that the effect of the committees set up to administer collectivist factories was that one boss had been replaced with 5.42 On December 6, 1936, at the first regional plenum of the FAI to be held in Catalunya since July, the delegate from the affinity group Viejos Acretas, based in the radical stronghold of El Hospitalet, declared that the factory control committees do the same as the bourgeoisie. 43 For radical anarchists, the collectivizations fell short of their revolutionary aspirations. The veteran activist Severino Campos, known as the Little Jacobin, lamented in the first issue of Ideas that, while the revolution has begun its rapid march, its constructive phase has not yielded the kind of results on the economic terrain that could satisfy the broad conceptions of anarchism. Nevertheless, we must not hold ourselves back nor take collectivism as a model of the social future, the collectivizations cannot continue in the manner in which they have been interpreted and practiced until now. It is necessary to think of something that will guarantee bread and work for all, while at the same time suppress the exorbitant wages of those who contribute the least work. 44. The December plenum of the Catalan FAI called for the socialization of production and distribution, avoiding the partial collectivization of enterprises, which represents a complete negation of the spirit of socialization. 45. In early January, a plenum of Catalan peasants affiliated to the CNT was held, at which the continued malign influence of the middleman was denounced by delegates, that of Pi de la Brega declaring that until such a time as there may be an across-the-board socialization of wealth it will necessarily be very difficult to attain the end in view. 46. For the Comite superiors, there were further potential advantages to the campaign. Its initiation enabled a return to the question of federations of industry, a reorganization of the CNT structure that had been debated at the Madrid Congress of 1931. using the argument that the CNT as it stood would be unable to implement socialization. Longtime advocates of the federations of industry, such as Joan Piró, attempted to persuade those sectors of the CNT that had obstructed their implementation for 5 years that the unions should be reorganized, with the concomitant increase in bureaucracy and centralization this implied. 48. Tierra y Libertad, the weekly publication of the FAI, dedicated double-page spreads of consecutive issues to explaining the need for both socialization and federations of industry and how they would function. 49. On January 7, Fidel Miró, secretary of the JJLL in Catalunya, published an article in Ruta, the mouthpiece of that organization, which also stressed the revolutionary import of socialization and the need for it to be preceded by the organization of federations of industry. 50. Socialization also appealed to the more radical sectors of the CNT, and, in this sense, the campaign had the potential to unify the organization. From the perspective of the Comite superiors, an increase in union control over the economy might have mitigated the CNT's decreasing influence at the level of state administration, while socialization may also have been viewed as an opportunity to bring the union's membership into line. Problematic in this regard was that the radical sectors of the libertarian organizations did not consider the socialization campaign as a question of internal discipline. Nor did they view it in the state and unromantic terms of Piró, who declared that socialization and nationalization is, in essence, the same thing. Socialization loses part of its virtues if it is the state that carries it out. It conserves all of them, when its enactor is the anti-state, specifically, the union. For this reason it is necessary that the required reaction is produced among confederal affiliates, and the superstructure of the industrial unions and the creation of the national federations is proceeded to rapidly. 51. By tapping into the mood of the movement's radical sectors, the campaign risked measures being taken before the new union structures could be implemented, and an initiative which had been expected to shore up the internal cohesion of the CNT threatened to produce a quite different outcome. Radicals in El Hospitalet had already undertaken, under the auspices of the socialized supplies industry, the expropriation of 2 cooperatives on Christmas Day 1936, which had resulted in the resignation of the IC and the UGT representatives from the Municipal Council. 52. In January, the local CNT took steps to socialize the entire economy of the town. This was agreed to by the CNT Union of El Hospitalet and announced in Ideas, January 21, 1937. Collectivization of individual enterprises had been widespread in El Hospitalet and their coordination was to be enacted within days. This example of socialization was to be controlled, not by national federations, but by a regional general council of the economy composed of elected delegates from each branch of industry, in line with proposals sketched out by José Zena. 53. The radicals read this development in a maximalist light. We give this idea to the comrades of other localities so that, if they are not afraid of being labeled extremists, they can put it into practice and facilitate the creation of the regional general council of the economy, the basis for bringing to a happy conclusion the free commune within a federation of the free peoples of Iberia. 54. Furthermore, radicals expanded on their conception of socialization to incorporate calls for the strict observance of union federalism and a critique of governmental collaboration. 55 For the CNT in Lida, socialization likewise implied that everything pertaining to the life of the town should be controlled and administered by the collective as a whole. 56 An open assembly was held at which the townspeople proclaimed the socialization of housing as the first stage in a process intended to lead to complete socialization. 57 In Aragon, a congress took place in Caspe in February, where 456 delegates representing 275 collectives agreed to the creation of a regional federation of agrarian collectives in order to improve coordination among themselves. 58 While this rationalization of the gains of the revolution was unanimously agreed to, the Congress also revealed tensions between the delegates in attendance and the Comite superiors. When the delegate of the Regional Committee of the CNT suggested that Adolfo Arnal Gracia, a CNT member and Councillor of Agriculture in the Regional Defense Council of Aragon, act as an advisor in the drawing up of the functions of the new federation, the delegate of Alcoriza declared that there can be no place whatsoever for political meddling at this congresses, while that of Benafar alleged that the Council of Agriculture behaved in a counter-revolutionary manner. 59 The assembled delegates were subsequently lectured to by a representative from the National Committee. It was only ourselves who were making the revolution. We were able to mount an immovable defense of the ideas that we carry in the deepest recesses of our hearts. If the current revolution was ours alone, that of the CNT, the one we want, then we would consider refusing to compromise on any issue. Remember that not everywhere is like Aragon. Here, fortunately, you form an undeniable majority, but in the provinces of Cuenca, Murcia, Albacete, and some others the confederal organization has barely any representatives. That is why it is necessary that in those places where we are the greater force, we compromise somewhat in our aspirations. All I am trying to remind you of is that it was you yourselves, in your unions, who conferred on your regional committees the mandate and the agreement to constitute municipal councils, and, without realizing it, you are wrecking your own agreements. 60. Nevertheless, the uncompromising mood of the delegates to the Congress was reflected in the election of José Mavila, the man Arnal had replaced as Councillor of Agriculture in the Regional Defense Council, as Secretary of the newly established Regional Federation of Collectives. Mavila was a radical who had once claimed to prefer the sweet sound produced by the crash against the pavement of a saint's head fallen from a church to Beethoven's most harmonious sonata. 61. It has been suggested that the Comite superiors did not, in fact, envisage the wartime implantation of socialization, but were desirous of preparing the Union for a leading role in post-Civil War economic reconstruction while, in the meantime, conceding ultimate control of industry to the state. 62 If this was the case, the campaign for socialization must be understood to have ultimately undermined as much as promoted libertarian unity, as radical sectors, mobilized by this objective, would come into conflict, not only with reluctant colleagues and open opponents of the revolutionary process, but also the leadership of their own organizations. According to one CNT veteran, attempts to socialize the glass industry in the Catalan city of Mataró were obstructed by the selfishness of workers organized in cooperatives, and Pyro was one of those who took their side. 63 The Comite superiors of the CNT saw socialization as fundamentally concerned with internal union discipline, while radicals saw the campaign as emanating from the base of the workers' organizations, resulting in a marginalization of the political sphere. Ideas trumpeted the fact that calls for socialization had emerged from congresses and not individuals, committees, councils, and governments that do not respond to the general interest of anti-fascist Spain. 64. Viewed from either perspective, the possibility that the trade unions could recover a protagonism denied them by the reconstituted state depended, on a national level at least, on the collaboration of the UGT. Working-class unity on the basis of fidelity to the revolution thus became a priority for many radical anarchists in this period. However, there were serious stumbling blocks to revolutionary unity as conceived by radical anarchists, not least that posed by the Socialist Trade Union, the UGT. Unity between the two Spanish labor unions was promoted on the pages of Ideas in spite of the fact that the opposition of the UGT was an obstacle to socialization in Cataluna. For the editorial board, it was an article of faith that the unions were the guarantee of the proletarian character of the revolution. 65 The time of politics having passed, the question of how social life was to be organized had become a function of the economy, where the primacy of the unions would be assured through socialization and the unity of the CNT and the UGT. Some CNT propagandists evidently believed that the UGT base was more radical than its leadership, and complaints in Solidaridad Obrera about the lack of democratic procedure at the Congress of Catalan land workers reflected unease that those in charge of the UGT would be able to sway its affiliates from their revolutionary aspirations. 66 The paper returned to the theme in April: the workers must prevent, for the good of the revolution and the triumph of the people in arms over the invading armies, anyone from interfering in their affairs, in the manner of the comrades who currently lead, in the autonomous region, the union organization of the UGT. 67. This interpretation implicitly, and somewhat ingenuously, denied that the growth of the UGT in Cataluna since the beginning of the war had anything to do with its opposition to revolutionary measures. Yet, since the introduction of compulsory union membership in Cataluna in August 1936, the UGT had established a foothold in industries where the union had, prior to July, no serious implantation. Obligatory unionization was considered a barbarity and a crime by Jacinto Boraz, who had been on the editorial board of Solidaridad Obrera at the outset of the war, a sentiment that was widely shared in the Catalan libertarian movement. 68 By forcing non-revolutionary workers to join a union, the policy not only served to increase the membership of the UGT, but also provided those sectors of the workforce most opposed to revolutionary experiments with an organizational base from which to obstruct them. Far from heralding the proletarian moment, therefore, the rise of the UGT in Cataluna was based on a reassertion of petit bourgeois privileges against the leveling aspirations of the local CNT unions. Villalabrega, a traditional stronghold of radical Spanish anarchism, even hosted a PSUC mayor by November 1936, in the town of Molins de la Brega, where conflicts had centered on the forced collectivization of small businesses and the union takeover of cellars and woods. 69 In the Catalan countryside, the UGT operated according to a similar logic, displaying a banner at the aforementioned Congress of Catalan land workers which read, "Less experiments in collectivization, more produce," the insincerity and intended effect of which were denounced in Solidaridad Obrera. 70 Catalan peasants affiliated to the CNT complained that former landlords had joined the UGT, while the outright opposition of the latter to further collectivization in the countryside had the effect of driving a wedge between the CNT and the Unió de Rabasers. 71 The UGT also opposed collectivization in parts of Aragon, where the regions in which the UGT had outnumbered the anarcho-syndicalist organization prior to the Civil War had fallen to the rebels. 72. The aggressively anti-revolutionary policy of the UGT in Cataluna is not to be wondered at, given that it was in line with the tactics of the PSUC, which controlled the Catalan branch of the Union to such an extent that it had become estranged from the national leadership. 73 Even in areas where PCE and PSUC influence within the UGT was not so marked, however, the prospects for joint union initiatives in this area were not great. On February 12, after the fall of Malaga, the UGT National Executive issued a manifesto stating that everything done in the rearguard to establish social methods and administration regarding the future of our economy must today be completely suspended. 74 In Asturias, where the experience of October 1934 had made cooperation between socialists and anarchists easier to achieve, conflict arose over the reintroduction of small businesses in Gijón, the freedom of which both socialists and communists wished to protect. 75 Opposition to the restoration of elements of capitalism led to the jailing of some 24 members of the CNT Supplies Union. The CNT members of the Council of Asturias had them released almost immediately after visiting the home of the civil governor, where the anarchist baker and union activist, Ramon Alvarez Palomo, alleged that You want to return to the enemy, whether he is fascist or not, what you call his interests, but we do not want to give the working class the idea that they are fighting for the bourgeoisie, for now all aspirations have to be kept intact. 76. The contention that the wartime sacrifices demanded of the working class could only be guaranteed by acknowledging the validity of revolutionary aspirations was made frequently at this time. In an editorial linking the war to the question of socialization, Tierra y Libertad declared that, a popular army can only be victorious if it fights for a revolutionary ideal, which is the expression of the hopes of the proletarian masses to be free from capitalist exploitation. 77 Attempts to unify the workers' organizations on this basis were fraught with difficulty, however. Reactions to the activity of the UGT among many Spanish anarchists were notable for their confusion and naivete. In a speech of March 1937, José Alberola, the radical former member of the Regional Defense Council of Aragon, wondered why the UGT should oppose collectivization, when this form of organization corresponded to the gradualism of the socialists, in contrast to the conceptions of the anarchists, for whom the collectives were a compromise. 78 In an article regarding the affiliation to the UGT in Lida of the Grimes y Entitats de Petits Comerciants y Industrials, associations and bodies of small traders and industrialists, GEPSI, Acracia declared, the workers of the UGT must demand the immediate expulsion of that organization which wants to hold back the movement initiated on 19 July 79. Solidaridad Obrera likewise commented on its front page that it would be timely if these representatives of the proletariat that speak so much of the interests of the petite bourgeoisie would think a little more about the interests of the workers. 80. Some radicals were not so sanguine, however. As an article in the Review of Mujeres Libres put it, such a timely change of course was improbable given that, the petite bourgeoisie, forced to join a union, chose the lesser evil between the revolutionary CNT and reformist UGT. 81 An indication that as much was understood by the mid-level union delegates of the CNT is given by the minutes of a plenum of Barcelona unions held on January 23, 1937. There it was widely accepted that an ideological gulf existed between the CNT and the UGT and that only radical measures could bring about an understanding between the organizations. The existing liaison committee between the CNT and the UGT was strongly criticized, and the health workers delegate even contemplated the possibility of an armed showdown between the unions on the streets. Less dramatic were the proposals urging mass assemblies of workers of both unions. 82 Such tactics, which were also promoted in the press of the POUM, had the advantage of allowing decision-making procedures to bypass the bureaucracies of both unions and the revolutionary majority to prevail in those industries where one existed. 83 Contrary to the wishes of the Comite superiors of the CNT, the socialization campaign had revealed a willingness among radical anarchists to revive direct democracy and mass assemblies in the interests of consolidating revolutionary achievements and forging new revolutionary solidarities. As the following subsection will show, the momentum this generated spilled over the boundaries of the workplace and laid the basis for the revolutionary alliance that would mobilize against the state during the Barcelona May days of 1937. Revolutionary alliances. By the end of 1936, any lip service that the CNT's anti-fascist allies in the Socialist, Communist, and Republican parties had previously made to the revolution had largely been replaced by appeals to anti-fascist unity. It was far from clear whether such unity necessarily contained any revolutionary component at all. As an article in Mujeres Libres put it in the autumn, to be an anti-fascist is too little, one is an anti-fascist because one is already something else. We have an affirmation to set up against this negation. That can be condensed into 3 letters, CNT, which means the rational organization of life on the basis of work, equality, and social justice. If it weren't for this, anti-fascism would be, for us, a meaningless word. 84. For radicals, therefore, the question of unity was meaningful only insofar as it was linked to fidelity to the revolutionary process. The Italian Camillo Bernieri wrote in November 1936, taken as a whole, the Spanish government is just as opposed to social revolution as it is to monarchic and clerical fascism. 85 An editorial in Acracia admitted, the sacred commonplace of unity has begun to make us suspicious. 86 Juan Andrade of the POUM likewise declared in La Battaglia on December 9, 1936, generic anti-fascism conceals political confusion. 87 Over the following months, radicals would clarify the terms of revolutionary unity, establishing the unsustainability of generic anti-fascism in the absence of consensus over issues such as public order, food supplies, and socialization, and attempting to win over grassroots members of rival organizations and the working class women bearing the brunt of food shortages. By connecting fidelity to the revolution to the right of workers in the rearguard to bear arms and to the socialization campaign then gaining momentum, radicals were able to generate new alliances around an alternative revolutionary program to that of state reconstruction. The possibility of a formal alliance on the basis of a revolutionary program was revealed by the formation of the Frente de la Juventud Revolucionaria, Revolutionary Youth Front, FJR, in February 1937. Initial attempts to form a broadly anti-fascist Alianza Juvenil Antifascista, Anti-Fascist Youth Alliance, AYA, had stalled over the question of whether the POUM's youth wing, the Juventud Comunista Ibérica, Iberian Communist Youth, JCI, could be included. 88 Fiercely opposed to this, the Juventudes Socialistas Unificadas, Unified Socialist Youth, JSU, was nevertheless insistent on admitting Catholic youth organizations into an anti-fascist umbrella organization. 89 This was unacceptable to the libertarian youth, and an alternative unity platform on the basis of fidelity to the revolution was an organic outgrowth of the resulting stalemate. 90 The FJR gained momentum in the early part of 1937 and threatened to have serious implications, not least because it acted as a pole of attraction to a disaffected left wing of the JSU. 91 This led to the rare if not quite unprecedented phenomenon of anarchists appealing to the socialist youth on the basis of the shared commitment which both libertarians and authentic Marxists had to the revolution. A speech of Santiago Carrillo, then a leading member of the JSU, was criticized in Solidaridad Obrera as reformist hot air. The article went on to address the organization's members. If the JSU are not socialists, communists, or Marxists, what are they? The only thing to be seen with clarity in all of this is the desire to return to the good times of the Republic of Workers of all classes. And this, socialist comrades, cannot be tolerated, must not be tolerated. 92. Relations between the FIJL and the JCI during the Civil War were, on the other hand, generally cordial. Alfredo Martinez, a member of the Regional Committee of the Catalan JJLL, spoke at a POUM rally in December 1936, while even anarchist purists such as Diego Camacho of the Los Quijotes del Ideal Affinity Group respected the integrity of individual POUM activists. 93 Martinez and the secretary of the Catalan JJLL, Fidel Miró, were considered suspect by the purist redskins of the Catalan youth for their apparent reformism and adhesion to the circumstantialist line of the CNT and the FAI. 94. Nevertheless, the solidarity displayed with the POUM as the campaign against the dissident communists gained momentum, a solidarity absent among the Comite superiors of the CNT and the FAI, combined with a refusal to relegate the revolution to the requirements of the war, suggest that this characterization lacks nuance. As early as November 1936, Ruta, then under Miro's editorship, declared that if that unity serves only to defend the democracy in ruins or to bolster the republic, it does not interest us in the least. 95 In February 1937, a national plenum of the FIJL made the unity of anti-fascist youth conditional upon support for the revolution then underway. The JSU's bluff had been called, and the organization refused to participate in the mass rally held by the JCI and JJLL that took place on February 14 in Barcelona on the initiative of the latter organization. On February 19, a pact establishing the tenets of the Revolutionary Youth Front in Catalunya was signed by representatives of the JJLL, the JCI, the youth sections of Mujeres Libres and the Syndicalist Party, along with various student organizations. The first article of the pact recognized the revolution then underway in Spain and declared the mission of the FJR to be that of making both revolution and war. The pact also called for greater unity between the unions, the proportional representation of revolutionary forces in positions of leadership, a purge of the bureaucracy, and an army that faithfully reflected the revolutionary aspirations of the combatants. It also affirmed its support for the socialization of industry and land, and so while it stopped some way short of advocating a withdrawal of revolutionaries from government, the FJR thus aligned itself with those sectors of the Spanish revolutionary movement that saw socialization and the greater cooperation, influence, and initiative of the unions as a potentially key factor in consolidating the gains of the revolution. 96 As such, the bases of the FJR were a challenge to the JSU and, by extension, to anti-fascist unity as it was then constituted in the governing bodies of Republican Spain. By March 1, the Catalan JJLL was reporting to the Peninsular Committee of the FIJL that the FJR had 40,000 members, and on March 18 it was reported that the founding of the FJR in the Levant region was imminent. 97. In the manifesto that accompanied the pact, emphasis was placed on the importance of prioritizing action over doctrinal disputes. 98 This was undoubtedly resented by those purist anarchists who believed that the JJLL should focus on propagandistic and educational work, leaving aside the politics of alliances. In ideas, Amador Franco, pseudonym of Diego Franco Cazorla, a leading member of the Catalan JJLL, the Federación Estudiantil de Conciencias Libres, Student Federation of Freethinkers, FECL, and of the Irreductibles affinity group alongside José Pirates, sounded a note of skepticism. I have always considered the tendency towards alliances and the obligation to fraternize as a fatalist imposition. I consider unity, as far as the youth is concerned, as something that does not require pacts or signatures. The libertarian youth is the hope for our idea and its practice if we know how to keep ourselves outside of useless pacts and continue our empowering labor. 99. In April, a regional congress of the Catalan JJLL representing over 35,000 affiliates at the front and in the rear revealed a strong purist current urging that the organization should proceed as before. 19 July, focusing on propaganda and education. 100 Fidel Miro had to survive a vote of confidence as regional secretary while objections were raised with regard to participation in the FJR. In spite of such misgivings, the position of the regional committee was ratified. Even the FECL, a student body affiliated to the FIJL with strong purist associations, the aforementioned Amador Franco, along with Vicente Rodriguez Garcia of the Acracia editorial board and the anti-collaborationist Ada Marti were all prominent members, was a signatory of the initial pact. Meanwhile, radicals in the Catalan CNT greeted the FJR with enthusiasm even as its press also provided a platform for its discontents, with an understanding of the moment that the elders have not displayed, declared ideas in a double-page spread. The revolutionary youth has come together to signal what path to take. 101 A joint rally of the Catalan FAI and the JJLL was held in Barcelona in April, at which regular contributors to ideas, Severino Campos and José Zena, shared a platform with Juan Santana Calero and Fidel Miro of the JJLL. The speeches denounced the counter-revolution and openly identified the PSUC with it. 102 Unsurprisingly, the POUM, which had taken up more radical positions following its exclusion from the Generalitat and practical illegalization in Madrid, also looked on with interest at the development of events in the youth wings. 103 In April, Juan Andrade advocated the formation of a workers' revolutionary front that would stop the counter-revolution in its tracks and pose the problem of power by means of its own organs, committees of workers, peasants, and combatants. 104 The possibility that libertarians would take the lead in establishing such a revolutionary front was the only hope for a party that lacked the numeric power to seize the initiative itself, and which had proved incapable of developing a means of influencing either the top or bottom levels of the CNT membership during the Civil War. 105 The Catalan Regional Committee of the CNT reported in February that the POUM has been wooing our organization since its departure from the government, to the extent that it has proposed the entrance of whole sections into our organization, something that we have not allowed on the understanding that anyone who wishes may come individually, but not as a collective. 106. In spite of the reluctance of the Comite superiors to associate with the POUM, the FIJL and the JCI were able to acknowledge a common, revolutionary, ground that was not shared by the Communist Party and its affiliate organizations. This was partly because, as while Baldo Solano, a leader of the JCI, would recall, they were not councillors in the Generalitat, and they had lesser responsibilities. 107. Moreover, to the street-based activists of the JCI and the JJLL, the rationale of the Comintern position, adopted by the JSU, which was based on high politics and international diplomacy, seemed remote and irrelevant. 108. In this sense, by adopting such an openly anti-revolutionary position, the JSU overplayed its hand, not only because it was unacceptable to the large anarchist youth organization, but also because it alienated sections of its own membership. The FIJL denounced the leadership of the JSU that had held up to public ridicule the theories of Marx and Lenin and appealed directly to the base, the truly Marxist and therefore revolutionary young socialists who had suffered the Bienio Negro and fought in Asturias. You cannot accept this shameful affront to your doctrines and organization. Ignore the siren calls of the defenders of bourgeois democracy, the seed of brutal fascism. 109. The Fleischit Esfuerzo, affiliated to the FIJL under the stewardship of Juan Santana Calero, who had arrived in Barcelona prior to the fall of his native Malaga, made plain this appeal. Young socialists, those of you who are Marxists and therefore revolutionaries, react in time against the confusionist and counter-revolutionary policy of your leaders. Consider your responsibility before the international proletariat and before history. Young socialists, we want to march with you on the path of victory. For the triumph of the war and the revolution, let us unite. 110. The acknowledgement that Marxists could also be true revolutionaries represented a shift in rhetorical emphasis for radical anarchism, and an adaptation to the political realities of the moment. It also informed the thinking of radicals in the Catalan CNT who felt that an alliance of the trade unions could be effected from the bottom up. Regardless of the pitfalls of this assumption, discussed above, negotiations between the two unions were in fact being carried out by their respective leaderships without the involvement of their wider memberships. The implications of this were made clear in an urgent communiqué to the Peninsular Committee of the FIJL, signed by Mariano Rodriguez Vázquez for the National Committee of the CNT on March 8. Here it was implausibly stated that the reason for a delay in calling a national plenum of the regional organizations was that there had not been any fundamental problem to submit to discussion, the chief political problem facing the CNT being that of unity with the UGT. In that regard, the communiqué informed affiliates that a pact was imminent, as the executive of the UGT had finally seen sense, but that it is imperative that nothing occur that could cloud this favorable situation. It is necessary that you send communiques and orient the organization, in the sense that any clash or violence with the unions or affiliates of the UGT be avoided. 111 Viewed by radical Sanetistas as a necessary step towards safeguarding the revolution, the pact between the unions was seen by the National Committee of the CNT as something to be engineered behind closed doors and then presented to a plenum as a fait accompli, used in the meantime as a device for imposing internal discipline. Let no one forget, it continued, that there could well be elements, even in our midst, interested in preventing the aspiration of all, the revolutionary alliance between the two unions. Let no one play the game of the mean-spirited and irresponsible. 112 If the revolution could indeed be safeguarded by such high political and bureaucratic practices, these were not the traditional methods of the CNT, whose members were increasingly entertaining more irresponsible options. That the libertarian youth would be at the forefront of this process was indicated at a rally of the JJLL the following month, when Miro affirmed that the anarchists would return to the barricades of July 19 rather than give up the workers' revolution. 113. Similar sentiments were being expressed in the anarchist women's organization, Mujeres Libres, MMLL, which was also able to generate fruitful revolutionary solidarities in the spring of 1937. Although its members were all in the CNT, the organization was not an officially recognized branch of the libertarian movement. Involved in a multiplicity of autonomous projects made possible by the wave of expropriations in which its members had participated in the summer of 1936, and at one remove from the organizational discipline of the CNT and the FAI, the MMLL was a contributory factor in the radicalization at the grassroots of Spanish anarchism in this period that has often been overlooked. This was detectable in the radical response to the fall of Malaga of its secretary, Lucia Sanchez Saornil, for whom the military catastrophe revealed the bankruptcy of international and domestic parliamentary democracies, and yet still they talk in Spain of democracy, and in its name they attempt to betray and subjugate us. No, the image of Malaga's sacrifice digs into our hearts with nails of fire. Democracy, no, social revolution. 114. Sanchez Saornil was one of several contributors to the Mujeres Libres publication, pushing a radical line and offering an imminent critique of the shortcomings of the libertarian movement. Less well-known writers also offered lucid perspectives on the consequences of a stalled revolution, ranging from the sexism of comrades to the need for complete socialization. With regard to the polemics around militarization, one anonymous contributor lamented that the notion of an army of iron, of a strong nation, of rigidity, of inflexibility, of a firm hand, all this has been internalized. It has burrowed deep, and our revolution has begun to stagnate, to stiffen, to turn to stone. The institutions born spontaneously of the people are being hacked at and chopped down by the cutting blade of discipline. Men that we saw scattered by the strong winds of July 19 now huddle behind that word, ready to stand up and grab the reins, to take up the whip. Discipline is all very well, but take care. Discipline and blind obedience are also the preconditions of slavery. 115. Ana Piacenza, an Argentinian who had arrived in Spain alongside her partner José Grunfeld, gave an account of a women's demonstration in Barcelona that began in the local headquarters of the MMLL. The demand less politics and more weapons for the front was raised alongside calls for equality of sacrifice in the war effort. Piacenza, who wrote the article under the pseudonym Nita Nawal, recorded that women had been subject to abuse on the demonstration from a man wearing a red and black neckerchief. 116. In the first part of 1937, women were at the forefront of the ongoing war of bread in Barcelona, during which the Councillor of Supplies in the Generalitat, Joan Comarera, and the supplies committees of the CNT blamed each other for a situation in which queues of working-class women waited for bread that was not always available, while those who could afford it resorted to the black market. 117. The subsequent anger of women in the city was used as a political football, with the partisan press, anarchist or otherwise, providing sexist explanations whenever that anger was directed at them. This provides the context for the abuse anarchist women experienced from an apparent comrade, as reported in Mujeres Libres. Nevertheless, between the autonomous efforts of the MMLL and the defense committees to meet the needs of their constituents, solidarity with the women of the bread queues became an important feature of the Revolutionary Alliance of spring 1937. The MMLL called for socialization to end speculation with the hunger of the people, and blamed the bread queues on the inefficiency and bankruptcy of traditional statist bureaucracy. 118. These connections had been forcefully revealed by an action of the Patrolas de Control in March. After the discovery of a warehouse full of largely rotten potatoes, these were made available to the women of the town under the protection of the Patrolas in an armed standoff with assault guards. 119. The MMLL grouping also acknowledged its support for the direct action that women had undertaken in Barcelona, invading markets and stalls to take justice into their own hands. 120. An American Trotskyist eyewitness observed that the food riots of the Barcelona working-class women drowned out the Republican demonstrations of the Izquierda and the Stalinist and Socialist parties to celebrate the anniversary of the founding of the Republic. From early morning until late at night in the market districts and in front of the Generalitat office, massive demonstrations against the increase in food prices were staged. In some food markets the merchants' stocks were overturned and destroyed, in other markets fights developed against those who upheld the government's food policy. 121. The increasingly anti-statist nature of women's mobilizations around food supply was also noted by the organ of the Women's Secretariat of the POUM, Emancipation. Now working-class women are beginning to realize that the working class no longer hold power as they did in the first months of the revolution. In the queues on the streets, the guardians of order are the same assault guards as before, with the rifle on their shoulder. The street protests against shortages have ended with the arrest of women workers, and demonstrations have been broken up by armed police. The greatest defenders of the revolution will be the thousands upon thousands of women workers when they understand that, once again, reformism wants to sacrifice the working class in the interests of the petite bourgeoisie. 122. The Women's Secretariat also called for socialization and the formation of neighborhood women's committees, while one contributor to its review highlighted the connection between our day-to-day concerns and the great problems of the revolution. For us, socialism is not a distant dream, but the only practical path to take in the struggle against poverty. 123. In many respects, the positions found in emancipation mirrored those raised by the MMLL, and a similar process of radicalization can be traced through its pages. Mary Lowe records how the Secretariat gave effective arms training to hundreds of women activists in Barcelona, and rapidly grew in size. Every day we requisitioned more rooms to house us all. Hundreds of women came every day to attend classes on socialism, child welfare, French, hygiene, women's rights, the origin of the religious and family sense, and to knit and sew and make flags and discuss, and read books. It was a great success. 124. Given that the MMLL had been a signatory to the FJR and that the libertarian movement's most prominent advocate of joint work with the POUM, Alfredo Martinez, had also been an important contact in facilitating the union of the women's cultural grouping in Barcelona with the Mujeres Libres group in Madrid, it is perhaps to be wondered at that the MMLL and the POUM's Women's Secretariat did not enter into an alliance. 125. However, while the Women's Secretariat called for a women's revolutionary front in line with the example of the FJR, its review made no explicit reference to the work of the anarchist women's organization. Lowe, a friend of one of the editorial board of Mujeres Libres, admitted that the propaganda of the Women's Secretariat, as compared with that of the MMLL, was mostly out of line, and sentimental. The anarchist women were more ambitious as far as posters were concerned. They attacked all kinds of problems with their slogans. 126. Street-level links between the POUM and the anarchist movement had been strengthened by the formation of the FJR and the continued participation of both organizations in the patrullas de control. However, within the POUM, an appreciation that it was the anarchists whose numerical superiority guaranteed them a vanguard role in the revolutionary struggle was not combined with sufficient sympathy for or knowledge of the libertarian movement's internal mechanisms. As we will see in the next chapter, this led to an inability to influence, or even to seriously attempt to influence, the grassroots of the CNT and the FAI, forcing the organization to adopt a largely passive role in the events that determined its fate. In March 1937, the POUM was encouraged by the emergence of a new grouping from within the ranks of the libertarian movement, intended to provide cohesion to the upsurge of revolutionary combativeness in this period. The Agrupación Amigos de Durruti, the Friends of Durruti grouping, AAD, was formed in Barcelona, animated chiefly by journalists around the weekly ideas and former members of the Gelsa section of the Durruti column, and its early meetings were well attended. The AAD issued some 5,000 membership cards and gained pockets of support outside Cataluna, such as in Belverde Cinca and Pina de Ebro in Aragon. 127. The membership cards read, "We are enemies of the bureaucracy, privileges, and military rank. We are revolutionary fighters. We aim at the immediate realization of the social projects that the CNT-FAI defended in the glorious years of Confederal Cataluna." 128. News of the AAD's formation and its initial appeal were published in the newspaper of the POUM, La Batalla. 129. Juan Andrade was also favorably impressed. The AAD has formulated its program in posters pasted on all the streets of Barcelona. There are 2 points that are also fundamental for us. all power to the working class and democratic organs of the workers, peasants, and combatants. 130. However, the apparent similarity of AAD and POUM aims at this juncture does not imply that the former was inspired by the latter, and when the AAD held a mass meeting in Barcelona in April, the POUM was not mentioned. 131. The presence of former members of the Durruti column in the AAD highlights the prominence of radical deserters from the front in the revolutionary alliance that emerged in the spring of 1937. Among them were several foreign volunteers who, as another important part of that alliance, would go on to play a vital role in the build-up to and during the May Days in Barcelona. In April, a handful of members of the Gruppe Deutsche Anarcho-Syndikalisten im Ausland, group of German anarcho-syndicalists in exile, DAS, left the international company of the Durruti column in opposition to the implementation of militarization, along with a group of heterodox Marxist and anti-Stalinist comrades who had become close to the anarchists in Spain, including the Swiss couple Clara and Paul Thalmann. 132. At the same time, several Italian anarchists expressed their intention to leave the International Battalion of the Francisco Ascaso column for the same reason. About a dozen of the latter were named in an exchange of letters between Largo Caballero and the CNT at the end of April. The correspondence began when the Prime Minister stated that he had been informed by an unnamed source that they were suspicious elements who, along with many others, had, after being expelled from Spain, returned across the French, Catalan border at Portbou with passports issued by the FAI in order to enlist in shock troops in the rear. 133. Contrary to these claims, the Italians in question had arrived at the beginning of the Civil War and immediately enlisted in militia columns. A subsequent exchange between Joan Pirro, Dionisio Arles, and the CNT's Committee for Statistics and Control saw this latter body deny absolutely the notion that the FAI issued passports and defended those named in Largo Caballero's letter, comrades who have been active in the revolutionary movement for years and who have come here hounded by reactionaries the world over. 134. Largo's source was attempting to provoke police action on two fronts, at the border and against radical Italian refugees in Barcelona. Anarchists had controlled important sections of the French, Catalan border since the beginning of the war. Contemporaneous to this exchange of correspondence, a police operation was underway in the border region of Sardinia which would end the life of the influential anarchist activist Antonio Martín, discussed in the following chapter. This letter should be seen as providing a degree of cover for that operation, which was of a piece with the broader project of state reconstruction and not merely the result of a local dispute. Meanwhile, at the eastern end of the French, Catalan border at Portbou, an anarchist militia column patrolled the frontier. Its likely radical character is attested to by the superficial character of its militarization. In March, German members of the column reported to the DAS in Barcelona that for the time being we haven't noticed this militarization at all, except that our formation has a captain and two sergeants, without military insignia and receiving the same pay. 135. The column contained a century named after the French anarchist Sebastian Faure, made up of French, German, and Italian volunteers, which would be broken up after the May Days. It was during these events that a police operation would begin against the Italian anarchist opponents of militarization in the rear, most of whom, as Largo Caballero's letter had made clear, were stationed at the Espartaco barracks in Barcelona. The internationalist nature of the Radical Alliance, and the internationalist stakes of its confrontation with the forces of state reconstruction, which had to do with border policy and the participation of foreigners in the revolutionary process, were becoming apparent. As an anti-fascist, anarchist refugee, Camillo Bernieri's perspective on this aspect of the Radical Alliance is of interest. On April 14, 1937, he wrote an open letter addressed to Federica Monsanelli in which he called upon the anarchist minister to reconsider government collaboration. Moreover, he reaffirmed his opinion that the anarchists should prioritize a policy of Moroccan autonomy, and urged the defense committees to carry out a purge of the rearguard, stressing that the fifth column is not only made up of members of fascist organizations, but of all the malcontents that desire a moderate republic. 136. Bernieri was in close contact with volunteers at the front and with Spanish activists in Barcelona, and, as an ardent critic of Stalinism, advocated, in similar terms to the JJLL in this period, collaboration among all sincere socialists. 137. Bernieri can thus be seen to embody several of the overlapping revolutionary solidarities that crystallized in the spring of 1937 around an emergent revolutionary program. However, although Bernieri would later be blamed for the rising in May, he was not a participant in the mobilization and, in spite of the respect he enjoyed in anarchist circles, he was too far removed from the inner organizational workings of the libertarian movement to influence it. In Barcelona in the spring of 1937, recalcitrant milicianos, anarchist refugees, purist opponents of state collaboration, advocates of unity among authentic revolutionaries and women mobilizing around the issue of scarcity could rely on a network of organizations and expropriated spaces in which to consolidate their burgeoning alliance. These included the defense committees, the JJLL, the MMLL, all three of which maintained lively and active neighborhood centers, the FJR, the AAD, anarchist barracks, and divisions in which the democratic and egalitarian functioning of the original militias persisted in spite of militarization, and a number of sympathetic publications. Even so, to mobilize these different strands in a joint effort, as happened in May, required a common organizational denominator. This would be provided by the local Federation of Anarchist Affinity Groups, the FAI in Barcelona, under the stewardship of Julian Moreno. Moreno was a veteran member of the FAI and an important organizer in the Transport Workers Union in the CNT who had fought against Trientismo and been imprisoned both before and during the Republic in the years prior to the Civil War. He had been a FAI delegate to the defense committees prior to July 1936, and had jointly led a raiding party onto boats in search of weapons on the eve of the military revolt. 138 He had also been present as a delegate of a militia column at the plenum in Bujarelas that had agreed to the formation of the Regional Defense Council of Aragon. 139 His presence at the front in the autumn of 1936 suggests that his return to the rear may have been due to his opposition to militarization. Now secretary of the local Federation of Affinity Groups, his presence in the meetings of the regional Comite superiors in Barcelona had disrupted their normal functioning and brought an insistent, radical voice to proceedings. In February he had defended the refusal of the Gelsa's section to militarize and was roundly abused, called an oddball, undermining the general sentiment of the JJLL and the FAI. 140 He had also been the one to relate the episode of the patrullas de control distributing confiscated potatoes to women in the bread queues in March. As a key Union and Defense Committee delegate, secretary of the Barcelona FAI, long-standing opponent of Trientismo with links to both the bread queues and the revolutionary deserters opposed to militarization, indeed, possibly being among that number himself, Moreno thus emerges as both the living embodiment of the different sectors of radical anarchism and one of those best placed to convert the radical program of socialization and the people armed into a concrete strategy. As we will see in the chapters that follow, in the May days and in the subsequent struggles, his ability to speak to both voluntarist and purist concerns, as well as to show practical solidarity to the hungry and to anarchist prisoners, would make him one of the outstanding figures of oppositional anarchism. If his varied connections make him seem an almost composite character, it should be borne in mind that I am not trying to establish Moreno as a convenient Superman capable of single-handedly bringing about the May Days mobilization. That revolutionary intervention was, like Moreno himself, the product of a varied and complex movement whose anti-statist principles, among those sectors remaining outside of state collaboration, had been renewed in the period under discussion. This mobilization would be supported by the new groupings formed in this period, the FJR, the MMLL, and the AAD, but its organizational basis would emerge from the local FAI, which had shown its capacity, as at the beginning of the Republic, to unite voluntarist and purist anarchists behind a radical agenda. Conclusions. From the winter of 1936 to the spring of 1937, the revolutionary gains of the previous July that remained in the territory of the Spanish Republic were threatened by the expanding parameters of the state. The relationship of Spanish anarchism to this process was complicated by the participation of its chief representatives in the anti-fascist alliance and the absorption of thousands of less well-known activists into administrative bodies and the front line. During this period, the Comite superiors of the CNT and the FAI, in spite of their continued intention to intervene in government, were aware that the activity of their political opponents threatened to end the influence won for the organizations in July. In the first half of 1937, they attempted to bolster this influence through the campaign for socialization. This attempt was only partially successful, however, on the one hand because it depended on the support of the UGT, and on the other because the process of socialization was conceived of in different terms by the CNT hierarchy and its most active proponents on the ground. Nevertheless, the energies unleashed by the socialization campaign led to a surprising upturn in revolutionary activity and consolidation at the beginning of 1937, with notable examples including the Regional General Council of the Economy established in El Hospitalet and the founding of the Regional Federation of Agrarian Collectives in Aragon. The campaign also gave cohesion to apparently disparate issues such as scarcity in the rear and worker control of industry, itself resulting in an emerging alliance between radical anarchist workers and women in the bread queues of Barcelona, mediated by the MMLL and the Patrolas de Control. This should lead to a reconsideration of the apparent waning of the Spanish Revolution in the winter of 1936, so lyrically attested to by Mary Lowe at the outset of this chapter. Rather than disappearing altogether, the socialization campaign suggests that the revolution and its fate were moving from the immediately visible rupture that had taken place in the fields of experience and gesture to questions of structure. In that sense, while the decreasing visibility of women in masculine dress or headed to the front was significant, it should not obscure the fact that, at the same time, autonomous women's organizations were able to develop projects and strategies in expropriated premises, extending their influence and advancing a specific perspective that resonated with the emerging radical alliance both within and beyond the workplace. While the libertarian movement was divided in its attitude to the revolution and the state, the attempt to evolve an alternative program was also illustrative of the ambiguities and divisions in the movement's more radical wing. The creation of the FJR on the initiative of the JJLL in Barcelona revealed the potential for libertarians to take the lead in creating a revolutionary alliance to oppose and split statist anti-fascism. However, it was opposed by purists because it was political, in the sense of involving political parties. Moreover, the report in Mujeres Libres of the aggressive response of an anarchist to a women's demonstration suggests that lingering chauvinist prejudices still had the potential to compromise the developing radical alliance. In spite of the persistence of such divisions, however, the first 4 months of 1937 had seen the consolidation of oppositional anarchism as an identifiable current within the libertarian movement. Radical anarchists had developed a program based on a critical understanding of the revolutionary experience hitherto, and had seen new alliances and new organizational forms take shape. The MMLL, the JJLL, anarchist trade union delegates and the defense committees were united behind the demand for socialization and the need for workers to retain their weapons. When police operations in Barcelona began to threaten the viability of this program, the stage was set for the May mobilization. May 4, 1937, from a 2nd July to the Spanish Kronstadt. The confrontation, known as the May Days, that took place in Barcelona at the beginning of May 1937 was prompted by a police raid on the city's telephone exchange, the Telefonica. Since the summer, the Telefonica had been run jointly by a CNT-UGT committee and a delegate representative of the Generalitat. The Telefonica, site of the first great strike in Barcelona during the Second Republic, and which had only been taken in July at the cost of several lives, was of great importance to the CNT.1 run by a United States-based, and notoriously anti-union, company since the days of Primo de Rivera. The coming of the Second Republic had not brought its nationalization, as had been promised by Republicans and Socialists. To the system of workers' control put into operation there under the auspices of the CNT was therefore a living symbol of how the revolution had delivered where the Republic had failed. It was also a source of real power, as the workers at the exchange could monitor and even interfere with phone calls. Point 3 In a context in which the violence associated with state reconstitution had recently intensified, it was therefore little surprise when armed squads of assault guards were sent to the Plaça Catalunya on May 3 to take control of the Telefónica building. In fact, it was reported at a regional meeting of the CNT that day that this was the fourth time in recent weeks that such an attempt had been made by the security forces. Point 4. A provocative act in itself, the assault on the Telefónica was clearly of a piece with the wider project of state reconstruction. The mobilization that took place in response to it should therefore be seen in this context, and this chapter will accordingly discuss the events of May 1937 in Barcelona as a mobilization of anti-statist anarchist workers. Point 5 The focus of the first part of this discussion will be on the immediate context that made a libertarian insurrection possible. The second section will analyze the nature, size, and composition of the libertarian mobilization, and what opportunities it appeared to offer radicals to implement their program. This chapter will discuss the abandonment of the barricades in May as a reassertion of organizational hierarchies within the libertarian movement, enacted through a bureaucratic maneuver. 6 It will then proceed to analyze the impact of the events on the libertarian camp amidst the escalating repression of revolutionaries in the Spanish Republic. Beginning again. The possibility of a return to the barricades had gained currency in the spring of 1937 as a consequence of reflections on the lost opportunity and errors of the previous July, which even Diego Abad de Santillan acknowledged had revived the state apparatus. Point 7 Such reflections became commonplace in the revolutionary movement in this period. Jamie Balius, in an article cited by Nin in La Battalla, affirmed, "We are the guilty ones. With the revolution in our hands we allowed the grandeur of the moment to frighten us." 8 Fidel Miro likewise lamented at a rally, "On July 19 we lack sufficient vision to wipe out the vestiges of the failed political system." 9. Perhaps the boldest of such declarations was made by Lucia Sanchez Saornil, who also emphasized the need to turn the tide of the counter-revolution through action. By keeping the government, the workers respected its old bourgeois structure and the weight of the bureaucratic apparatus that had hitherto surrounded it. They did not notice that they were leaving the greatest enemy of the revolution standing. The state began the strangulation of the revolution. Nevertheless, all is not lost if the unions know how to act with determination, and if they defend their right to the management of the economy we will be able to save ourselves. Point 10. A radical critique was thus crystallizing around a common identification of a missed revolutionary opportunity, while the energy and combativeness generated by the socialization campaign had led to a belief that mistakes could be rectified through a return to the traditional direct action tactics of anarcho-syndicalism. That this might impact on a war effort to which anarchists were being enjoined to sacrifice their principles was evidently not lost on Sanchez Saornil, who defiantly addressed such concerns in her article, "And to those who shout at us that the war must come before everything, we reply, for the war everything, except liberty. Viva la revolución." 11. While the distance of Barcelona from the front lines and the depth of anarchist implantation in the city made it the likeliest setting for a second July, there were also signs of discontent and restlessness further afield. In March, the FAI members behind the Valencia-based Review Nosotros affirmed that in this republic of workers ruled by the bourgeoisie, there is only conservatism and a desire to choke the revolution underway in Spain. Comrades, we will not cease to defend freedom and attack everything suggestive of dictatorship, whether white, brown or red. 12. On the Andalusian front line, Alfonso Nieves Núñez distributed a letter at the end of April from the imprisoned anarchist commander Francisco Morato denouncing the lack of solidarity he had received from the Comite superiors. The arrest of Morato had followed a confrontation with Gabriel Morán, the civil governor of Almería, and caused consternation among libertarians throughout Republican Spain. 13 Nieves Núñez, on behalf of the affinity group Los Intransigentes, added the following postscript. "A new fascism stabs us in the back. We must react against it. A single clamor, freedom for Morato, freedom for all revolutionary prisoners. If we need to begin again to achieve this, as on July 19, let us begin." 14. The question of how to begin again was debated by the local federation of the Barcelona FAI at the second session of a plenum of affinity groups on April 12, 1937.15. Significantly, given their importance to the radical alliances discussed in the previous chapter, the Federation's secretary, Julian Marino, had invited the city's defense committees, the JJLL, and the German refugee grouping, the DAS, to send delegations to the meeting, a move he justified as bringing together the living forces of anarchism. 16 At this plenum, a majority of delegates favored the withdrawal of anarchists from the Generalitat, and in what appears to have been a tense atmosphere, replacement executive bodies were proposed with a variety of different names. The representative of the local federation of the JJLL suggested that if further collaboration proved impossible, the anarchists constitute a revolutionary convention. 17 Francisco Caude, of the affinity group Constancia y Desinteres, proposed that the withdrawal of the CNT and the FAI from government be accompanied by the nomination of a central committee on the part of the defense committees. 18 The anarchist defense committee from the Barcelona suburb of Gracia, known as Grupo 12, advanced a programmatic proposal similar in aims and tone to that of the Friends of Durruti, AAD, involving withdrawal from government, complete socialization, and the creation of a revolutionary anti-fascist committee to coordinate the armed struggle against fascism. 19 The plenum, which Jacinto Torrio, then editor of Solidaridad Obrera, declared to be unauthorized when it became clear that the collaborationist positions had been defeated, is suggestive of a coalescence of voluntarist positions among members of the JJLL. Anarchist refugees, the defense committees and the anarchist affinity groups of Barcelona. The radical positions advanced at this plenum may also provide a clue as to the content of the program of the AAD. Pablo Ruiz, who as a part of the Gelsa section had left the Durruti column in opposition to militarization, attended the plenum and was a leading member of the AAD. A central plank of the AAD program was the formation of a revolutionary junta, composed of workers of the city and country and combatants, which would replace the government of the Republic. At the end of April 1937, this program appeared on posters plastered on walls around Barcelona. 20 Apart from the proposal of a revolutionary junta, the program reflected libertarian concerns regarding public order and militarization, while advocating socialization of the economy and union control of supplies. 21 Marxists in Spain greeted the AAD program with enthusiasm, a fact that may have contributed to limiting the attraction of the grouping within the CNT and the FAI, as purist. Anarchists were troubled by the seemingly Bolshevik tone of the group's pronouncements. 22 Pirates averred that the reason that the AAD had little influence could be due to the slight importance of its components, the intervention of the POUM in its center and the Marxist flavor of certain of its slogans. 23 While this statement is inaccurate as regards the intervention of the POUM and overzealous in its dismissal of the grouping's importance, it is illustrative of the purist reservations that would hamstring the AAD's attempts to serve as a pole of regroupment within the libertarian movement. While the agreements arrived at by the Barcelona FAI in April, which were not published in Solidaridad Obrera or Tierra y Libertad, were to an extent reflected in the program of the AAD, of greater significance was the manifesto that resulted as a direct consequence of these discussions, which was presented on April 24 in the name of the local federation of the FAI, the defense committees and the JJLL. This document would establish a practical basis for action which, because it emerged from within the heart of the libertarian movement with no hint of external Marxist influence, represented a voluntarism that was palatable to purist anarchists, and was indicative of the continuing capacity of anti-statist anarchism to give an organizational expression to radical discontent. By some distance the most radical programmatic statement to have emerged from oppositional anarchism up to that point, the manifesto was nevertheless the logical outgrowth of an oppositional critique that had centered on the error of state collaboration and a socialization campaign at loggerheads with the process of state reconstruction. The manifesto proposed the withdrawal of anarchists from official posts and a return to the revolutionary and anti-state terrain, comprehensive socialization and, most intriguingly, the constitution of a local revolutionary committee for the coordination of the armed struggle against fascism and the counter-revolution, In all its forms. 24 It therefore conferred a mandate on those who would be central to the revolutionary mobilization of May 1937. We might even speculate that the delay between the plenum and the publication of the paper may be explained by further conversations among Barcelona anarchists as to the viability and composition of such a committee. 25 The novelty of this local revolutionary committee resides in its emerging constitutionally from a regular plenum and yet having a mission that bypassed the authority of the Comite superiors. This was an innovation of mid-level delegates and activists that seemingly squared the circle of struggling against the state and on behalf of the revolution while remaining part of an organization with a foot in both camps. It is therefore worth paying attention to those who authored the manifesto. At the plenum, the composition of the manifesto had been entrusted to a working group composed of Iglesias, Francisco Caude of the affinity group Constancia y Desinteres, and the delegates of the affinity groups Móvil, Luz y Cultura and Cultura y Acción. If the Iglesias referred to here was Abelardo Iglesias, of the A affinity group, strongly associated with the defense of state collaboration, it would appear improbable that he had much to do with the confection of the manifesto. 26 Little is known about the affinity group Móvil, although its likely radicalism is attested to by its later opposition to the legalization of the FAI. 27 The closeness of the group Constancia y Desinteres to the defense committees is implied by the nature of its proposal to the plenum, discussed above. Of the components of Luz y Cultura we know that 1. Joaquina Dorado Pita, was a member of the Defense Committee of the City Center and of the JJLL in the suburb of El Poble SEC, and would participate in the fighting in May. 28 By her own account, it was nearly always Dorado Pita who represented the affinity group at meetings of the FAI. 29 She was also secretary to Manuel Hernandez in the socialized carpentry industry of Barcelona, replacing him when he departed for the front. Eduardo Pons Prades, a worker in the same industry, recalled that Hernandez was a member of the AAD. 30 A picture is thus emerging of a working group, brought together by shared membership of the FAI, with close links to the JJLL, armed women in the rear guard, the defense committees and the AAD, four of the most important components of the mobilization in May. This number rises to 5 when we consider that the group was mandated to draw up the manifesto by a plenum in which the anarchist refugees of the DOS had participated. Julian Moreno was also involved in the writing of the manifesto as the delegate of the affinity group Cultura y Acción. This explains why the initial suggestion of the Defense Committee Grupo 12 to constitute a revolutionary anti-fascist committee to coordinate the armed struggle against fascism became radicalized to also incorporate the struggle against the counter-revolution in the rear. The belief that anarchists were having to fight on two fronts was expressed with increasing frequency during this period. In his autobiography, Ramon Llart, an activist in the Catalan JJLL, records a conversation with Camillo Bernieri from the spring of 1937 in which the Italian activist warned his young friends that fascism is only one sector of the counter-revolution, to which Llart replied in agreement, "The civil war has two fronts, and the revolution must triumph at both." 31 Mariano Viñuales, a CNT delegate in the popular tribunals of Catalunya, declared in an interview in April that for the proletarian revolution to succeed, it is necessary to wipe out the politicians on all fronts. 32 At the January plenum of unions in Barcelona referred to in the previous chapter, the delegate for the Maritime Transport Workers Union, almost certainly Moreno, had lamented that the CNT was only able to conceive of the anti-fascist front, ignoring the anti-confederal front that was then in operation. 33 Emblematic of this anti-confederal front were two events in Catalunya that served to heighten tension in the region in the period immediately prior to the May days. On April 25, police responding to a request for assistance from UGT members at the Trafileria Barcelonesa factory, where the majority of the workforce backed socialization, arrived on horseback, surrounding the factory while an assembly of workers was taking place, causing it to break up. 34 Then, on April 27, Antonio Martín, a veteran CNT member and a key figure of the organization in the border town of Puigcerdà, was killed. A former member of the CCMA, Joan Pons Garlandi of the AIRC, then a delegate to the Interior Security Council of the Generalitat, The JSI, the body responsible for public order in Cataluna, described in his memoirs, written just after the war, how trusted Catalan patriots had been sent to nearby Belfort to take advantage of the first opportunity to end the power of Martín in the area. This opportunity arrived when Martín and others from Puigcerdá and the town of La Ciudad Urgell were ambushed at a roadblock, during which a patriot, known as the Shirtless, renowned throughout the region for his marksmanship, situated in a strategic spot, fatally wounded Martín. 35. The murder of Martín followed that of Roldan Cortada, an activist of the PSUC and a former member of the CNT who had signed the Trientista Manifesto. It has been suggested that Cortada was murdered by the CNT, as the organization had recently been informed of his role in preparing an attack on the FAI. 36 According to sources in the POUM, Cortada was in fact an opponent of the PSUC sectarian policies. 37 In any case, the murder of the PSUC member prompted a police investigation centered on the anarchist stronghold of El Hospitalet. 38 It also led to a redoubling of calls from the PSUC to disarm the rearguard. 39 In spite of its calls for calm throughout this period, Solidaridad Obrera nevertheless made an urgent appeal with regard to the subject of arms on May 2, on the same day that a young member of the Catalan JJLL was killed in Barcelona by gunfire emanating from the local HQ of the Catalan Nationalist Party. Estat Català. 40 The appeal, anomalous in the trajectory of Solidaridad Obrera under the editorship of Jacinto Torrio, contradicted the tendency of official CNT directives since the previous autumn. The guarantee of the revolution is the proletariat in arms. To attempt to disarm the people is to position oneself on the other side of the barricades. Whether councillor or commissar, an order of disarmament cannot be dictated against the workers, who are struggling against fascism with more generosity and heroism than all the politicians of the rearguard. Workers, let no one disarm you under any pretext. This is our slogan, let no one disarm you. 41. That such a combative editorial could be published in Solidaridad Obrera suggests that it was beginning to dawn on even the Comite superiors of the CNT that the arms its members disposed of were fundamental to the power of the organization as a whole, and that its plans to recover lost influence through control over the economy would count for little if factories were left at the mercy of the police. As much was intimated by an editorial in Tierra y Libertad, which affirmed the impossibility of leaving in the hands of the state the destiny of our revolution, the revolution begun, driven, and defended by the workers in arms. 42 Given the role that the Comite superiors would go on to play during the May days, we might wonder whether such combative language was merely a bluff intended to ease state pressure on their members. This radicalization of the slogans of the CNT perhaps encouraged the illusory hope that the Comite superiors would not disown a new revolutionary mobilization. The May days would also prove, however, that the radical anarchists were not bluffing when they posed the possibility that the gesture of the 19 July would have to be repeated. 43 There was no ambiguity or subtlety in the challenge the local federation of the JJLL in Barcelona made to the police chief Eusebio Rodriguez Salas: we will continue to be armed, and whosoever attempts to disarm us without respecting our documentation will have to do so over our dead body. And we will see who emerges victorious. 44. The program that had emerged in opposition to state reconstruction in Spain had been encapsulated in the slogan of ideas, socialization and the people armed. When police on horseback broke up an assembly of workers well disposed to socialization in April 1937, the slogans obverse, the mutually constitutive relation between state force and hierarchical relations in production, could be perceived. In the months prior to the May days, the role of Republican police in defending private or state property from anarchist projects had become more clear, while the process by which anarchist volunteers could be transformed into an anti-fascist police force through the patrullas de control had seemingly gone into reverse. With the patrullas under the jurisdiction of the defense committees and those same committees tasked with participation in the coordination of a revolutionary committee to fight both fascism and the counter-revolution, it was entirely logical that any further attempt by police to obliterate workers' power in Barcelona would provide the spark required for the armed enactment of the oppositional program. The frontiers of the anarchist city would once again be marked by barricades, the successful defense or conquest of which would bring to a definite end the revolutionary interregnum begun in July 1936. The mobilization of the anti-state. The assault on the Telefonica building on May 3 was resisted by the CNT workers inside. An uneasy standoff then took place, both inside and outside the building, in the Plaça de Catalunya. A meeting of the Regional Committee of the CNT was held to discuss developments, where it was noted that if the Generalitat did not rectify the situation, our people were prepared to take to the streets. In this regard, the intervention of the representative of the local federation of the FAI, who suggested that those present keep in mind the project for the organization of the defense groups, is suggestive. However, Manuel Escorza, head of the CNT's investigation services, declared, "We are granting this occurrence an importance which it does not merit. It is a mundane affair, a premature action that has not been thought out in the least. What remains to be seen is whether we really control our membership." 45. The meeting concluded with the agreement that the organization demand the dismissal of the police chief, Rodriguez Salas. 46. When this demand was refused, the basis for a de-escalation of the situation disappeared. The Catalan nationalist Manuel Cruels was of the opinion that the bloody week of May would have been avoided were it not for the incomprehensible intransigence of President Companys at that moment. 47. However, why and how the city had become a sea of barricades by the following day requires further explanation. 48. The mobilization has been described as spontaneous by both eyewitnesses and participants. 49. Certainly, the rapid response of the revolutionaries on the streets of Barcelona was not the result of directives from the anarchist press or the Comite superiors of the CNT. In the prevailing atmosphere of high tension, it was observed, the political atmosphere was charged with electricity and everyone was waiting for the inevitable spark. 50. To the Americans, Charles and Lois Orr, it seemed that the workers went out into the street en masse, all quite spontaneously, not only without any leadership, but actually against their leaders, and against all newspapers. 51. However, while the combination of tension and provocation contributed to a rapid escalation that surprised onlookers, the May mobilization cannot be said to have been spontaneous in the way that this term is normally understood. A simple explanation for the events, amply attested to by eyewitnesses, participants, and subsequent histories, is that the neighborhood defense committees of the libertarian movement mobilized their forces. How this was brought about is discussed below. What is less clear is why the defense committees felt sufficiently emboldened to act, at this moment, apparently beyond the margins of organizational discipline. A clue as to why this happened is provided by the intervention of the delegate of the local federation of the FAI at the meeting of the CNT's regional committee discussed above. It seems likely that the project for the organization of the defense groups to which the delegate referred was the formation of the Central Committee discussed in the previous subsection, which the combined representatives of the local FAI, JJLL, and defense committees had considered necessary in order to carry forward the fight against both fascism and the counter-revolution. Moreno, the regular delegate for the local federation of the FAI at regional meetings of the libertarian movement in Catalunya, was not present on May 3, and it is possible that his absence was due to activity preparing the ground for the mobilization. What can be concluded is that the local federation of the FAI considered a project of aggressive, revolutionary self-defense to have been mandated by a regularly constituted plenum, and that this was likely brought up at the meeting of May 3 to indicate to those present the option of an armed mobilization. The reference to the defense committees at this meeting, although vague and inconclusive in itself, is one among several links between the mobilization of May and the radical measures proposed in April by a combination of the defense committees, affinity groups, and the JJLL through the Barcelona FAI. These links are important because they indicate how the action could be said to have emerged through the traditional decision-making processes of the anarchist movement, and were not conceived of by the participants as contravening organizational discipline. The neighborhood defense committees of the CNT were initially alerted to the raid on the Telefonica directly via telephone by workers in the building in contact with the headquarters of the various committees. 52 Sarah Berenger, a member of the Neighborhood Defense Committee of Les Courts, recalled in her autobiography. As the alarm went up in response to that shameless attack on the Telefonica, the Confederal neighborhood committees intervened energetically. The activists of the neighborhoods called us on the telephone every minute to find out about our situation and to let us know of their own initiatives. 53. As in July 1936, the only libertarian mobilization of comparable scale to have taken place in Barcelona, the core delegates who represented these neighborhood defense committees informed the wider network of activists by telephone, who were instructed to present themselves with their weapons at their local defense committee headquarters. Diego Camacho, an activist of the JJLL in the neighborhood of Clot, recalls being informed of events by telephone at his place of work by Juan Turtos Valles, a member of the JJLL of Clot and a delegate member of the Neighborhood Defense Committee. 54 The shop steward at Camacho's workplace, having confirmed the information with the local trade union committee, assembled the workers who then voted to go on strike and report to their neighborhood defense committees and union sections. 55 Members of the DOS were telephoned at the occupied German embassy on the Central Avenue, the Passeig de Gracia, and told to construct a barricade to control the street. 56 Members of the Patrullas de Control in the neighborhood of Sants were told that the Patrullas no longer counted for anything, and that their unit of around 50 members was now responsible only to the local defense committee. 57 Albert Weisbord, an independent dissident communist from the United States who was in Barcelona at the time, remarked on the prominent role of the Patrullas, who probably numbered around 890 members. The patrolmen, armed with submachine guns, go from barricade to barricade, investigating every house and rooftop to ferret out any surprise the enemy might try to spring. 58 The CNT's National Committee would later claim that the Patrullas de Control had not participated in the events of May, a claim that has been taken at face value in the historiography. 59 It is likely that the functioning of the Patrullas as adjuncts of the defense committees during this period is at the root of this confusion. 60. As a result of the frenetic activity of the defense committees, around 7,000 libertarian revolutionaries were mobilized behind the barricades. 61 In addition to Spanish anarchists, barricades were mounted by members of the POUM and also by foreign revolutionaries in Barcelona, such as the German DOS and Italian anarchists who had left the front but who had regrouped in Barcelona in order to form a new battalion. 62 It should also be borne in mind that, in addition to the thousands of activists on the streets and guarding buildings, many anarchist activists on the periphery of the city remained confined to their neighborhoods without actively participating in the events in spite of a readiness to do so if necessary. 63. The mobilization was backed up by a degree of popular support among working-class non-combatants, indicated by a successful general strike throughout the city. In a report on the May days prepared for the internal discussion bulletin of the Barcelona POUM prior to the planned celebration of the local party congress, which in the event never took place, Josep Rabull affirmed, the movement was greeted with sympathy by the working class in general in the first days. Proof of this is the breadth, rapidity, and unanimity of the strike, and left the middle classes in a state of watchful neutrality, influenced, naturally, by terror. 64 There is also anecdotal evidence of wider community participation in the building of barricades. Albert Weisbord observed that the large crowds that gathered around the barricades clamoring for action left no doubt that the overwhelming mass of workers were wholeheartedly behind the vanguard and were only awaiting the orders of their respective organizations to march forward. 65 Orwell also recalled popular participation in barricade building. Long lines of men, women, and quite small children were tearing up the cobblestones, hauling them along in a handcart that had been found somewhere, and staggering to and fro under heavy sacks of sand, a testimony corroborated by the report of E.D. Igmore, a Swiss communist volunteer in Spain. 66 Orwell also states that, in the POUM headquarters, the office upstairs was ceaselessly besieged by a crowd of people who were demanding rifles and being told that there were none left. 67 Such a degree of enthusiasm and willingness to participate does not mean that working class support for the rising was unanimous. Diego Camacho was unsure of popular support in his neighborhood, noting that people seemed shocked, as if wondering whether we hadn't all gone crazy. It was difficult to know if they approved or disapproved of seeing rifles on the street once more. 68 Nevertheless, the mobilization clearly indicates considerable popular backing for the revolution and its people in opposition to the state. Orwell's account continues to be the subject of polemic, but it seems likely that his contemporary interpretation of events was widely shared. The issue was clear enough. On one side the CNT, on the other side the police. I have no particular love for the idealized worker, but when I see an actual flesh and blood worker in conflict with his natural enemy, the policeman, I do not have to ask which side I am on. 69. In a similar vein, the review of the POUM's Women's Secretariat affirmed after the events. Our place has to be at the side of our class. When the workers are dying with arms in hand at the barricades, we must immediately realize that this is because they are defending the life or death interests of the working class. 70. In any case, that such a widespread sentiment of class solidarity, which was not new to the city, could result in an apparently successful mobilization against the Republican state was remarkable when one bears in mind that thousands of the CNT's most seasoned militants had left Barcelona for the front, and that its Comite superiors had nothing to do with it. To that extent, therefore, the May events demonstrated both a degree of support for the anti-state program defended by the radical anarchists and the fact that many workers did not question the continued viability of the anarchist project even in wartime. Excluding foreign participants, who may have accounted for up to 11% of the combatants, the libertarian mobilization was composed of members of the JJLL, the Barcelona Defense Committees, the Patrullas de Control, FAI affinity groups, militia on leave, the MMLL, the AAD and specific unions of the CNT. 71 It should be noted that these groups had an overlapping membership, and that foreign participants also fell into these categories. Members of the JJLL were also members of the CNT and, if they had joined the youth organization prior to the revolution, would also have belonged to the FAI. Joan Remy, for example, belonged to all three organizations and was also a member of the Patrullas de Control. Sarah Berenger was a member of her Neighborhood Defense Committee, the JJLL, and the MMLL. Ada Marti, an active participant in the May Days, also belonged to these three organizations and, as a member of the Agrupación Los de y Los de Hoy and a future contributor to El Amigo del Pueblo, was probably also a member of the AAD. 72. The participation in the events of members of the MMLL meant the visible return of one of the most important features of the July Days, armed women on the barricades. 73 Their presence not only added to the sensation, summed up in La Batalla, that the spirit of July has once more taken possession of Barcelona, but also confirmed that the socio-cultural aspect of state reconstruction, the normalization of the rearguard, was no more complete by May than was the project to regain a monopoly of violence. 74 This should be borne in mind when we note Sarah Berenger's recollection. It seemed to me that the effervescence of the first days had returned. 75 Comparisons with the July Days were widespread during the street fighting, and were indicative that the struggle was understood by revolutionary combatants as a point of rupture, the opportunity to begin again sought by radicals. 76. Aside from membership of the CNT, which applied to the vast majority if not all the libertarian combatants in May, the most common organizational denominator within this movement has generally been taken to be the JJLL. The prominence of the JJLL in the fighting was emphasized by friends and foes alike. In the aftermath of the events, Solidaridad Obrera was moved to publicly defend the JJLL, which it described as the target for the rage of many people who are either ignorant or frankly counter-revolutionary. 77 At a national plenum later in the month, the delegate for the Catalan Regional Defense Committee stated that the JJLL had borne the brunt of the struggle in Barcelona. 78 It has been suggested that the preponderance of the JJLL in the May fighting was owing to the determination of younger libertarians to experience what they had missed out on in July, desirous of imitating the vanguard role played by more experienced revolutionaries in those days. With many of the combatants of July now at the front or dead, as well as several others now incorporated in the administration of the state, it was the turn of the youth to show their mettle. 79 This hypothesis is not substantiated by the evidence at our disposal. The average age of the victims from among the libertarian combatants whose age is known is 35.80. The JJLL, in spite of its name, did not in reality function as an organization of only younger members of the libertarian movement. 81 In its origins, the Catalan JJLL had operated as the cultural, educational, and propagandistic wing of the FAI. Aside from which, the mobilization was systematic and disciplined, and cannot be attributed to the eagerness of the activists who took part. Youthful exuberance and impetuosity were not absent from the May days, but nor were they determinant factors. The prominence of the JJLL can instead be explained by its status as a specifically anarchist umbrella organization in Barcelona within which membership of affinity groups, defense committees, and the MMLL often overlapped. Its place alongside these bodies in the vanguard of Catalan anarchism during the war is indicated by the joint plenum of the FAI, JJLL, and defense committees discussed in the previous subsection. The Comites Superiors de Defensa. At several removes from the escalating tension at its base, the National Committee of the CNT was taken by surprise by events. Jordi Arquer, a leading member of the POUM, was in Valencia when news of the May days arrived. He was able to speak to Joan Piró, who was none the wiser about what was taking place in Barcelona. 82 The perspective of the National Committee was expressed by Joan Monant Pesses, then Ministerial Secretary to Piró, who remembered that from a governmental point of view, for us it was catastrophic, so much so that it was as if we were going to lose the war the next day. 83 Despite Solidaridad Obrera describing the attack on the Telefonica as a monstrous provocation on May 4, it made no gesture of support for those of its readers behind the barricades. 84 At this point, state power in the city was effectively confined to the center and, with the artillery at the hill of Montjuic in the hands of the CNT and trained on the Generalitat, the revolutionaries held the upper hand. As much was enthusiastically conveyed to a meeting of representatives of the Catalan libertarian movement by Merino on the morning of May 4, in spite of Valerio Mas, regional secretary of the Catalan CNT, warning those in attendance of the danger facing the movement if the situation was allowed to continue. 85 By contrast, Merino reported that, from his point of view, our position is unimprovable. The fact that we have been able to take the city and to take civil guards prisoners should give an idea of the state of our morale, that is to say, that of our comrades. 86. This apparent slip of the tongue would likely have revealed to those present the extent of Merino's involvement, if his detailed knowledge of the situation had not already done so. Severino Campos later recalled that Merino convoked a meeting at the Casas CNT-FAI during the May days. 87 Garcia Oliver remembered seeing Julian Merino in the Casa giving orders on a telephone reserved for the regional committee, and it seems incontrovertible that Merino was a member of the Regional Defense Committee, the organization coordinating the defense committees. 88 Matthiasuna Ervidal, a member of the Patrullas de Control and of the FAI who participated in the fighting, testified that at this time he was at the orders of a secret revolutionary committee that directed military operations against the PSUC, naming as members of this committee Julian Merino, Lucio Ruano, and José Manzana. 89 We might assume that this was one of the Comites Superiors de Defensa, which the anonymous participant in the mobilization Joan Remy identifies as the coordinator of events. 90 Merino, as the former FAI delegate to the Catalan Regional Defense Committee, was well placed to re-establish this body, and had in effect been mandated to do so by the working group nominated at the April plenum of the Barcelona FAI. Lucio Ruano was the pseudonym of the Argentinian anarchist Rodolfo Prina. Ruano had been a part of the action group that murdered the Catalan nationalist former police chief Miguel Badia and his brother in April 1936, and his presence at a meeting during the May days is confirmed by the account of Campos. 91 For reasons that I will establish below, I consider it unlikely that Manzana was a member of the Regional Defense Committee on May 4. Whether or not this committee had called the meeting on May 4, there the governmental point of view was far from dominant, and several delegates raised possibilities that went beyond the resignation of those responsible, which was considered a minimum requirement for the cessation of hostilities by the delegates of the unions and the representative of the defense committees. Other delegates stressed their opposition to negotiations with the Generalitat. The delegate from Girona declared that it is useless to hold joint rallies, we are like the spider and the fly. We have to go all out to finish with the government. If we allow our governmental activity to get in our way, we will never be able to operate freely. The delegate from the Health Workers Union expressed the conviction that we have been too tolerant. The order of the day is to liquidate these provocations, so that nobody dare contradict the organization. With the facts as they stand, we are convinced that if the government is to for once take a step back, then it will be due to fear. 92. The delegate from the Food Supplies Union found it paradoxical that we are about to enter talks with those who less than a few hours ago were calling us mutinous and uncontrollable. 93. The meeting ended, as one delegate noted, with two positions in evidence, which although not explicitly stated had to do with whether the CNT would be prepared to head up the mobilization, with the implication of bringing down the Generalitat, or whether it would continue to negotiate with its governmental partners. While the negotiations continued, the meeting ended with the more radical option hanging in the air. That same day, La Battaglia, the daily newspaper of the POUM, called on the working class to form committees for the defense of the revolution. 94. This was to be the closest that the POUM would come to taking the initiative during the events, as the party was understandably unwilling to act independently of the CNT. Representatives of the POUM met with the regional CNT leadership at the beginning of the fighting, on the night of May 3. Their proposal, to form a joint revolutionary leadership and destroy the internal enemy, was politely rebuffed. 95. Juan Andrade, of the POUM executive, also made contact with the regional committee of the FAI during the events, and towards the end of the fighting urged a coordinated military action that would at least secure a better bargaining position for the revolutionaries, but this was also rejected by the anarchists. 96. Although unlikely to have been decisive, Andrade's decision to approach the regional committee of the FAI, as opposed to the more radical local federation which was directly involved in the events, was indicative of the distance of the POUM from the internal radicalization of the anarchist movement in Barcelona. The mobilization in defense of the revolution had revealed to the participants the opportunity to deliver a comprehensive blow to the counter-revolution in the city. Clara and Paul Thalmann, stationed behind a barricade at the open-air flower market on La Rambla on the first night of the fighting, recalled that the workers there were convinced that now the end had arrived for the Stalinists in Cataluna. 97. Moving from the defensive to the offensive had further implications, however. Would the victorious revolutionaries impose their program? The situation in May brought back to the surface the questions the libertarians had debated in July, that of collaborating with the state or going for everything. 98. The question of whether or not it was necessary to take power had never been discussed so much in the headquarters of the CNT and the FAI, remembered Severino Campos. 99. By May, however, the experience of what one member of the JJLL described as 48 hours of revolution and 10 months of counter-revolution had given a clearer, if not a definitive, idea of what going for everything could mean in the context of civil war and revolution, socialization of industry and distribution, unity based on loyalty to the revolution, and the people armed. 100. It was clear that these ends could not be attained while the government was left standing. A labyrinth of barricades now divided the governmental point of view of the National Committee of the CNT from that of the activists of Barcelona. Appealing over the radio for calm on May 4, Garcia Oliver, who had arrived in Barcelona on a peacemaking mission, declared that even if I had a rifle or a bomb in my hand, I would not know against whom to fire, because all those fighting are my brothers. 101. This speech was so far removed from what the young militants who idolized him expected to hear that rumors proliferated that the Minister of Justice had been taken hostage and forced to make the speech under duress. 102. As far as the Comite superiors were concerned, however, the combatants had allowed themselves to be provoked by their adversaries and, incorrectly believing themselves to be defending the CNT, were in fact risking a military disaster for which the organization would be blamed. 103 The stance put the exhortations to workers to resist disarmament of a few days earlier into perspective, and whether or not such slogans were merely hot air. The incompatibility of maintaining a position of even nominal resistance to state reconstruction while participating in that same process was brutally exposed by the events of May. Any contemporary hopes that these same committees would lead the libertarian movement in an offensive against the counter-revolution were thus to be disappointed. On May 4, the Regional Defense Committee drew up its plans for the military defeat of the forces of the state in Barcelona. The Italian anarchist Ecobedo Bonomini, then sharing a house in the city with Camillo Bernieri, reported that, at the end of the second day of fighting, the defense committees decided to mount a final assault on the enemy positions, whereupon the comrades in the castle at Montjuic immediately put themselves at the orders of the committee, and at the agreed hour were prepared to bombard the Generalitat, the police station and the Hotel Cologne headquarters of the PSUC Central Committee. 104 The defense committees in the suburbs were told to ready themselves to march on the center of the city and occupy centers of government and the premises of the PSUC. 105 In Gracia, on the initiative of the Neighborhood Defense Committee, an agreement for coordinated action was established between the POUM, the CNT Defense Committees, the JJLL, the JCI and the DAS. 106 According to Joan Remy, this plan did not come from the Regional Committee or the local federation but from the Regional Committee of Defense Groups, the Regional Defense Committee, which had nothing to do with the Regional Committee of the CNT. The defense groups were something separate, and they'd reached the limit of their patience. 107 By the following morning, the delegate of the Regional Defense Committee present at a meeting of representatives of the Catalan libertarian movement was evidently under pressure from those behind the barricades to sanction a plan of attack. We can't put up with any more. We will be in serious danger if we don't act quickly. We can't hold back the neighborhoods any longer, they want an all-out attack and nothing else. 108 It may well have been Merino who made the suggestion at this meeting that a Council of Defense be formed. While the possibility that this delegate was suggesting the formation of an alternative authority to that of the Generalitat is seductive, it is impossible to verify. The word used is Consejo, evoking the Defense Council of Aragon, which Merino was involved in founding. Nevertheless, it is also plausible that what was being suggested was the broadening of the existing Regional Defense Committee, which is what in fact took place. Nor is it clear who was speaking, as the delegate appears in the minutes as F.L., which could stand for the Local Federation of Affinity Groups, Merino, or the Local Federation of Unions. Also discussed was the resolution brought by Gregorio Jover, a veteran Senetista and former member of the Nosotros Affinity Group, who was at that point lieutenant colonel of a division on the Aragon front, back in Barcelona briefly on account of the unfolding crisis. Those in his division had voted to march on Barcelona in support of the mobilization. In a further example of how democratic procedure at the front was trumped by bureaucratic procedures in the rear, this possibility was rejected by the delegates at the meeting. 109 The meeting, which according to Campos's account had been called hastily and was attended by those it was possible to round up at short notice, ended with the significant decision to nominate a defense committee, to augment the existing local body. 110 The new members selected were José Manzana and José Zena, to be aided by the CNT Councillor for Defense in the Generalitat, Francisco Isclias, and, while he remained in Barcelona, Gregorio Jover. This corroborates the account given by Suna Vidal, of a Central Defense Committee containing Merino, Ruano, and Manzana, but suggests that Manzana had not been a member until after this meeting. Following the failure of the Comite Superior's radio appeals to make an impact on the combatants, the broadening of the Regional Defense Committee suggests an attempt by the Regional Comite Superiors to co-opt it, in tacit recognition that it was its authority, not that of the Comite Superiors, that was respected on the barricades. As Joan Remy put it, on May 5 we stayed put, right? Because for us, regardless of what Garcia Oliver or whoever else might say, it was only for the defense committees to give the order that it was over. 111 Although this maneuver is not alluded to in the historiography, It would seem likely that these heavyweight additions to the Defense Committee hierarchy played a significant role in the subsequent demobilization of the Rising. 112 The meeting ended with the agreement that the new committee was to be granted wide powers to act as required. 113. Meanwhile, perhaps as a consequence of the plans of the defense committees to move on to the offensive, members of the AAD saw an opportunity to advance their program. Delegates from the Agrippacion had already met with representatives of the POUM Executive Committee on May 4, agreeing that the best that could be hoped for from events was an orderly withdrawal following the abandonment of the barricades by the governmental forces and assurances that no repression would be visited upon the combatants. 114 On May 5, however, members of the grouping drew up and distributed a leaflet behind the revolutionary barricades, urging the combatants to remain at their posts. It demanded the execution of those responsible for the provocation, the socialization of industry and the replacement of the Generalitat with the revolutionary junta in which the POUM, having fought alongside the revolutionaries, would be represented. 115 The leaflet was later disowned in the strongest terms by the Regional Committee of the CNT, which described its content as absolutely intolerable. Furthermore, as the councillors of the Generalitat had collectively resigned and been replaced by a temporary unity government of the anti-fascist forces that day, everyone must accept its decisions given that we are all represented within it. 116 The leaflet of the AAD was only distributed with great difficulty. Bailius would later state that some people lost their lives while distributing it, while the manner in which it was received by the combatants evidently varied from the enthusiastic to the hostile. 117 The newspaper of the Agrippacion, El Amigo del Pueblo, would later claim, with sexist bias, that the leaflet was received with jubilation by the men of the barricades. 118 By contrast, Clara and Paul Thalmann, who helped distribute the leaflet, recalled, "Everywhere we were received with distrust. In many places we came across a brusque refusal, they rejected us." 119. The AAD was not the appropriate formation to take on a vanguard role at this time, and it was probably not the intention of its chief animators that it should do so, in spite of the hopes of the international, heterodox leftist milieu that had gravitated towards it. 120 The question at issue was whether the revolutionaries of the defense committees would be able to follow through with their plans, not only in flagrant opposition to the desires of the Comite superiors, three of whose chief representatives, Rodriguez Vázquez, Garcia Oliver, and Monsanelli, were now in Barcelona, dispatched from Valencia by Largo Caballero to call for calm, but also in spite of the new additions to the Regional Defense Committee. Time was of the essence. While Eduardo Pons Prades remembered that nobody among the libertarians doubted that in the end we would make ourselves the masters of Barcelona, the reality was that hunger and fatigue would come into play the longer a state of watchful deadlock was maintained. 121 As much had been predicted on May 4 by Aurelio, probably Aurelio Fernandez, in spite of it being unusual to have delegates identified by their first names in the minutes of meetings. This is going to end in chaos, through fatigue. They'll go at it today, tomorrow as well, but in a few days tiredness will conquer everyone, if not the lack of ammunition. The movement must be directed. Does that suit the CNT or not? 122. The following day it was reported that the CNT activists in the Telefonica building had not eaten since the events began. 123. On May 5, the anarchist emissaries of the Republican government in Valencia were locked in negotiations with the Generalitat. 124 Pressured by the Comite superiors to await their outcome, the Regional Defense Committee held back the improvised columns preparing to march on the center from the suburbs. 125 The members of these columns belonging to the POUM were advised by NIN of the impossibility of proceeding without the cooperation of the CNT. 126 Similarly, the attack that party activists stationed at the POUM headquarters had planned on the nearby Café Mocha, which had been occupied by assault guards, failed to materialize. 127 Meanwhile, the commander of the Tierra y Libertad column, stationed at the Espartaco barracks alongside a number of Italian anarchists, was ordered by the Regional Committee of the CNT not to proceed with its planned assault on the PSUC-dominated Carlos Marx barracks. 128. In an effort to break the deadlock, the JJLL in Gracia launched an extraordinary appeal, addressed to the authentic revolutionaries. The continuous provocation brought about by the politicians and the armed police bodies has had as its consequence a new rising of the workers affiliated to the CNT, FAI, JJLL, and POUM. It would be a vile joke to play on the comrades who have fallen in the bloody struggles against these animals if we were to accept a new trap laid by the politicians, when it is us workers with arms in hand who must have the final word. If the comrades sealed off in our committees do not have sufficient energy to push on ahead, we must relieve them and delegate a revolutionary committee capable of doing so. Comrades, it's now or never. Let's do away with the armed police bodies that offer no guarantees as to the revolutionary future. Let's do away with the political parties that attempt to inoculate our cause with their poison. Let us not wait another moment. While some remain on the barricades defending the revolution with arms, others must proceed rapidly to the socialization of wealth and the means of production. We won't accept ambiguities. Either we get rid of the armed police, politicians, and other enemies of the working class, or they will get rid of us. Let us learn from what we've lived through and not leave a single institution standing that represents the hateful past. Revolutionaries. Forward with the social revolution above everyone and everything else. 129. As with the leaflet produced by the AAD, this proclamation from the JJLL in Gracia is notable for its acknowledgement of revolutionary solidarity with the POUM and its recognition of the mobilization as an opportunity to implement the radical program and rectify the half measures of July that had left standing the institutions of the hateful past. It is also notable for its derision of the Commite superiors, sealed off from events. However, while the solution of these authentic revolutionaries was to replace these committees, to do so they required, at the very least, the backing of the defense committees that had initiated the rising. At that point, those behind the barricades were anxiously awaiting word from what Joan Remy intriguingly refers to as the Commite Superiors de Defensa, that is to say, the committees that coordinated the defense committees at a local and regional level. 130 Remy explains his use of the plural by stating that there existed the Regional Defense Committee and the local Federation of Defense Groups. It is quite possible that the former refers to the new appointees nominated on May 5 and the latter to the committee containing Marino and Ruano. In any case, those coordinating the rising were under a great deal of pressure, and had no doubt been made aware by the new members nominated by the Commite superiors that any autonomous initiative would be disowned by the organization. As Baldo Solano affirmed with regard to the defense committees and their relationship to the Commite superiors, it is highly difficult that this kind of position crystallizes and affirms itself. There is discontent. There is unease. There is even opposition. But from that to a clear rupture, there is a big difference. What is more is the question of pride in the organization. They were capable of criticizing the organization, of criticizing their leaders. But the moment arrived at which the criticism halted. The definitive step was not taken. 131. Josep Raboul, a local member of the POUM, would state that the failure of the revolutionaries to take the Generalitat by force could only be explained by such psychological factors. 132 Neither of these activists of the POUM would have been aware, however, of the more salient fact that the body coordinating the defense committees in Barcelona had been compromised by a bureaucratic maneuver at the meeting of May 5. Of the 4 new regional defense committee members, Isclias was a councillor in the Generalitat and Manzana a front-line officer who had overseen the militarization of the Durruti column. While the position of Zena and Jover was more ambiguous, it is probable that by the afternoon of May 5, Marino and Ruano, and any other initial members of the committee, were not acting with a free hand, regardless of whether they were assailed by doubts or not. To judge by his subsequent behavior, discussed in the following chapters, it would seem that Marino was untroubled by such psychological factors, although he would later admit to bitterness as to the lack of courage shown by his comrades. 133. The orders of the defense committees to hold back were not uniformly accepted throughout the revolutionary ranks, and arguments reportedly raged in the Espartaco barracks and in the Casa CNTFAI itself. 134 In spite of the combative manifestos put out by the JJLL and the AAD, however, the backing of the defense committees was crucial to the success of the mobilization, and it is unlikely that any initiative external to those bodies was ever considered. Even the leaflet of the AAD issued on May 5 should not be seen in that light. While the line it expressed was clearly contrary to the pacifying appeals of the Comite superiors, the AAD did not believe itself capable of carrying out its program alone, but instead wanted to win support for that program within the movement in order to influence the policy of the organizations. It was later affirmed, in the by then underground organ of the Agrupación, we were not going to attempt an isolated action or persevere with conduct that we could not sustain with the resources of the Agrupación alone. 135 Juan Andrade, who had contact with members of the AAD, later recalled that the AAD did not want to be anything more than an internal opposition within the FAI. 136. By Thursday, May 6, with the arrival of well-armed assault guards from Valencia imminent, the slow abandonment of the barricades had begun. The Catalan flag replaced the black and red flag of the CNT flying over the Telefonica building. 137 But the May days did not represent a victory for Catalan nationalists as such, as the effective autonomy enjoyed by the region since July came to an end with the arrival of the assault guards and the assumption of central governmental control over public order. 138 Orwell observed that, in the wake of the May days, the flag of the Spanish Republic became visibly prominent in Barcelona for the first time during the Civil War. 139 The anarchists' contestation of the state's monopoly of violence was dealt a severe blow when, on Friday, May 7, it was announced that the patrullas de control had placed themselves at the orders of the central government. That same day, Solidaridad Obrera appeared in a special edition of 2 pages, declaring the struggle to be over and reproducing appeals for calm and serenity from Mariano Rodriguez Vázquez and Federica Monsanelli. 140. Consequences. The bleak prediction of the radicals regarding the consequences of inaction proved correct. While the Comite superiors of the CNT had done what they could to hold back their members, their opponents had taken advantage of what opportunities they had to strengthen their position. 141 At a meeting of the regional committees of the CNT and the FAI on May 13, Severino Campos, speaking for the latter body, declared, "When we obeyed the ceasefire, they came against us so violently that we suffered many losses." 142 The corpses of 12 members of the Catalan JJLL from the Sant Andreu neighborhood were dumped in the cemetery at Cerdanyola. They had been tortured to death on 4 May. 143 Important anarchist critics of the Communist Party and its policy had been murdered. The most famous case was that of Camillo Bernieri, shot on May 5 along with his comrade and compatriot, Francesco Barbieri. Bernieri had published scathing critiques of Soviet Union policy, particularly with regard to its continued commercial relations with Nazi Germany and persecution of anarchists, in the Spanish heterodox leftist review Ordo as far back as August 1933. 144 He had also publicly defended the POUM and, in an article completed just before his murder, declared the attacks of the PSUC on the POUM to be an act of sabotage against the anti-fascist struggle. 145 As his residence was situated next to a PSUC controlled barricade, once it had been registered and his identity confirmed, his fate was sealed. 146 In an ex post facto justification for his death, the PCE's official history of the war would later imply that Bernieri had inspired the anarchist mobilization, shamelessly describing him as the chief theoretician of the putschist policy. 147 For women attempting to acquire groceries, whose radicalization had been a key precursor to the May mobilization, defeat brought further humiliation. In her eyewitness report on the events, the Glaswegian anti-parliamentary communist Jane Patrick included the following observation from the third day of fighting. The Generalitat issue the ration cards. Many women came here this morning who had been at the Generalitat to have their cards renewed. Because they were FAI members, the Generalitat refused to renew them. The government officials said, with a sneer, Viva la FAI, and when the women replied, yes, Viva la FAI, the officials threw the cards back at them and said, then get your ration cards from the FAI. 148. In the aftermath of events, George Orwell observed mounted assault guards who were keeping order while queues of women waited to buy olive oil and who sometimes amused themselves by backing their horses into the queue and trying to make them tread on the women's toes. 149. On May 7, the local federation of the JJLL met to exchange impressions of what had occurred. Although there was agreement on the need to adopt procedures appropriate to underground activity, there was no such accord as to the import of the events. Diego Camacho remembered, I had a Bolshevik conception of the revolution. I thought that, having failed to assault the palace of the Generalitat and put the Stalinists of the PSUC to the sword, we had been defeated. 150. The young libertarian was, however, struck by the optimism of Diego Ruiz Arno, an anarchist doctor then in his mid-50s, who considered that the people had demonstrated their resolve to confront the counter-revolution. 151. Eduardo Pons Prades was also optimistic that the revolutionaries' show of strength would alter the course of events. 152. This echoed the attitude that the CNT's regional committee had displayed in its meeting with the POUM, that the counter-revolutionaries would be given pause now that the workers had shown their teeth. 153. At a meeting of the Comite superiors immediately after the events discussed below, Josep J. Domenech, the former supplies councillor of the Generalitat and then public services councillor, in a comment that reflected the complacency and ingenuity of the leading stratum of the CNT-FAI at this time, affirmed that, with tact and good sense, the Telefonica would soon be returned to the control of the CNT, because the new occupants knew nothing of telephones. 154. However, the disappearance on Friday, May 7 of Alfredo Martinez, member of the regional committee of the JJLL and secretary of the FJR, was the first sign that the cessation of hostilities would not imply an end to the repression, which was given a particularly grisly aspect by the convergence of a triumphal imposition of order on the part of the police and the instructions given to Stalinists worldwide to exterminate Trotskyists. 155. In this regard, it is worth noting that Martinez had been the JJLL member who had worked hardest in the creation of the FJR, and had spoken at a POUM rally in December. 156. On the night of May 8, an enlarged meeting of the Catalan libertarian movement took place in Barcelona. 157. Present were many of the leading figures of the libertarian movement, including Rodriguez Vázquez and Montseny, yet to return to Valencia. Earlier that evening, members of the Barcelona City Police had opened fire at a car carrying Montseny, injuring her secretary and another passenger. Even as the meeting took place, police were surrounding the home of Dionisio Arrels, the CNT delegate for public order in the Catalan government and one of those responsible for the patrullas de control. 5 of Arrels's bodyguard had been taken out of their homes and shot. 158. It was therefore in an atmosphere of high tension that the meeting revealed the fault lines that the events of the previous days had brought to the surface in the Spanish libertarian movement. In that context, the leading figures of the organizations continued in their role as firefighters, attempting to calm spirits and stressing the need to avoid being provoked by the forces of law and order. 159. This attitude was summed up early on in proceedings by Rodriguez Vázquez, who stated, all problems have to be resolved one by one, with calmness and serenity, sacrificing part of our ideological concepts for the good of the common cause. 160. Conflict arose at the meeting over the responsibility of the Comite superiors for the repression that the newly arrived assault guards were unleashing in the Catalan region. The leadership had assured CNT members that the crisis would pass with the removal of the officials responsible for the assault on the Telefonica building, and yet the area around the French border, until recently recognized as a zone of libertarian influence, had been invaded, according to the delegate Arenas, with the apparent acquiescence of the Comite superiors. This delegate was almost certainly Juan Giménez Arenas, known as the Quixote of Banat, secretary of the JJLL in Sants and a former combatant in the Durruti column, who had taken part in the fighting in May. 161. A heated argument took place between José Zena and the delegates of the border region. 162. Zena, who had provided the only vote in favor of going for everything at the famous regional plenum of July 21, 1936 discussed in Chapter 2, had apparently maintained a position of radicalism. From that point on. From May, however, we find him continuously demanding internal organizational discipline, part of a wider dynamic by which intermediate cadres whose relationship to state collaboration had been ambiguous increasingly found themselves facing down lower-level activists from the suburbs and provincial towns. His first such test may have been in imposing demobilization from within the expanded Regional Defense Committee, discussed above. Further disagreements arose over the question of disarmament and the release of prisoners taken by libertarians during the fighting. On the question of disarmament, José Manzana, another member of the expanded Regional Defense Committee, stated, "This morning we have spoken to the neighborhood committees and these are resisting as far as possible, the voluntary handover of weapons. Naturally, if we impose ourselves they will do so, but that would be unjust given that we have spent 20 years inculcating rebelliousness and disobedience in the masses and cannot all of a sudden demand that they be obedient and disciplined. It is not right that a weapon that is worth a life and the sacrifice of several comrades be handed over like this." 163. The delegate for the defense section of the CNT explained the reluctance of the neighborhood defense committees to release their prisoners, 400 of whom had in fact been released the previous day by the defense committee of the Sands neighborhood, without assurances that the same magnanimity would be shown the imprisoned comrades of the CNT. 164. This produced a heated debate with Miguel Barachina, who had been a member of the Defense Committee of Gracia in July 1936, who insisted on the need to obey the agreements taken by the organization. To this the exasperated delegate for the defense section declared that for the agreements to be obeyed they must be approved beforehand in consultation with the comrades. 165. It was clear, however, that, for the Comite superiors, further debate was to be avoided, and no further guarantees from the government or the PSUC were to be sought, still less wrested by force. While there can be no doubt that the leading cadres of the CNT saw the May insurrection as a disaster and a return to normality as desirable, their insistence on releasing prisoners with no sign that their enemies would follow suit is hard to explain. The priority of the organization was to avoid culpability for a collapse of the anti-fascist front. The order of the day was to avoid provoking further disharmony, an attitude which extended to discouraging relatives of those who had been killed in the fighting from attending their funerals, for fear that they might mount some sort of demonstration. 166. This was combined with complacency as to the power and political will of their rivals, particularly those in the security forces and in the PSUC. Sure that the provocative maneuver of May had failed, the National Committee of the CNT evidently trusted that the show of strength on the streets would deter their opponents from further provocations. 167. Relevant in this regard is the discussion of the AAD at the meeting, whose leaflets were described as weapons launched by the true disturbers of order to create discord among those who must always be united. Such intemperate language far exceeded what the Comite superiors were prepared to use in reference to the agents of state reconstruction, even behind closed doors. Yet more revealing, however, was the admission that the organization would have to mount a campaign of propaganda to counter the AAD because the ideas that they express in these leaflets are well received in our ranks. 168. Earlier that day, the AAD had distributed a manifesto that affirmed the revolutionary nature of the May Days and which castigated the Comite superiors. The treachery is of an enormous scale. The two essential guarantees of the working class, security and defense, are offered on a plate to our enemies. 169. The leaflet went on to affirm that the Agrupación remained on a war footing and that its indomitable spirit would be maintained. On May 12, a plenary meeting of individual union leaderships authorized the local Federation of Unions in Barcelona to track down the leadership of the AAD and to demand an explanation from them for the leaflets printed during and after the May Days. The following day, at an enlarged meeting of the Catalan Regional Committee, at which representatives from all branches of the libertarian movement were present, a campaign of slander was begun against Jaime Balius, a leading figure within the AAD and by then something of a veteran of the CNT. Attendees were warned that we must have the utmost care insofar as the AAD is concerned, because it is said that the secretary of the group is an old communist. 170 At a time when it was frequently averred that the AAD was composed of agents provocateurs, the subtle insinuation that Balius might still be serving the interests of communists was a carefully chosen slur designed to cause the group the maximum possible discredit. Prior to 1931, Balius had been active in the ranks of Catalan nationalism. At the outset of the Republic he briefly passed through the dissident communist bloc Obrero y Camperol, Workers and Peasants bloc, later to merge with the Izquierda Comunista de España Spanish Communist Left to form the POUM, which at the time was still a part of the CNT. His subsequent public repudiation of nationalism and unambiguous adherence to anarchism cannot have been unknown to those who now tried to use traditional anarchist antipathy to Marxism against one of those who had openly advocated an aggressively anti-Stalinist policy within the CNT. The suggestion that the AAD contained agents provocateurs appeared in the CNT's response to the leaflet distributed by the AAD during the May Days. 171 El Amigo del Pueblo, the mouthpiece of the AAD, appeared for the first time later that month in a heavily censored edition, which attempted to announce the beginning of a battle over the meaning and purpose of the CNT and the FAI with the headline "We are not provocateurs. We are the same as ever. Durruti is our guide. His flag is our flag. No one will take it from us. Long live the FAI. Long live the CNT. 172 pressed to provide the local Federation of Unions with a list of the Agrupacion's members. The AAD instead responded with a letter insisting that their ideas should be debated at assemblies of unions and CNT activists. 173 This, of course, was out of the question. At the end of the month, it was publicly declared that the AAD had been expelled from the CNT. 174. The second week of May had seen the appearance of Santana Calero's flysheet, Esfuerzo, in Barcelona. Aside from the manifesto of the AAD, this was probably the first libertarian publication after the May events to offer an unequivocal defense of the mobilization, likening the revolution's defenders in Barcelona to those who fought fascism at the front and those who had defeated the mutiny in July. 175 The edition called for the release of the revolutionary prisoners and the revolutionary defense of the workers against their enemies, and was also noteworthy in maintaining its pre-May attempts to divide the JSU and urging revolutionary unity. 176 The strategy was not limited to Cataluna, as demonstrated by articles highlighting the lack of internal democracy in the JSU and its consequently anti-revolutionary policy in the organ of the CNT in the province of Granada, Hombres Libres. 177 This position was, to an extent, echoed in a joint manifesto of the Catalan CNT, FAI, and JJLL, made public on May 11. Although lacking the stridency of Esfuerzo, this manifesto appealed to workers of the UGT to distance themselves, on the basis of class unity, from counter-revolutionary politicians. 178 This tactic was to recede in all branches of the libertarian movement, however, and was to suffer an immediate blow at the regional congress of the JJLL. This fracturing of revolutionary solidarities is discussed further in Chapter 6. Meanwhile, the governmental crisis ended when Largo Caballero refused to move against the POUM in the absence of any evidence linking them to the initial mobilization in May. This precipitated the withdrawal of the communist ministers, who were followed by the rest of the cabinet, with the exception of the CNT ministers, the UGT representative Angel Galarza and Largo Caballero himself. In the resulting negotiations, Rodriguez Vázquez made it clear on behalf of the CNT that the organization would not participate in any government over which Largo Caballero did not preside. On May 17 it was officially announced that Juan Negrin would be the new prime minister. Negrin was a member of the PSOE who had already come into conflict with the CNT in his role as finance minister in the outgoing cabinet. 179 Largo Caballero had been ousted from government, and with him went his allies in the CNT. 180 On May 18, Solidaridad Obrera declared on its front page, a counter-revolutionary government has been formed. 181. In this context of defeat and repression, the Thalmons met to exchange impressions with the Trotskyists Erwin Wolf, Mulan, and Grandizo Muniz, who represented the minuscule Bolshevik-Leninist organization in Spain, the Sección Bolchevique Leninista de España, 182, while Muniz and Wolf, who had not been in Barcelona during the events, were optimistic about the possibilities for a revolutionary advance. Moulin was circumspect. For the Thalmans, by contrast, no optimism was warranted. The May uprising, in which we have participated, was the Spanish Kronstadt, a defeat for the revolution that would prove to be definitive. 183 As the suppression of the Kronstadt revolt has historically been defended by the Trotskyist movement, the Thalmans' remark left Muniz apoplectic. Grinding his teeth, he declared his interlocutors to be puerile anarchists and clowns. Nevertheless, in terms of representing a defeat for working-class participation and control that represented a point of no return on the trajectory of the revolution, the Thalmans' analogy was to prove both prescient and apposite. 184. The severity of the situation facing the libertarian movement was beginning to dawn on the Comite superiors, but in spite of the demands of the delegate of the Regional Defense Committee at a meeting on May 19 for urgent measures to be taken, the Regional Committee of the CNT insisted once more that no strikes or violent action were to be undertaken under any circumstances. 185 The veteran activist Vicente Pérez Combina approached the heart of the matter when he stated that we are the masters of the economic situation, but the economy is useless if alongside it we have no arms. Do not think that we will be respected if we are disarmed. 186 As the May days had demonstrated, however, it was one thing to possess arms, another to use them. Before any coordinated approach to the question of arms, and the attendant questions of power and the fate of the revolution could be broached, radicals would have to force a reckoning within the ranks of the libertarian organizations. Conclusions. The May Rising in Barcelona was predicated on the prior crystallization of a vanguard grouping around the neighborhood defense committees, the JJLL, the MMLL, anarchist refugees and deserters opposed to militarization, organized in defense of a radical program and mandated by a plenum of the Barcelona FAI to struggle against the counter-revolution. Following this plenum, a regional defense committee was set up by Julian Moreno. The mobilization this committee effected in response to the police assault on the Telefonica building was so successful that it briefly appeared likely that the error of July that oppositional anarchists had identified would be rectified, and the seat of Catalan government, left standing during the short summer of anarchy, would be toppled in the springtime of the radicals. Nevertheless, the rising failed. The radical program was not carried through to its ultimate conclusion. Worse for the components of the Revolutionary Alliance, by showing the limits of the hand they could yet play, they not only failed to mount a thoroughgoing offensive against their adversaries, but also left themselves open to further repression by the state. It was not ideological scruples that had prevented the military victory of the revolutionaries, but acquiescence to the assertion of organizational hierarchies within the libertarian movement. The hypothesis presented here is that the radical anarchists rose on account of the mandate granted by the Barcelona FAI to undertake armed resistance to the counter-revolution. In that sense, we can only appreciate why both the mobilization and the demobilization occurred through an understanding of the participants as committed members of organizations whose internal mechanisms they respected. Whether the radicals would have been as prepared to accept the decision to demobilize had they known that the Comite superiors of the movement had, behind closed doors, altered the composition of the Regional Defense Committee, is highly questionable. Nevertheless, the addition of 4 prominent CNT members to this committee at the regional meeting of May 5 is a significant discovery that enhances our understanding of how this demobilization was enacted. Hitherto, explanations for the demobilization have tended to depend on appeals to the psychological factors discussed above. Without wishing to dismiss their importance, such explanations fail to overcome the logical inconsistency in this argument, that it was the defense committees who ordered both the mobilization and the demobilization. Can the abrupt change of tack from planning an all-out assault one day to ordering a demobilization the next be explained by doubt and organizational loyalty? Perhaps, but it ought to be remembered that the coordinators of the initial mobilization were respectful of the organizational norms of the libertarian organization and believed the action to have been mandated by constitutional means. Alternative explanations, such as that of Helen Graham, that Garcia Oliver and the Comite superiors of the libertarian movement saw the bigger picture, not only, in terms of the overriding imperatives of the war, but also in terms of the overall balance of firepower within Republican Spain, and that of Guillamon, that the rising was defeated by the radio broadcasts of the Comite superiors, fail to account for the fact that the plan of attack drawn up by the defense committees on May 4 remained on the table after Garcia Oliver's arrival and widely derided Appeal. 187 even allowing for the existence of important psychological factors and residual respect for the increasingly sealed-off Comite superiors, it seems likely that the decision on May 5 to alter the composition of the Regional Defense Committee was decisive in tipping the balance. Merino and others coordinating the rising may have found themselves outnumbered, their recommendations contradicted, by the new additions with one foot in the Regional Defense Committee and one in the Comite superiors. It is possible that this was not a conscious maneuver on the part of the regional Comite superiors, but it would not need to have been in order to have an impact, and it follows an established pattern of ad hoc, bureaucratic resolutions taken behind closed doors undermining the initiative and resolve of those on the street. On the other hand, if it was a conscious maneuver, then it was a logical one. The Comite superiors recognized the limitations of their own influence over those on the barricades and took appropriate measures to instead change the composition of the Regional Defense Committee, whose authority certainly was still respected by the broader activist base, as is confirmed by the testimonies of Joan Remy and Matthiasuna Urvidal. The May Days had demonstrated that the architects and promoters of the radical program in Barcelona were far from isolated from the wider membership of the libertarian movement, and remained capable of mobilizing broader community support. The participation of the CNT in government, and the maturation of anti-fascism as an emerging dominant ideology in Republican Spain, had not precluded the continued success of the anarchists' anti-state project in Barcelona. When Garcia Oliver entered the Casa CNT-FAI and caught sight of Merino occupying a telephone booth, animatedly making and taking one call after another, it was clear that both the governmental and radical wings of Spanish anarchism continued to stake a claim to the authority and resources of the libertarian movement. Following these events, it became evident to the Comite superiors that such coexistence was no longer possible. May was the point at which the ambiguous nature of the CNT's position was resolved definitively in favor of state reconstruction, even though the events precipitated the organization's exit from government. The mobilization, which was partly coordinated from underneath the noses of the Comite superiors inside the Casa CNT-FAI, also revealed to this leadership stratum that a tightening of internal discipline was required. In this process, formerly voluntarist anarchists would be relied upon as enforcers, in particular Garcia Oliver, but also, as the regional meeting of May 8 revealed, those whose position as regards state reconstruction had hitherto been ambiguous, such as Zena and Arles. For the anti-statist radicals, by contrast, the success of the mobilization vindicated the radical program and convinced several voluntarists, not least Merino, of the capacity of the radicals to take on and defeat the state. In spite of the fact that they had ended in defeat, therefore, the radical perspective following the May events would be reaffirmed through a renewed effort to break with state collaboration, backed up with the threat of a return to the streets. While the context of increasing pressure from without and increasing polarization within the libertarian movement presented new and difficult challenges to the radicals, the truly definitive nature of the defeat that May represented would only become clear after several more months of anarchist struggle against the state. 5. The Spanish Revolution in retreat, May, December 1937. After the events of May 1937, the space in which the oppositional currents of Spanish anarchism could operate was greatly circumscribed by a combination of violent police and military repression, the increasingly bureaucratized and hierarchical nature of the libertarian movement, and the extension of the draft in the Republican rear. Ever greater numbers of activists were absorbed by a war whose course gave little cause for optimism. Bilbao fell in June, Santander in August and Asturias in October. Meanwhile, in the rear, thousands of anarchists and POUM militants were jailed, above all in Cataluna. Between May 1937 and the end of summer 1938 around 4,000 anti-fascists were imprisoned for varying lengths of time in Catalonia alone, the majority of whom were members of the CNT.1. George Orwell reported in articles for the New English Weekly in July and September 1937. When I left Barcelona in late June, the jails were bulging. Indeed, the regular jails had long since overflowed and the prisoners were being huddled into empty shops and any other temporary dump that could be found for them. But the point to notice is that the people who are in prison now are not fascists but revolutionaries. They are there not because their opinions are too much to the right, but because they are too much to the left. Point 2. Local centers of the JJLL, the neighborhood defense committees and those frequented by foreign revolutionaries were subject to police raids, registers, and closure. The targets of such actions were thus those same centers through which the anarchist vanguard had renewed itself after July 1936, and via which the libertarian mobilization in May had been effected. Outside of Barcelona, in the Catalan provinces, anarchists complained of reigns of terror being installed in areas formerly dominated by the CNT.3. In August, the Regional Defense Council of Aragon was dissolved by government decree, whereupon troops of the 11th Division of the Popular Army under the communist Enrique Lister broke up the region's collectives and arrested hundreds of libertarians. Point 4. Nevertheless, in Barcelona, where members of the defense committees were aware of how close they had come to gaining a victory over their opponents, the May events had not been accepted as a definitive defeat by the activists who had initiated them. In fact, we might surmise from the combative nature of the threats and statements issued over the months that followed that they remained confident of their capacity to mobilize their forces. An editorial in Ideas gave an indication of persistent voluntarism among Catalan anarchists. Workers, you have the opportunity to be free. For the first time in social history the arms are in our hands, do not release them. Always remember that it is planes, cannon, and tanks that the fronts need to quickly overcome fascism. What all the politicians want is to disarm the workers, and take from them everything they have conquered at the cost of so much blood, of so many proletarian lives. Disarm those who want to disarm you. Point 5. Within the Barcelona FAI, the exit of the libertarian movement from spheres of government was considered to be an opportunity to employ extra-legal measures in defense of the revolution, while armed insurrection continued to be invoked as a viable option at plenums as summer turned to autumn. Meanwhile, resentment at the pacifying role of the Comite superiors in May continued to fester. Am I to consider counter-revolutionaries to be my brothers, wondered the Argentinian painter Gustavo Cochet in a contribution to Ideas, indicative of the bitterness that the demobilization had generated. Cease fire, was the cry. Very well, but what conditions were established for the ceasefire to take place? We were not defeated and we could have won. We had force and reason on our side, we had courage and the consciousness of a revolutionary duty. I repeat, what conditions were demanded? 6. These factors, added to the apparent return to bourgeois normality in the Republican rearguard, embodied in the privileges of a minority at a time of generalist scarcity and the release of rightists and clergy from Republican jails, fueled a continuous critique of the Comite superiors that would persist into 1938.7. What remained at issue was the ongoing commitment to anti-fascist collaboration that had served to undermine the mobilization in May. Considering this policy to have been responsible for the abandonment of the barricades, the radicals' strategy over the summer of 1937 was to attempt to force the libertarian organizations to change course. The radical majority in the local federation of anarchist affinity groups, the Barcelona FAI, under its strategically minded secretary, Julian Moreno, attempted to have its anti-collaboration positions adopted at the regional level. 8 Such a withdrawal from state collaboration could only be countenanced if serious consideration was given to the question of whether to continue collaborating in the anti-fascist war effort, and on what terms, and whether to forcibly confront the authorities of the Republican state, regardless of the impact this might have on the same. As this chapter will discuss, the radicals did not shirk from confronting these questions, but were nevertheless incapable of forcing through the change of direction they considered necessary. Wary of being ejected from their posts, the Comite superiors attempted to introduce structural changes to the FAI that would undermine the authority of the radical local federations. Consequently, the radicals would be exhausted by having to simultaneously defend themselves from police operations and offer solidarity to prisoners, while fighting an internecine battle with those they called the neo-anarchists over the functioning and purpose of the FAI. Militarism, nationalism, and the war that is not for true freedom. In an article intended to admonish anarchist activists for their faulty priorities, Amanece, the strongly pro-collaboration review of the CNT's Catalan School for Activists, reported on a rally held on June 4, 1937 in the Olympia Theatre in Barcelona to pay homage to the defenders of Madrid and the Basque Country. There, a delegate speaker who had arrived from the Spanish capital asked the assembled throng, "Do you want to win the war?" And the crowd, 100% revolutionary, barely answered the question. One person shouted out, "What we want is to win the revolution." 9. Enthusiasm for the war was on the wane among anarchists. Previously, the social content of the war had been emphasized by the radicals, in opposition to the characterization of the conflict as a war of national liberation fought in defense of democracy. The FAI veteran José Alberola had articulated the radical perspective in a speech given in March 1937. "It is said that we must renounce our ideas in order to win the war. If what they call war was nothing more than that, we would have to be deserters. But it is principally a social conflict." 10. By the summer of 1937 there were ample signs that this perspective could no longer be sustained, not least because of the participation of sectors of the anarchist movement in the recasting of this social war as one of national independence. Anarchists in Spain and abroad linked the error of participation in government to a concomitant degeneration in the ideology professed by prominent activists. An article in Terra Libra, the mouthpiece of the Francophone Anarchist Federation, averred that some could no longer claim to be anarchists because they promote l'union sacrée, patriotism, nationalism, and so on. 11. As we have seen, however, anarchist collaboration in the reconstruction of the Republican state drew on pre-existing ambiguities within the movement that were identifiable not only in its gradualist, but also its purist and voluntarist sectors. There were thus parallels between the rhetoric of Montseny in 1931 and 1936, when the Republic was defended as the progressive and more civilized alternative facing the Spanish working class. Nevertheless, it is evident that war and state collaboration served to accelerate the process by which concepts of nationhood and an intermingling of the categories of people and proletariat became prevalent in Spanish anarchist discourse. 12. Relevant in this regard is the presence on the editorial board of Solidaridad Obrera of Salvador Canova Cervantes, a proponent of a racial understanding of Spanish anarchism who had been ejected from the CNT after standing for election during the Second Republic. 13. A particularly egregious example of this trend was provided by an editorial in Solidaridad Obrera on May 26, 1937, the front page headline of which read, "Our revolution must be Spanish." 14. Although a thinly veiled attack on Soviet intervention in Spain, the nationalist rhetoric employed in this article stressed the Iberian, independent, and national character of the Spanish proletariat, unconnected to any foreign influence, and opposed the purely Spanish, purely Iberian, purely peninsular position of the CNT and the FAI to those of the parties of exotic origin in Spain, a position which can be summarized in the phrase, "Spain for the Spanish." 15. Such positions were characterized as national anarchism by Alexander Shapiro, an anarcho-syndicalist veteran of the Russian Revolution, writing in Le Combat Syndicaliste, to eulogize racism and disparage exoticism are two simultaneous and complementary phenomena that indicate, to say the least, an anti-revolutionary state of mind. 16. Traditionally, such anarchist antipathy towards nationalism had gone hand in hand with anti-militarism, a commitment that was also tested in this period. 17. Already, at a regional congress of the JJLL on April 17, 1937, the delegate from Puigcerdá had lamented the consequences of the military pose adopted by Garcia Oliver. 18. This was in reference to a speech in March at which the then Minister of Justice had urged those entering officer training in the Republican Army to bear in mind that Enlisted men should cease to be your comrades and become the cogwheels of our military machine. 19 The delegate noted the opprobrium with which French comrades had greeted such language, providing further evidence of the international nature of the critique of state collaboration, which in turn contributed to the worsening of relations between the Comite superiors and the CNT's critics at home and abroad. At a tempestuous plenum of the IWMA in Paris on June 11, the CNT delegates were made to suffer what they regarded as the indignity of attacks on their conduct from minuscule and in some cases barely operative sister organizations. 20 Moreover, they were unable to prevent the anti-collaborationist motions passed at this meeting being reported to oppositional anarchists in Spain. 21 The indignities continued. At a fundraising rally held in Paris later that month, scuffles broke out in the crowd when Garcia Oliver and Montseny were met with shouts of murderers. And what about Camillo Bernieri, 22 Scapiro, who in Paris had alleged that the CNT had dragged its history and its principles through the mud, accused the CNT of helping to construct, through its so-called anti-fascist alliances, a red fascism to fight the white one. 23 The political character of the Republican rearguard was causing similar unease in Spain. In June, delegates from the Durruti column attended a meeting of the Regional Committee of the Catalan CNT, where they stressed that the anarchist combatants were sacrificing their health and their life for an ideal, which they believe they will see implanted very soon on the Iberian Peninsula, and now they find that they have enemies both at the front and in the rear. 24 As had occurred prior to May, the Barcelona FAI under Moreno attempted to synthesize and amplify such radical concerns. At the end of June, the local federation issued a communiqué in which the war was characterized as being not for true freedom, and libertarian unease as to the meaning of the war, the fate of the revolution, and the militarist and nationalist positions adopted by the Comite superiors was again in evidence at a regional plenum of anarchist affinity groups of Catalunya in July. 25 During the second session, Moreno urged the FAI to confront its enemies in the rearguard, forgetting for a moment that fascism is in Aragon. 26 This frank admission that, in order to regain hegemony in the rear, Spanish anarchists would need to temporarily forget the war against fascism, was complemented in the following session by the analysis of Simon Tapia Coleman, who was to become a musician of world renown during his post-war Mexican exile, who was speaking as a delegate of the affinity group Hispania. There is absolutely nothing for us to do in this war, since it has been transformed from a workers' war into an imperialist war. We must say that we are prepared to lose everything except our anarchist movement, which cannot compromise before a bourgeois war. We must set a deadline for the government to make an immediate rectification, otherwise we must withdraw all support from the war effort. 27 This was thus the second intervention at the plenum to call for attention to be diverted from the war effort to face the enemy in the rearguard. It is further remarkable for its qualification of the war as imperialist in nature, which also resonated with radical anarchists abroad. On July 31, the veteran French anarchist André Prudhomme wrote that our Spanish comrades have become cannon fodder for a cause that is not theirs, an imperialist war. 28 The intervention of Tapia Coleman shows that such an analysis was not restricted to foreigners or fringe groups, and indicates an ongoing mutual influence among radical anarchists inside and outside Spain. The reference to losing everything except our anarchist movement is a clear allusion to the phrase wrongly but widely attributed to Durruti, that Spanish anarchism renounced everything except victory, echoing in turn Lucia Sanchez Ornil's defiant for the war everything, except liberty, discussed in Chapter 4. These sentiments were to be echoed later that month in Anarquia, a new underground, or clandestine, publication produced by the Barcelona FAI, which was not submitted to the state censor, and which declared that everything can be done except that which endangers our principles. 29 Tapia Coleman evidently placed the integrity of the movement above the anti-fascist war effort, a position that was immediately hailed by another delegate, on this occasion that of the affinity group Rebeldes, who declared that, for Tapia Coleman's proposal to have an effect, it was necessary to arrive at the agreement that those in official positions withdraw from them, as the way that the war is going endangers us. The moment has arrived to confront our political enemies, and not to allow, as has happened up to now, the organization to prevent us from saying the truth about the war. 30. Such characterizations of the war as were voiced at this plenum were to find an echo in the days and weeks that followed. At a meeting of the Catalan region of the CNT on July 5, a delegation from the Aragon front complained of the effect on morale that the political intrigue and frivolity of the rearguard had on the comrades on the front line. Pujol, the delegate from the Metal Workers' Union, used this opportunity to link the character of the war with the question of the revolution and the purpose of the libertarian movement. To my mind, the war has been corrupted. It is no longer the struggle of the libertarians against oppression. It has been converted into a struggle between two fascisms, the red and the black, and that is why the confederal combatant is alienated. He sees clearly that he is fighting for a cause that is not his own. In my opinion, it is necessary to hold not a limited meeting of this or that committee but a meeting of the entire organization in Spain, so that it might determine whether the war should be continued with or not, and we must initiate the true revolution. 31. The same delegate would report a week later of a generalist reluctance to mobilize for the front among workers in his industry, an attitude that was attributed to the absence of confederal divisions organized according to libertarian characteristics. 32. Considering the war to be for a cause that was not their own, not for true freedom or even that was fought on behalf of red fascism, the radical wing of the libertarian movement thereby rejected the priorities of the Comite superiors, who considered the anti-fascist war to take precedence over the revolution, and the armed defense of the latter to be undesirable, or even impossible. 33. The representatives of these committees responded to this challenge with both rhetoric and methods familiar from times of war. At the regional plenum of the FAI in July, the delegate of Diego Abad de Santillan's Nervio group, José María Lunazzi, an Argentinian teacher known as El Gringo, denounced the aforementioned characterizations of the conflict as sowing defeatism, creating confusion, and encouraging activities that represent treachery to the war against fascism, upon the victory of which we must build a new world. 34. It was also upon accusations of defeatism that the purist anarchist publication Frente y Retaguardia was shut down by the Comite superiors at the end of the year. 35. Such interventions shed light on what the delegate of the Rebeldes group had meant when he referred to the organization preventing anarchists from saying the truth about the war. Still more troubling for the libertarian conscience than the censorship by the Comite superiors of what they regarded as defeatism was the willingness of the same to accept the use of courts martial to impose military discipline on anarchist combatants. This became evident when, on July 15, a battalion of the 25th and 26th Divisions, operating on the Aragon front, refused orders to enter into battle. The regional committee of the CNT in Aragon declared that it would accept the sentence pronounced, provoking the opposition of radicals in Catalunya. Again it was Pujol, the delegate of the Metal Workers' Union, who raised a protest at the meeting of the regional committee, declaring that he was unwilling to give his approval to this grave event about to take place, and asking that his opposition be noted in the minutes. It is not for the organization to take on the role of executioner of those who have perhaps acted according to the dictates of their conscience, which opposes all authoritarianism and discipline, an attitude that we ourselves have inculcated in them. 36. Pujol's intervention was seconded by the delegate from the construction industry, while that of the local Federation of Unions suggested that the case was related to the fact that the libertarian combatants had to face two enemies, one in the front and one in the rear. A delegate from the liaison committee drew the attention of those present to the contradiction implied by comrades who had accepted militarization now wishing to reject military discipline, a cynical remark given that militarization had been imposed in the teeth of much anarchist opposition. The meeting eventually agreed to urgently contact the authorities in Valencia and Aragon requesting clemency. 37. Such appeals to authority were a compromise between the acceptance of military discipline on the part of the Comite superiors, who would even threaten to impose martial discipline on oppositional anarchists in the rear in the summer of 1937, and the tactics being advocated in the Barcelona FAI. At the regional plenum of that organization in July, radical interventions abounded. During the third session, the affinity group Amor y Verdad urged the withdrawal from official positions, a boycott of and systematic opposition to the state and the return to a new 19 July. 38 The group was represented at the plenum by the delegate José Villadamiu, a founder member of both the FAI and the CNT in Gironella, who had fought in the Tierra y Libertad column before abandoning the front in March 1937 in opposition to the militarization of the column. 39 Just as the radicalization of the Barcelona FAI prior to the May days was influenced by the return to the rearguard of recalcitrant elements of the anarchist columns, so the radical policies advocated by Catalan anarchists in this period, and their refusal to subordinate the fate of the revolution to the demands of the war, was likewise informed by the presence among them of respected figures who had made plain their own priorities through the abandonment of the front line. As José Alberola had indicated, the revolutionary, social content of the war had been integral to radical anarchist participation. Once this became harder to perceive, anti-nationalism and anti-militarism returned to the forefront of libertarian politics, informed by both the strident denunciations of veteran anarchists exiled in France and the reports and deserters arriving in Catalunya from the front. Forgetting for a moment that fascism was in Aragon, anarchists in the FAI attempted to reassert the revolution in the rear in order to revive the revolutionary content of the war. The anarchist ship back on course? Many anarchists saw the CNT's ejection from the Republican government as an opportunity to rectify its previous stance and for the libertarian movement to adopt a more combative posture. A national plenum of the libertarian movement held at the end of May 1937 arrived at apparently radical agreements, which affirmed that the libertarian organizations would not collaborate directly or indirectly with the new government of the counter-revolution and would instead carry out propaganda criticizing its work. In spite of this, however, the plenum itself was a somewhat subdued affair. Although the apparently radical outcome ratified opposition to and non-collaboration with the government, of more significance was the ongoing concern for internal discipline and refusal to countenance any further mobilization on the street. 40 The delegate for the Central Region did envisage the possibility that, with the agreement of the organization nationally, comrades in Catalunya and Valencia could move fully against the repressive governmental action, but this intervention found no echo among the other delegates, least of all those from the regions in question. Crucially, the agreement not to collaborate did not extend to a withdrawal of the multiple councillors and municipal delegates of the libertarian movement working in various branches of state administration. Furthermore, it was based on a calculation that the UGT, under the influence of Largo Caballero, would continue in an attitude of hostility to the new government. The flaws in this calculation were becoming apparent even as the plenum took place, and allowances were made in the agreements to revise the non-collaboration stance should the UGT position change. 41 No critique or reflection on the experience of collaboration itself was made, and the criticism voiced by the Catalan delegates of the National Committee's handling of the crisis were limited to the ingenuity with which the latter had tied the fate of the organization in government to the person of Largo Caballero. 42 Barely had the agreements of the National Plenum not to collaborate with Negrin's government been publicized when, on June 3, the National Committee of the CNT found itself obliged to issue a note to the press denying that it had offered its support to his administration. 43 The previous day, the CNT mouthpiece Solidaridad Obrera had published on its front page the news that the National Secretary of the organization, Mariano Rodriguez Vázquez, had met with the new Prime Minister of the Republic. Under the headline "Before the Difficulties of the Moment," the CNT offers its support to the government. 44 In its denial of the following day, the National Committee insisted that the meeting had only dealt with the possible conditions required for any future collaboration. Such ambiguity met with the scorn of several notable anarchists in France. The revolutionary syndicalist publication Le Combat Syndicaliste, commenting on the apparent contradiction between the agreements of late May and the behavior of the Comite superiors, stated that the latter must be made aware that this revolution will be defended, in spite of them, against their errors and against their deficiencies. 45 Le Combat Syndicaliste was the journal of the French affiliate organization of the IWMA, the Confédération Générale du Travail, Syndicaliste Révolutionnaire. The General Confederation of Labor, Revolutionary Syndicalist, CGTSR, formed in 1926, whose secretary, Pierre Bisnard, was a well-known veteran of the movement, and the then General Secretary of the IWMA.46. An attitude of ambivalence towards state collaboration was also in evidence among veteran libertarians on the Aragon front, where attempts on the part of the newly created Comisión Asesora Política, Political Advisory Commission, CAP, to have telegrams sent from majority libertarian divisions of the army protesting the CNT's ejection from the Generalitat met with short shrift. 47. The CAP, discussed in more detail in the following chapter, had been set up at a regional plenum of the Catalan libertarian movement in June with the aim of coordinating the branches of the movement in the region. The delegate it had sent to the front reported that Lieutenant Colonel Gregorio Jover had declared himself very happy that the CNT were no longer collaborating and therefore would not even consider sending telegrams of protest. 48. The greatest challenge to the libertarian movement's continued commitment to state collaboration came from the stance adopted by the local federation of the FAI in Barcelona. This body felt compelled to respond to a statement issued on June 14 by a joint plenum of the Catalan regional CNT unions and FAI affinity groups which favored continued collaboration in the Catalan Generalitat on the terms that had operated hitherto. 49. The response, which was probably written by Merino, called for a regional plenum of affinity groups to discuss such matters, and made a thoroughgoing critique of governmental collaboration and the rhetoric with which libertarians had justified this policy. In order to collaborate, we not only interrupted the impetuous rhythm of the struggle against the rotten apparatus of the state, but also, overwhelmed and mesmerized by the degenerate atmosphere of the political world, we, the irreconcilable enemies of that oppressive mechanism, were obliged to accept the paradoxical and ironic mission of re-evaluating its functions as a regulatory apparatus of human activities and repressor of individual and collective liberties, and were thereby nobly condemned to sterility and to the failure of our struggles and possibilities in the interests of a washed-out and outmoded anti-fascism and a war that is not for true freedom. 50. The communiqué clearly identified state collaboration as the factor by which libertarians had become the agents of their own repression. Following the May days, during which Merino had played a key role, there was a feeling that a reorientation of the FAI could steer the CNT away from its postures of collaboration and compromise. The statement of the local federation was the opening salvo in this battle of ideas, and Merino would be among the most vocal advocates of a more combative policy within the Catalan FAI over the following months. Anarchia, the clandestine mouthpiece of the local federation, echoed Gregorio Jover in welcoming the CNT's exit from government, commenting in its third issue that at least the organization will be able to breathe fresh air. 51. The fourth edition went further, considering the moment to be particularly propitious for the movement to reassert its traditional anti-statism. In opposition, and even underground, the CNT, returning to the anarchist fold, albeit a return forced by circumstances, can, once again, be itself, propagate its positions from the unions, moralize its atmosphere, which has become somewhat strained in these times of collaboration, purge its ranks and recover the respect and sympathy of the workers, through a new and clear activity, free from alien and disturbing influences that destroy or falsify it. 52. If, the author continued, this prognosis was to prove over-optimistic, if the anarchistic personality of the CNT's leaders had been completely lost amidst the cozy complacency of the ministerial or councillor's armchair, then other, new, and upstanding activists would have to take their place, and put the anarchist ship back on course towards the longed-for freedom. 53. The editorial of the same edition made clear both the practical and ideological reasons for opposing state collaboration, in terms suggestive of Merino's involvement. We contest collaboration on the grounds of both principles and interests. Principles, because through collaboration we struggle against our own ideals. Interests, because even the most ardent supporter of collaboration must have been convinced that we have gained nothing by it and lost much. Through collaboration, in addition to granting prestige to the forms of government, it has been made clear that our convictions are not very firmly rooted in our consciousness. The worst of all is that, after the fact of collaboration, after many comrades and the committees have sung its virtues, with what moral authority, With what force can they now combat it? 54. In other words, the renovation of anarchism and the affirmation of anarchist ideas would require the renovation of the Commite superiors if such an affirmation was to have any credibility. Similar conclusions could be drawn from an article published at the end of the previous month in Frente y Retaguardia by Vicente Rodriguez, a prominent member of the JJLL, who had until June co-edited Acratio with José Pirates. Rodriguez critically evaluated the notion that the limitations of the Spanish Revolution revealed a fundamental flaw in anarchism itself, affirming on the contrary, the regime of collectives and socialization has only failed when obstacles have been deliberately placed in its way by politicians and bourgeois elements, who have been respected by a revolution that has not known how to arrive at its ultimate consequences. 55. It was the dilution of anarchism, rather than the ideas themselves, which had led to the current impasse. The current situation in Spain corroborates our affirmations. Liberty will not be achieved through authoritarian means. Anarchism stuck inside authoritarianism, had necessarily to fail. The failure of authoritarianism as the solution to the vital problem of society is the most palpable evidence that we anarchists can give to affirm that only a federalist regime animated by mutual aid and solidarity will provide the true solution to the social problem. We can also affirm that the failure of certain individuals who have distanced themselves from the fundamental principles of anarchism does not imply the failure of the ideas that such people claim to represent. Have the ideas failed? No, men have. 56. The Catalan section of the JJLL would also make plain this critique within the national plenums of the FIJL. There they would be joined by representatives from the Aragon front such as Amador Franco, who declared at a regional congress of the JJLL of Aragon in July that, if we commit the error of continuing this political policy, of accepting its constitution, its customs, its collaboration, we will soon find ourselves trapped in a spider's web that will prevent us from making any gesture in defense of our dignity. 57. In reference to the agreement of the CNT and the FAI to wage a propaganda campaign against the Communist Party, one of the Catalan delegates to the national plenum of the FIJL held in Valencia at the beginning of August affirmed the need for any such campaign to be framed within a wider renunciation of collaboration, in a clear echo of the arguments advanced in Anarchia, cited above. If after uncovering the abuses and errors of the government we then reveal our own desires to collaborate, we would be doing nothing more than contradicting our anarchist theories. 58. Against such appeals, however, the Peninsular Committee of the FIJL declared that the question of whether or not the libertarian movement collaborated in governments was beyond the prerogatives of the FIJL and should be left to the judgment of the CNT and the FAI. 59. In any case, the Catalan section was in a minority within the National Youth Organization, and its strategic or ideological interventions were necessarily limited. Rather, it was frequently restricted to defending the right of the section to maintain a line that was at variance with the rest of the FIJL. Clearly, there was a degree of unity among the purist anarchists of the JJLL and the local federation of the Barcelona FAI with regard to state collaboration. Sidelined within the FIJL, the anarchists of the Catalan and Aragonesa JJLL had the opportunity to take their arguments to the regional plenum of the FAI, where the potential for cooperation between voluntarist and purist anarchists must have been apparent. The categories of voluntarism and purism were not fixed, but can be usefully applied to the different approaches of radical anarchists to the question of state collaboration. At this time, the purist tendencies could be seen to affirm the integrity of anarchist principles, in the statements of the Catalan JJLL and in the pages of its mouthpiece Ruta, now edited by Pirates, and Frente y Retaguardia, whereas the voluntarist current, which in the summer of 1937 found a voice in Anarchia and the publication of the AAD, El Amigo del Pueblo, placed greater emphasis on the working class as the agent of revolution and on the need for anarchists to exit the organs of the state and return to the unions and affinity groups. The editorial of Anarchia cited above suggests that Moreno was consciously attempting to provide a bridge between the voluntarist and purist wings of radical anarchism that would enable strategic cooperation. The wording of the local federation's communiqué calling for a regional plenum also seems to have been carefully chosen in this respect, making state collaboration the chief target of its polemic. It also affirmed that it was necessary to maintain the purity of anarchist principles and to elaborate a proactive response to the failures of state collaboration. The communiqué called upon all anarchist opponents of state collaboration to recognize an ally in the local federation, and set the tone for the stormy debates at the regional plenum when it took place. It is necessary that the healthy reaction that has begun against these procedures of state collaboration spreads throughout our organizations and strengthens our resolve to pulverize our eternal adversaries with the unity, action, and power of our movement. It is indispensable that we react with firmness once and for all against this morbid apathy that breaks our morale and wounds our own interests. Out with political collaboration, everyone to the affinity groups and the unions. You must keep in mind, that while the union organizations and many affinity groups of the region consider that we must and can collaborate, we the affinity groups of Barcelona maintain different criteria. 60. That discontent was widespread among Catalan anarchists throughout the summer of 1937 is evidenced by the embattled tenor of the meetings of the committees. At a meeting of the regional committees of the libertarian movement on June 9 it was admitted that the criticisms made against the committees are the same for everyone. The hostile mood against us is everywhere gaining momentum. 61 This mood was also, albeit rarely, explicitly expressed in the anarchist press. On July 8, Anarchia published a short article for which it was subsequently censured by the Peninsular Committee of the FAI, which read, in part, "In the name of the law, the guardians of order commit outrages, loot the unions, destroy the constructive labor of the CNT and the FAI, tread on and tarnish the revolutionary economy, manifested in the collectives, broken up by the uniformed hordes. And all this with the consent of the responsible committees of the CNT. For shame. An end must be put to this chaos." 62. At a meeting on the following day, the affinity group Germinal agreed to write to the local federation demanding that the author responsible for this article be sanctioned and that the publication's title and use of the FAI's name be rescinded. The affinity group further agreed to push for Merino's removal as secretary of the local federation, confirming that he was associated with the publication of such critiques. 63. The Comite superiors saw it as their duty to check the hostile mood. On June 22, the new regional secretary of the Catalan CNT, José Juan Domenech, reported back from a meeting with the Catalan president Luis Companys, at which the former acknowledged that what worried him Domenech most was the atmosphere of hatred that was growing in the wake of these repressive post-May Days events, to such an extent that he feared that the day was coming when the committees would be unable to hold back the natural desire for revenge among those affected. 64. The local federation of anarchist affinity groups, by contrast, declared that for the good of the movement this hostile mood should make itself felt where it might have most impact, urging in the communiqué discussed above that an end be put to the street and café criticisms of the compañeros and the committees, because everything that has to be said can and must be said in the unions, in the activist meetings, and in the meetings of the affinity groups. 65. The fruits of this perspective were seen at the regional plenum of Catalan anarchist affinity groups held from 1 to July 3. This assembly would reveal the depth and extent of the radical critique of the policy of the libertarian organizations that was being advanced by anarchists at this time. It would also reveal, however, how seriously this opposition was taken by the Comite superiors, which mobilized its most recognizable and respected figures to prevent the strategy advanced by the radicals from resulting in any concrete agreements or activity. The communiqué through which the local federation had convoked the regional plenum of July had made government collaboration the fundamental issue to be discussed at the plenum. There, several affinity groups proposed radical alternatives to the policy, and Merino's position was further elucidated, alluding to both the undemocratic methods by which the policy of collaboration had been arrived at and its ineffectiveness in advancing the libertarian cause. The comrades were duty-bound to recognize that Companys, Largo Caballero and Azana could not stop being bourgeois. That is why we said before a much disputed majority, that this was not the way. In the economic sphere, the CNT and the FAI have made progress that has not been consolidated, because in the governments of Valencia and Catalunya our ministers have done nothing to consolidate it. 66. The initial exchanges at the opening session of the regional plenum reflected disquiet at the situation the anarchists found themselves in. Suffering repression at the hands of a microscopic enemy that had become gigantic, the question of who was to blame for the state of affairs resulted in the censure of the regional committee of the FAI and, opposed to this, a wider self-criticism that affirmed that the responsibility belongs to everyone, and each of us must accept our part. 67. During the second session of the plenum the attendees became more specific in their critique and in proposals for a change of direction. The delegate from PLA de Bessos lamented that the FAI, on uniting itself with the CNT, had changed its character and that in this way, we have made ourselves accomplices in the absorption of anarchism by the union organization. 68. This was a widely felt position, and was to become a central issue among the anarchists of Barcelona over the remainder of 1937. The complaint was confirmed in its essentials by Severino Campos on behalf of the regional committee, who reported that the joint regional conferences of the libertarian movement to which the FAI had been invited had in fact sidelined the latter organization, with the representatives of the CNT dictating events. Then, when Catalan delegates spoke at a national level, the national secretary of the CNT had refused to acknowledge the separate character of the regional FAI, as the Catalan libertarian movement was now supposed to speak through one voice. 69. Towards the end of the second session of the plenum, Julian Moreno, speaking as the delegate of the Cultura y Acción Affinity Group, made a lengthy intervention that also located the problems of Spanish anarchism in the fact of the FAI's reduced role. We have doubts as to the efficacy of this plenum. It would seem that there is a deliberate interest in preventing the FAI from arriving at fixed positions with regard to questions of importance. We have taken the wrong road. If we were to go over the mistakes made in Spain, this plenum would go on forever. Mistakes that no one has wanted to put right. As Campos said, the anarchist movement is influenced by hidden powers. We have always posited the FAI as the vanguard of the CNT, but since July 19 it has trailed behind the Confederation. Offering a voluntarist solution to the situation, Moreno continued. We are not enamored of grandiloquent gestures or crazy actions, but of restoring prestige to the movement. Due to a lack of political vision we have enabled the moral victory of certain gentlemen who are determined to bury our organization. Everything is endangered by this activity and it must be put right. To that end we propose 1. That all those with official responsibilities should withdraw from them and return to the unions. 2. That in order to confront the repression, the FAI should put itself at the head of the struggle, forgetting for a moment that fascism is in Aragon. 70. Following this intervention, which was enthusiastically seconded by the affinity group Los Mismos, the plenum broke to attend the unveiling of a plaque honoring Durruti. 71. When the plenum reconvened, several newly arrived delegates presented their credentials. Given the turn that the plenum was to eventually take, it is probable that the break in proceedings had been taken advantage of in order to alert senior figures of the libertarian movement to what was taking place, and that the arrival of the new delegates reflected concern on their part. Campos, José Zena, Federica Monsanei, and Garcia Oliver all spoke at the unveiling of the plaque, as reported in Solidaridad Obrera on July 2, 1937. The same edition, appearing on the second day of the plenum, bore on its front page the headline "The CNT will collaborate with the government to win the war." 72. Given that this was not accompanied by any new development or public agreement on the part of the CNT, we may speculate that it was published solely as a deliberate attempt to influence the ongoing debate at the plenum. Voices defending the position of the Comite superiors had been scarce in its early sessions. The intervention of the Group Z, to which Fidel Miro belonged, urged that the committees be given a margin of trust so they might act with the rapidity that the present moment demands, but this was responded to by a point of order stating that the local federation did not recognize this affinity group. 73. After the Peninsular Committee called for unity of action, affirming that the FAI must formulate a minimum program to be obeyed by all. The delegate for the group Humanidad observed that there were two currents present in the hall, that represented by the delegates and that represented by the Peninsular Committee. A working group was formed to elaborate a position paper synthesizing the mood of the plenum that would be discussed at a later session. Thus, after a further, fourth, session in which the discussion was again dominated by oppositional voices urging a settling of accounts with the enemies in the rear and a vanguard role for the FAI in the libertarian movement, the plenum reconvened to hear and discuss the manifesto presented by the working group. It had been drawn up by 7 delegates, of whom 3 had already made radical interventions: Tapia Coleman, Marino, and Vladimiu, while the presence of another oppositional anarchist, Jose Pirates, on behalf of the group Irreductibles, ensured a majority against the line of the Peninsular Committee. This combination also suggested an alliance between the combative voluntarism of Marino and the purist scruples of Pirates. It is likely, given the content of the manifesto presented, that Jose Maria Lunazzi provided the lone voice in opposition to the radical measures proposed. 74 It began with a purist affirmation reminiscent of Pirates' intervention at the National Congress of the CNT in May 1936. The Iberian Anarchist Federation reaffirms its fundamental principles and affirms that it is not a class organization but one of a widely libertarian and iconoclastic spirit. 75 It went on to suggest, in keeping with the spirit of the plenum, the following concrete proposals: withdrawal from all official positions, a public declaration that the counter-revolutionary repression must cease immediately or the FAI would take the lead in combating it regardless of the situation of the war, which we, more than anyone, desire to win, integral collectivization, socialization of all those activities that the workers deem appropriate, and the creation of confederal warehouses to oversee exchanges with the collectives in order to put an end to speculation. 76 In essence, then, this manifesto was a restatement of the radical program that had developed prior to May and a reaffirmation, despite the assurance that the anarchists more than anyone desired victory in the war, of the will to fight the counter-revolution regardless of such considerations. Although the manifesto was a faithful reflection of the mood of the plenum up to that point, it was subjected to further discussion. No sooner had it been read out than one delegate, representing the anarchist grouping of Villafranca, insisted that it not be made publicly available. Further delegates opposed the withdrawal of comrades from official positions for a variety of reasons, not least because of the implication that this would have for the production of arms, a source of particular pride to the libertarian movement in Barcelona, given the notable role of anarchists in creating a viable war industry in the city. 77 Since official positions potentially ranged from ministries of government and municipal councillors to commissions of industry or workplace-based positions of authority, it was possible for delegates to agree with the withdrawal of some comrades and not others, and this was reflected in the discussion. There was further disquiet with regard to the fact that most members of the FAI who held official positions did so in the name of the CNT, in accordance with the agreements of the latter organization. There was unease at the possibility that accepting this proposal would mean breaking the famous trabazon between the libertarian organizations as well as provoking a mass exodus of anarchists from positions of responsibility at all levels. The potential implications of the manifesto may have influenced the apparent volte-face on the part of the delegate of the group Los Mismos, who warned that we must be very clear about what this plenum agrees to, or we will have cause to regret it very soon. 78. If the opening remarks with regard to the manifesto suggest a change in the mood of the plenum, this was to be reinforced by the intervention of Garcia Oliver who, given that this is the first time he appears in the minutes, must surely not have been present prior to the session. While previous delegates had been censured by the chair when straying from the point or making overly long contributions, the same rule did not apply to the man who had until recently been, in the name of the CNT, the Spanish Republic's Minister of Justice, and was now Secretary of the CAP in Catalunya. 79 His speech to the plenum took in references to the Russian and French revolutions, the economic situation in Spain and various recollections relating to the early days of the struggle, causing the secretary responsible for the minutes to admit defeat and stop recording his intervention. While lacking an engagement with the issues as they had been expressed hitherto, it is possible that his words had an effect on wavering delegates, particularly when declaring that the anarchists must not and cannot abandon any position but on the contrary must take more every day. 80. As the debate dragged on into a sixth session, further important figures of the anarchist movement made an appearance, defending the record of state collaboration and urging the need for libertarian unity. Among the speakers were an unnamed representative of the National Committee of the CNT, Federica Monsanei, Francisco Isclias, and José Zena, the majority of whom were speaking not as delegates of affinity groups but as observers with an informative role. Monsanei had in fact been sent by the National Committee of the CNT on an explicit mission to intervene in the plenums of the Catalan libertarian movement. 81. José Pirates made an impassioned defense of the oppositional position in response to Garcia Oliver, declaring that it would be preferable to have honor without ships than ships without honor and, if it is necessary to use violence let us use it, between the violence of our enemies and that of ourselves the latter is preferable, and if it is necessary to reinforce our positions by unleashing another July 19 then so be it. 82. This call for anarchist violence was somewhat uncharacteristic on the part of pirates and a further example of the contemporary confluence of purist and voluntarist perspectives among radicals. Pirates also asked that if the manifesto presented by the working group was rejected, it be recorded in the minutes, so that it may be archived and recognized as a historical document of the current revolutionary movement. However, this tone of defiance was itself indicative of the direction that the debate was taking. The plenum finally approved the counter-proposals of the affinity group Germain to reject the manifesto, accept the proposals and orientations agreed to at the plenum of the CNT with regard to collaboration, and grant to the Comite superiors authority to work in accordance with the circumstances of the moment. 83. A plenum that had threatened to expose the divisions in the libertarian movement through the adoption of proposals that would have marked a complete rupture with the policy of the Comite superiors thus resulted in what was in effect the only alternative outcome, a timid renunciation of the autonomy of the Catalan anarchist affinity groups and a voluntary ceding of decision-making responsibility to the movement's leadership. Nevertheless, it should be borne in mind that this was consequent upon the flooding of the plenum by non-delegate libertarian grandees. Although not wishing to claim that the radical anarchists formed an absolute majority within the Catalan FAI, the abrupt change in the direction of the plenum evinced by the minutes suggests that the radicals and the positions they defended were sufficiently persuasive as to dictate the tenor of assemblies, but only up until the point at which they were trumped by the appearance of the Comite superiors. The Comite superiors had thus shown themselves capable of blocking the local federation of the Barcelona FAI from winning the regional organization to its positions. Further opportunities to radicalize the wider libertarian movement through its traditional mechanisms would be thin on the ground. Many radical anarchists would soon leave the rearguard to participate in an anti-fascist war whose purpose they were now beginning to question. For the Comite superiors, meanwhile, the plenum of July 1937 had provided the fig leaf of democratic approval for their continued exercise of executive decision-making power. However, the extent to which this power could truly be brought to bear in making the libertarian movement a homogeneous organization was limited, and would be tenaciously contested by the same anarchists that had attempted to elaborate an alternative to state collaboration. Neo-anarchism and the FAI. Following the voting down of radical anarchist proposals to withdraw from state collaboration, the Peninsular Committee of the FAI sought to advance the legalization of the anarchist organization, that is to say, its formal constitution as a political organization. This was intended to facilitate its participation in state bodies and thereby increase the libertarian presence in organs of collaboration. As the Peninsular Committee reported, in many town halls, provincial councils, and other organizations, the participation of our specific organization on equal terms with the communists and socialists has been prevented, owing to the allegation that it is not a normally constituted organization. 84 It had been worrying for the Comite superiors that Manuel Irijo, the Basque nationalist minister of justice under Negrin, had used the FAI's continued illegality as an excuse to eject the organization's delegates from representation in the running of the judiciary. Furthermore, legalization would provide the Peninsular Committee with an opportunity to alter the internal organization of the FAI along lines that had been discussed as far back as December 1936 and which implied, as far as many radical anarchists could see, the adoption of a party political structure. The principal measure of this restructuring was the proposed replacement of the affinity groups, the grupos, by larger agrupaciones, based on geographical locality and open to all self-declared anarchists, as the basic unit of the organization. The twin measures of legalization and restructuring had been brought forward by the Peninsular Committee for discussion as a last-minute addition to the agenda of the regional plenum of the Catalan FAI in July. This was eventually rejected after a long and bitter debate, during which some radical anarchists lamented that we are wasting our time, when neo-anarchism has won the battle over true anarchism. 85 Thus, when a delegation of the Catalan FAI made its way to Valencia the following day to participate in the peninsular plenum of the organization, it was without a mandate to approve legalization and the concomitant restructuring of the FAI. The Aragonesa affinity groups had likewise viewed the Peninsular Committee's proposal with skepticism. In Valencia, their delegate averred that the political situation has not yet been resolved in such a way as to suggest the abandonment of tactics appropriate for underground activity and that, furthermore, if the FAI is turned into an organization of the masses it will lose its specific content. 86. Remarkably, despite faithfully relaying the arguments of its affinity groups, the Aragonesa delegation put its signature to the position paper elaborated at the Peninsular Plenum in which the new structure was detailed. That it did so may have been in response to pressure exerted by the Catalan delegation, which also reneged on the mandate with which it had been entrusted. This latter delegation, which included Juan Manuel Molina, nominated by Garcia Oliver, and Simon Tapia Coleman, of the Hispania Group, read a statement explaining their actions that the Aragonesa delegation also adhered to. The Catalan delegation, in view of the unanimity of the plenum, accepts its part of the working group and signs the position paper, explaining its vote by reference to the fact that certain of the organizational procedures that form the new structure are already practiced in the region. Its vote is nevertheless conditional upon the final resolutions of the region that it represents. 87. The unanimity referred to here was entirely illusory as the plenum was in fact divided, with three regions, Levant, Andalusia, and the Centre, mandated to favor restructuring and two, Catalunya and Aragon, to oppose it, representing a total of 615 affinity groups and 775 affinity groups, respectively. The determination of the Comite superiors to press ahead with the restructuring of the FAI resulted in an impasse. The continued hostility of the Catalan affinity groups meant that no delegation was sent from the region to attend the peninsular plenum of the FAI in August. There, the Catalan region's proposal that a national congress be held to determine the structure of the FAI was read out. While it was agreed that such a congress should be held when circumstances permit, it was nevertheless considered opportune to immediately press ahead with the restructuring given that it was agreed to unanimously by all the regions represented in the plenum. 88 The illusion of unanimity once again served to grant legitimacy to a process designed to silence oppositional voices by removing the mechanisms by which libertarian organizations had formerly ensured federalist practices. If radicals could not be silenced by the regional organizations, then those regions would simply be ignored by the national body. On October 17, an assembly was called in Barcelona that was open to all anarchists, whether affiliated to the FAI or not, in order to constitute the Agrupación Anarquista de Barcelona, Barcelona Anarchist Grouping, AB, in accordance with the new structure of the FAI, in spite of the fact that this was opposed by a majority of affinity groups in the city. 89 As a consequence, a good number of anarchist affinity groups and individuals were present at the Casa CNT-FAI, with several speakers commenting on the impressive number of attendees. Moreno had by this point resigned as secretary of the local federation, owing to the divisions in the FAI. 90 The assembly had been called by his replacement, Alejandro Gilabert, who hoped that a harmonious conclusion could be arrived at with the recalcitrant affinity groups. He was to be swiftly disabused of this notion, however. 91. Many attendees defended the traditional structure of the FAI based on affinity groups, with the delegate from the Sagittario group judging the OB to be doomed to failure, while Grau declared that there has been an attempt made to destroy the affinity groups, but in spite of everything these groups remain the nerve center of our movement. 92.1 Martinez averred that perhaps it will soon be the affinity groups who must reconquer our freedoms on the street. Iglesias, who also raised the question of insurrectionary activity, declared that Hilabert and other comrades have said that those who accept the new structure do so with the intention of saving our movement, but he believed that it would have the opposite effect, and that the only means by which the situation might be saved is through an insurrection of workers and soldiers. Anarchists cannot collaborate with any government or political party, as with them we cannot make the revolution nor win the war, and if we want to save the revolution it is necessary to return to the principles that we have abandoned. 93. Similar sentiments were expressed by Julian Moreno, whose resignation and short-lived withdrawal from the FAI did not prevent him from dominating the Assembly's first session. As far as he was concerned, the new structure was a maneuver of reformists, which had the virtue of breaking up the movement. Had the supporters of the new structure hoped that an opening up of the FAI to new members might drown out oppositional voices, the minutes of this assembly, which testify to radical interventions from people apparently attending in an individual capacity, suggest that it had the opposite effect. The newly constituted OB did not, in fact, generate much enthusiasm, and was founded with an initial number of only 37 members, including several of the most prominent figures of Catalan anarchism. 94. In the meantime, the absence of its members from plenums of the local federation meant that there were effectively two FAIs in Barcelona during this period, the OB and the local federation of affinity groups, in which latter organization Moreno promptly resumed his post as secretary. The outcome of this situation was that, at the same time as the Peninsular Committee of the FAI reaffirmed its commitment to government collaboration in December 1937, the Organization of Affinity Groups in Barcelona unanimously passed a motion that declared its intention to take to the unions the suggestion that the FAI, in accordance with its agreements, withdraw from all political lines and from all the collaborationist organizations, nor intervene in any anti-fascist committee while anti-fascists are persecuted, jailed, and massacred. 95. It further affirmed its autonomy relative to the national organization by constituting its own, extra-legal, Comite pro Precis, constituted as they used to be before 19 July, in opposition to the newly restructured Comisión Jurídica. 96. The plenum ended with Moreno once again urging his comrades to return to their unions and ensure the influence of the FAI in the workplace. Moreno certainly did his best to lead by example in this regard. Within days of this plenum he was to be found at a plenum of unions proposing the formation of a Comite pro Precis alongside the delegate of the Food Supplies Union. 97. The deadlock continued into 1938. In March, partisans of the new structure returned to a meeting of Barcelona affinity groups on a fruitless mission to persuade the local federation that it should be the OB rather than the affinity groups that were to represent the region at a forthcoming peninsular plenum. 98. In opposition to this, the delegate for the affinity group Afinidades declared that the reason for the current situation is the behavior of the CNT and the FAI, who have been distracted from their real mission. We must make every effort to defend our last remaining bastion and preserve its vitality. The confederal organization is headed for humiliation and defeat, and this is what we are struggling against the morbidity that surrounds us and which they are trying to introduce into anarchism. 99. In a tacit acknowledgement of their declining influence over their constituents, the Comite superiors eventually admitted defeat with regard to the FAI, and all of the individuals who had participated in founding the OB resigned on September 3, 1938. On September 15, the then regional secretary of the FAI, José Zena, wrote to the local Federation of Affinity Groups to inform it that we have received a letter from the OB in which they have let us know that the groups that constitute the mentioned grouping have either withdrawn or been dissolved. 100. By this point, however, the organization had served its purpose of officially marginalizing the local federation and preventing it from advocating its positions at a national level. Unable to reprise the successful radicalization of the libertarian movement that had been effected during the early years of the Republic, the radical affinity groups were forced to contemplate the defense of the revolution and its partisans from a position of increasing isolation. The revolution in retreat. In order to defend the integrity of their movement, radical anarchists in Spain had to defend the spaces in which they operated. The organizational space afforded by the libertarian movement's federalism, which had guaranteed the autonomy of the affinity group and the Catalan JJLL, was defended against the centralising tendencies within the libertarian organizations. Also under permanent threat of closure were the physical spaces in which anarchist activity had developed in the Republican rearguard since July 1936, the neighborhood premises of the defense committees, the MMLL, the JJLL and educational centers. In the case of the last of these, libertarian concern was not devoted solely to the threat of eviction but towards constructing a space which could not be encroached upon by the militarist ideology of the Republican state. Even the least strategically minded of purist radical anarchists were therefore forced to consider the practical question of how to preserve the revolution against a creeping statist and capitalistic restoration. Following the abandonment of the barricades in May, radical anarchists had hoped that a showdown with the counter-revolution could yet be won, and the revolutionary spirit of July 19 recovered. In June 1937, Frente y Retaguardia had mocked the order that had been imposed on Catalunya and Aragon, echoing Rosa Luxemburg's famous order prevails in Berlin in ironically reporting certain declarations of Joan Comarera, the shoe-shine boy of the Catalan bourgeoisie, to the effect that victory had been obtained over the fascists and provocateurs within the ranks of Spanish anarchism. 101 A further article affirmed that Barcelona remained a battleground, and that the struggle had not yet been given up. 102 To prevent any insurrectionary resurgence, throughout the summer and autumn of 1937 the security forces dismantled the networks of centers and neighborhood defense committees that had facilitated the uprising in May. In June, the occupation and closure of the headquarters of the Revolutionary Committee of Les Corts, housed in a former convent, took place at the hands of a squadron of assault guards. 103 The social center run by the Agrupación Los de y Los de Hoy was raided and the entire contents of its library removed. The Agrupación wryly commented that the quality of its enemies' publications would surely improve as a consequence. 104 In August, the Arts Center run by the Fine Arts and Liberal Professions Union of the CNT was also raided and its contents confiscated. 105 Several of these operations were consented to by the Catalan Regional Committee of the CNT in a spirit of bureaucratic fatalism. So it was that in July 1937 the committee rubber-stamped the abandonment of the headquarters of the Defense Committee of Sants in the Placa España, which it understood was soon to be the target of an assault by the forces of the Generalitat. 106. This attitude was mirrored at a national level by the Comite superiors, who refused to countenance an armed defense of the collectives and of the Regional Defense Council of Aragon in August. According to César M. Lorenzo, their passive attitude can be explained by their lack of concern for an organization that had been constituted without their authorization and by flouting internal discipline. It can also be explained by their desire to collaborate with Negrin, and consequently to avoid provoking any serious conflict that would poison relations. 107. In this context, those activists who considered that the hegemony previously enjoyed by the libertarian movement in Catalunya and Aragon could yet be recovered by force realized that, sooner or later, the ongoing operations of the security forces would make any such strategy untenable. Such was the reasoning of activists in the CNT-affiliated Transport Workers Union of Barcelona, whose secretary was Julian Moreno, when in August 1937 they prevented police from carrying out a register of their union headquarters. Summoned to defend its actions at a meeting of the Regional Committee of the CNT on August 10, at which Garcia Oliver, Zena, and Dionisio Arrels were all in attendance, the potential scale of this defensive operation became apparent. Moreno, speaking on behalf of the Union Council, declared that the Union was responding to the provocations of its enemies. We are losing our conquests piece by piece. We have lost almost all of the centers of production that we gained in the heat of the revolution. 108 The Union, he said, had already handed over garages, cars, and tanks to the police, with the result that its functions had been disrupted and its members had gone unpaid. These and many other abuses have so disheartened the activists, who suspect that everything is gradually being lost, and, fearing the moment when defending ourselves will have become impossible, they have risen in anger and agreed to the self-defense for which we are being so criticized. All that the Council has done is to take on board the agreements arrived at by the majority of the members. 109. This little recorded event provides a fascinating example of how individual C&T unions were able to arrive at the kind of bold resolutions that the intervention of the Comite superiors had obstructed over the summer at the plenums of the FAI. 110. But it was precisely this isolation from the rest of the libertarian movement that was invoked by José Juan Domenech, former Councillor of Supplies in the Generalitat and then Regional Secretary of the C&T, when he demanded that the union abandon its stance. Only two options remain: either the attitude of the Transport Workers Union will be supported by the other unions of the organization, and then the organization as a whole, or the union, after this act of violence, will find itself isolated and abandoned by its comrades and therefore outside of the organization. It seems clear that only the second option was conceivable to the regional secretary, and the possibility of an armed movement of the whole of the C&T against the counter-revolution arising from the bottom up can only have been disingenuously entertained given the role of the Comite superiors when faced by such a movement the previous May. In fact, the Comite superiors dreaded a repetition of the May events, and suspected that the security forces in Barcelona were intent on provoking an altercation. 111. The intervention of José Zina at this meeting suggests that this fear was far from groundless. Yesterday the union was prepared, with arms in hand, to prevent the civil guard from carrying out a register of the headquarters, and the affinity groups and neighborhood committees were aware of this attitude, and were also prepared to come out in support of this grand movement, something that should have been made known to the liaison committee, which is the organ that must control all such movements when they are necessary. 112. More remarkable than the willful self-deception implied by Zina's suggestion that the liaison committee could head up rather than quash any such initiative is his admission that the libertarian networks that had mobilized in May had maintained their channels of communication and capacity for autonomous action in spite of the heavy repression they had undergone. Merino, clearly, was a key point of continuity in this respect. Garcia Oliver, whose memoirs accord Merino a pivotal role in the mobilization of May, intervened at length at the meeting in August in a tone of extraordinary ferocity. At the front much greater events are occurring than here, and any comrade that steps out of line is tried and shot. The Transport Workers Union was not unconnected to the propaganda carried out against government collaboration, and these tactics are inappropriate and deceive the people. Whosoever inspires these movements is a traitor, and if there are 10 who are behind them there are 10 traitors. The people do not show as much support for us as we would like. If we take to the streets and lose, then our loss would be the greatest betrayal of all time. You present us as reformists, but we are no less revolutionary than anyone else. If the situation is as Zina has described, popular tribunals will certainly be necessary to punish the instigators. 113. This remarkable speech demonstrates, perhaps as much as any other single document, the transformation that the experience of state collaboration and the anti-fascist war had imposed upon the anarcho-syndicalist movement in Spain and the divisions this had given rise to. Garcia Oliver had once been the chief theoretician and practitioner of that impetuous anarchist voluntarism that he now considered an act of treachery worthy of the harshest punishments. The secretary of the CAP concluded that everything that is going on is influenced by our enemies who want to break the alliance or pact between the C&T and the UGT, and there is therefore no alternative but to create a revolutionary tribunal, and that whosoever deserves it, let justice be meted out to him without qualms. 114. In spite of the threats of Garcia Oliver, who in his capacity as secretary of the CAP would also make vague but equally ominous insinuations to the oppositionists Santana Calero and Pirates, the minutes record that the delegates of the Transport Workers Union demanded proof of what had been alleged against them and remained unconvinced of the need to change their attitude. 115. The meeting ended with the representatives of the Comite superiors expressing the wish that an assembly of the Various Barcelona unions due to take place that afternoon would succeed in convincing the representatives of the Transport Workers Union to drop their combative stance. It is likely that this meeting also ended in stalemate, as the state of tension was to continue into the following month, with police raids on JJLL headquarters and anarchist centers culminating in the assault on the building known as Los Escolapios on September 20. This former religious school was the headquarters of the cultural grouping Agrupación Feroz, the Food Supplies Union and the City Center Defense Committee. The activists present in the building in the early hours of the morning refused to open its doors to a detachment of assault guards, who returned with artillery and tanks. The CAP was charged with mediating between those inside the building and the police, and were informed that the building would be subject to aerial bombardment if it was not abandoned within 10 minutes. 116 Nevertheless, those inside submitted to the demands of the CAP that they abide by the agreements taken in previous plenums rather than the threats of the police. 117 While some of those already wanted by the authorities for their involvement in the May days were able to escape from the building, those who handed themselves in were to have their fate decided by the newly formed Tribunals Especials de Espionage y Alta Traición, Special Tribunals of Espionage and High Treason. 118. The meeting of anarchist affinity groups that took place in the wake of these events saw similar sentiments expressed to those aired at the regional plenum of anarchist affinity groups in July and the extraordinary meeting of the Regional Committee of the Catalan CNT on August 10, discussed above. The delegate of the group Dinamita Cerebral, possibly Teodoro Garcia of the Metal Workers Union, denounced the CNT leadership for allowing all the conquered positions to be snatched from us bit by bit. Another July 19 is coming and we must prepare ourselves if we do not want to lose 119. However, there was an increasing sense of desperation in the interventions of delegates and an acknowledgement of a certain amount of impotence and isolation. The delegate of the affinity group Convicción y Firmeza noted bitterly that we have lost one of the most important strategic points of the city, but it does not matter, because we are a political party. He had seen, he claimed, battle-hardened comrades in tears, but this cannot be taken into account because it is the organization itself that is authorizing everything that is happening. 120 Censure of the Regional Committee of the CNT was universal, and there were calls for its removal, with the delegate of the Mobile Group declaring that it was high time that we begin to expel the irresponsible elements, while other delegates questioned the role of Garcia Oliver, secretary of the CAP. The delegate of the group Afinidad, in reference to Garcia Oliver and José Juan Domenech, wondered whether we are communists and that, if not, then we must not allow a certain number of individuals to determine what goes on. 121 In the absence of a leadership that would stand up for the persecuted anarchists of the rank and file, the delegate of the affinity group Humanidad found it perfectly natural that a defense committee has rebelled and acted of its own account. Noting that the local Federation of Unions had come to an agreement with Ricardo Burelo, Director General of Security in Catalunya, which allowed the police to carry out registers of union buildings, the delegate went on to observe that either the organization has been bought off or else it is happy to take on all the responsibility for what is happening. 122. In the context of organizational isolation, delegates questioned what kind of role the FAI could have. If it was to be the vanguard of the libertarian movement, how could the affinity groups of Barcelona remain beholden to regional and national leaderships that quashed any autonomous initiative? The delegate of the Sagittario group, protesting the conduct of the organization, declared that it was time for the FAI to act of its own accord and not merely tail the CNT. 123 This, however, led to a debate, as delegates defended the FAI's traditional tribazon with the unions. The delegate of the Rebeldes group located the weakness of the FAI in the fact that its activists had situated themselves outside of the unions, either due to negligence or because the majority of comrades occupy positions in other places. This cannot continue. We must go directly to the unions and take on responsible posts so that we can, in this way, guide the unions according to the perspectives of the FAI. 124. This was also the position expressed by Merino in his capacity as secretary of the local federation, a line he consistently enunciated, perhaps unsurprisingly, given his additional position as secretary of the Transport Workers' Union. However, the delegate of the Sagittario group explained that there were difficulties in influencing the unions owing to the continuous offensive that comes from the Arriviste, saying that he had been elected president of his union but that he was boycotted shamelessly by other elements from the same union. 125. In reality, these arguments were not contradictory. The influence of the FAI as a specifically anarchist voice within the Spanish labor movement had been diluted on the one hand by the official duties in other places of many of its members and on the other by the influx of new recruits to the CNT after July 19, 1936. Consequently, the libertarian movement had been, as one anarchist put it, invaded by a moderate spirit. 126 Yet organizational neglect and the ideological underdevelopment of new recruits was of less importance than the political defeat that the movement's old hands had been able to inflict on the radicals of the local federation. The May Days had provided, after all, an eloquent refutation of the moderate spirit thesis. Then the local federation had been able to assume its vanguard role by placing itself at the intersection of a radical alliance that had gestated in the front and in the rear, in the workplace and in the street. The positions and strategies that the local federation defended over the summer of 1937, in the pages of Anarchia and in the plenums of the FAI, were a continuation and consolidation of the radical program worked out in the first third of the year and, in their clear prioritization of the revolution over the immediate requirements of the war, in fact represented a radicalization of that program. Two opportunities had presented themselves for this program to be carried forward through a reprise of the May Days, in the defense of the Transport Workers' Union and the Escolapios buildings in August and September. However, leaving aside the important question of the relative increase in the violent resources of the state in Barcelona, two crucial contextual differences prevented this from taking place. First, since May the Comite superiors had unambiguously set themselves in opposition to the radical mid-level and grassroots activists of the movement. One outcome of this was that the intervention of these committees at the regional plenum in July deprived the defense committees and affinity groups of the mandate that the FAI had been able to grant them in April. It further meant that the committees could rely on activists specifically tasked with quashing autonomous activities when they arose. Second, the radical alliance that had been fundamental to the May Days had begun to fracture, due to internal and external pressures. These latter two phenomena will be discussed in more detail in the chapter that follows. Conclusions. In spite of being ejected from the ministries and councils of government in Valencia and Catalunya, the libertarian movement in Spain remained important to the administrative functioning of the Republican state, and its most prominent representatives remained committed to the Republican war effort, accepting the nationalist and militarist corollaries of state collaboration during wartime. In opposition to them, those currents representing the conscience of the Spanish Revolution attempted to advance a different policy in the aftermath of the May events, demonstrating in the process the continued confluence of perspectives among voluntarist and purist radicals. While several voluntarists and purists of the pre-war period had become ardent supporters of collaboration, among the oppositionists we also find many veterans of the struggle against Trientismo, who shared a vision of the FAI as the radicalizing agent or anarchist vanguard of the CNT. This shared vision enabled voluntarists and purists, including several members of the JJLL, to advance a unified perspective at the regional plenum of anarchist affinity groups in July 1937. This anti-collaborationist tendency was therefore made up of the same categories of Spanish anarchism that had successfully allied to unseat the moderates from their positions of responsibility during the Second Republic and, as before, was composed chiefly of mid-level CNT activists and union delegates who also belonged to the FAI. As for the category of Trientismo, it persisted insofar as it continued to be used as a derogatory term for those anarchists who appealed to exceptional circumstances to justify collaborating with Republican politicians. 127 During the Civil War, this category was swollen by militants who were neither ideologically nor temperamentally moderate, but who nevertheless had become convinced of the need to prioritize anti-fascism over the social revolution. Their positions in governmental bodies or even in the Comite superiors gave this prioritization a professional imperative, while the course of the war gave it a moral urgency that brooked no disagreement. Consequently, those influential anarchists who had become convinced that the importance and grandeur of the Spanish libertarian movement was such that its intervention in the direction of the anti-fascist state was both necessary and potentially decisive would spend much of 1937 to 1938 engaged in a tireless propaganda campaign whose chief objective was to persuade their former comrades to no longer behave like anarchists. For this they were labeled Trientistas regardless of their activity prior to July 19. In October 1937, Moreno recalled the struggles that the reformists of those days waged against the FAI in 1931, noting that it is precisely today, in the midst of a revolutionary period when it would seem that those reformist intentions have been achieved. 128. In this chapter I have set out how the radical anarchists of Barcelona responded to this challenge. The problem of the relationship to the state would be dealt with by withdrawal from official positions, that of the anti-fascist war by a readjustment of priorities that would see the counter-revolution met in armed confrontation in the rearguard, and that of the moderation of the CNT by a renovation of the Comite superiors and a reaffirmation of the vanguard role of the FAI. Evidently, this would have supposed a complete break with the trajectory undertaken by the Comite superiors up to this point. In opposing such proposals, the Comite superiors employed bureaucratic measures to shut down oppositional voices at national plenums and to censor the anarchist press. They also, however, did their utmost to persuade wavering activists, to defend their activity and to win votes at fractious local and regional plenums. That they were able to do so may indicate, to an extent, their ongoing prestige within the movement and the limits of the radicals' appeal. We might also cite the experience of defeat in May and the ongoing repression of the libertarian movement, as well as the losses at the front, as being conducive to fatalism, a tendency, discussed in the following chapter, that can be seen in the choice of some radicals to enlist in the army. Anarchist activity was immeasurably complicated in this period by the absorption of much of the libertarian movement into mechanisms of state control, through participation in the army and security forces, in nationalist or semi-nationalist industries and directly in administrative or governmental bodies. This accelerated the bureaucratization of the CNT-FAI, characterized by a proliferation of committees tasked with preventing precisely the varieties of oppositional anarchism dealt with in this book. Thus, as we have seen in this chapter, the state closure of libertarian spaces was mediated by the libertarian movement itself, through bodies such as the CAP, whose representatives gave their tacit consent to the abandonment of Defense Committee headquarters and had oppositional newspapers shut down, refusing to countenance that such spaces could exist even beyond the borders of Spain. So it was that Julian Moreno found himself confronted by Zena and Garcia Oliver in August 1937, the latter insinuating that he should be shot, after undertaking one more in a series of audacious revolutionary measures. While he was neither cowed nor inactive, Moreno admitted to his disillusion at a plenum 2 months later. I have read a letter addressed to the comrades from the secretary Alejandro Gilabert who regrets that anarchism has become isolated, and I too am bitter that there isn't a comrade to be found with the necessary perception and courage to defend the ideas. 129. For Moreno, the limits to revolutionary transformation in July remained a source of frustration. Had we wanted to, we could have instituted our ideals on July 19. Lamentably, we did not. 130. We have seen, however, how after the missed opportunity of July, radical anarchists had nevertheless found a way to push the revolution forward, had forged new alliances and, ultimately, revealed the fragility of the project of state reconstruction through a mass uprising in Barcelona. It was in the period following this second failure to institute anarchist ideals that the radicals increasingly found themselves backed into a corner. 6. The experience of defeat, 1937 to 1939. It could be objected, and the realities that we are experiencing in this period of war confirm it, that we are moving with giant steps towards state capitalism, which for the proletariat will take the form of a new system of dependence, that the worker will only be valued as the stuff of the workshop or factory, and his personal liberty will be completely cut off. It is dangerously fatalist to accustom oneself to the state of things as they are in the belief that they cannot be changed, or to simply hide behind the played-out and imported cliché of the circumstances. Let us reject that fatalism and return to our previous, so regrettably forgotten line of conduct. Let us be worthy of anarchy. Point 1. The above passage is taken from an article signed by Tomasz Cabot that appeared in Esfuerzo, a publication resuscitated as an organ of the Catalan JJLL in the autumn of 1937.2. It is immediately notable for the sophistication of its critique, particularly in the identification of state capitalism as the emerging dominant tendency in the economy of the Spanish Republic. This phrase was chiefly associated with ultra-left and anarchist analyses of the decline of the Russian Revolution, and was used within a year of the Soviet takeover by the group around the short-lived newspaper Communist. This publication expressed similar concerns to those of Cabot, warning that the Soviet Republic was threatened by an evolution towards state capitalism, the introduction of labor discipline in connection with the restoration of capitalist management of industry, will diminish the class initiative, activity, and organization of the proletariat. It threatens to enslave the working class. 3. In August 1918, the first all-Russian conference of the anarcho-syndicalists pledged to struggle for emancipation from state capitalism. Point 4. Oppositional anarchists in Spain recognized the parallels with what had unfolded in Russia. Amador Franco wrote in Esfuerzo, "If we analyze what happened in that Russian movement, walking in the footsteps of the epic struggle of the Kronstadt sailors and in the struggles of the peasants in Ukraine, the stages undergone by that people, in its fight against global capitalism and the armies of its interior, seem to us to be the same as in our struggle, save for differences of time and characteristics. Furthermore, the partisans of true communism had to confront those who, in the name of the proletariat, in fact operated behind its back. Point 5. The parallels are instructive, both in Russia in 1918 and Spain in 1937. Revolutionary changes in daily working life had been truncated, and dissident currents confronted revolutionary leaderships, Bolshevik and anarcho-syndicalist, who considered their participation in the state to be irreversible, and the increasing state control of industry to be inevitable, and presented both phenomena as steps on the path to victory. Point 6. The two related concerns revealed in the above citation from Tomasz Cabot, that the Spanish Revolution had not led to a lasting emancipation of the working class, and that it was the duty of anarchists to resist a fatalist acceptance of this state of affairs, were now unambiguous dividing lines between radical anarchists and the Commite superiors of the CNTFAI, who were wedded to both the increasing centralization of workplaces under state control and to a fatalist, or tragic, reading of the Spanish Revolution. Through recourse to such a reading, the CNT representatives attempted to make their positions immune to criticism by presenting them as inevitable adaptations to the drama of the Civil War. At an extraordinary Congress of the IWMA in Paris in December, the CNT delegation declared, "No one must be allowed to speculate over our tragedy. It is a question of justice and morality." 7. As the above citation from Esfuerzo shows, however, such enjoinders rang hollow when directed at CNT members in Spain who were, after all, actors in the same drama. Consequently, the internal opposition, the existence of which the CNT's Commite superiors denied to the world, voiced its rejection not only of state capitalism but also of the denial of its agency, its revolutionary will. Despite the defiant appeals to revolutionary will and continued anarchist strength, the defeat of May had brought fissures in the alliances effected by radical anarchists. As we will see in this chapter, a rejection of fatalism was often accompanied by signs of a retreat into ideology and introspection. This was owing on the one hand to strategic shortcomings and ideological blind spots, but on the other to a fear that the radicals' defeat on the streets and in the meeting halls would lead to a lasting defeat for anarchist ideals. In an article entitled "Permanent Effects of a Temporary Position" published in Frente y Retaguardia, José Pirates made the connection between the CNT state collaboration and a perceived ideological decomposition in the libertarian ranks. Many of the youth already think like perfect communists or republicans, although they do so in the name of the CNT. Therein lies the danger. that of taking seriously a purely theatrical and transitory role. These are the permanent effects of a temporary position. Point 8. In the previous chapter, I showed how the leadership stratum of the libertarian movement successfully asserted its power and authority over the radical activists who had tried to force a change in policy. By autumn 1937, radicals lamented that neo-anarchism had won the battle over true anarchism. Point 9. The focus of this chapter will therefore shift from the battle between these currents to their independent activity, through which one sought to use its increasing centralization and concessions to its allies to influence state policy, and the other to reaffirm its traditions, preserve its autonomous activities and prevent the collaborationist policy of the Commite superiors from contaminating the grassroots. The attempts of the former current to increase its influence were in vain, while the increasingly impotent calls to action of the latter lacked the strategic viability that they had acquired prior to May 1937. This was in part due to a weakening of the solidarities, with radical women, foreigners, and the POUM, that had helped to animate that mobilization. Isolated, radicals were left with little option but to, as Cabot put it, return to their previous pre-war line of conduct, of propaganda, prisoner support, and rational education. With the war's end, the defeats of both statist anarchism and its radical alternative were subsumed under the enormous human catastrophe that engulfed Spain. All that was left for those who survived was to attempt to draw conclusions from the experience. The apex of statist anarchism. Following the May days, the divide between the leading cadres of the CNT and its remaining activists in the rearguard was such that the organization has been described as being effectively, if not formally, split. Point 10. However, the first national plenum of the organization that followed these events did not reflect the division existent in the libertarian movement, its moment of controversy limited to the Andalusian delegates' censure of a national committee communiqué regarding Francisco Morato. Point 11. This document, signed by the National Secretary Mariano Rodriguez Vázquez on May 3, 1937, was issued in response to a letter sent by Morato, whose imprisonment had become a cause célèbre for the radical wing of the libertarian movement throughout the Republican zone. Point 12. The communiqué implied that, contrary to widespread belief among libertarians, Morato, a veteran CNT member described variously in the communiqué as a kid and a puppet, did indeed have a case to answer. Point 13. Nevertheless, it was also clear that his true crime, as far as the National Committee was concerned, was to have publicly criticized the Commite superiors. There was no sign at the plenum of what the National Committee referred to in its communiqué as the notorious irresponsible elements that abound in our ranks. Point 14. The expulsion of the AAD was ratified unanimously, and it was decided that liaison committees be set up in the regions to further cohere the different branches of the libertarian movement. Point 15. This latter measure had been proposed by the Catalan delegation to end the lack of unity among the three branches of our movement. These committees were to focus on propaganda, defense, and investigation, although both the delegation for the Central Region and the National Committee also raised the possibility of creating an organ of political direction within the movement. Point 16. In the aftermath of the May events, the Commite superiors were thus sketching out an institutional framework by which the three branches of the libertarian movement could be transformed into a single, top-down entity. Point 17. Attempts to take up the challenge issued by the JJLL of Gracia during that mobilization, to replace those Commite superiors sealed off from the rest of the movement, therefore faced an uphill battle as the bureaucratization of the CNT continued apace despite the organization's exit from central government, an event echoed at the regional level when the reorganization of the Generalitat led to the ejection of the CNT at the end of June. The CNT objected to the reduced influence that it would have in the reshuffled cabinet companies had presented to the organization. No longer strong enough to impose conditions, the CNT was simply excluded. Point 18. It is possible that the departure from these governmental bodies in fact accelerated the process of bureaucratization in the libertarian movement, as most former ministers and councillors were subsequently ushered into existing or newly established Commite superiors. In his memoirs, Horacio M. Prieto alleges that the National Committee under the jurisdiction of Rodriguez Vázquez was converted into a monstrous bureaucratic apparatus full of draft dodgers and people who did little other than hang around and waste time. 19 In Cataluna, as discussed in the previous chapter, Garcia Oliver was named secretary of the newly created Political Advisory Commission, the CAP. It was viewed with some suspicion by Catalan anarchists, not least because its stated function of coordination was supposedly already being carried out by the aforementioned Regional Liaison Committee. At a meeting of the Regional Committee of the Catalan CNT on July 2, 1937, Pujol, the delegate for the Metal Workers Union, commented on the acronym meaning head in Catalan, and on the apparent desire of its members to place themselves above the norms of the libertarian organizations. 20 As we have seen in the previous chapter, the principal role of the CAP was to enforce radical anarchist submission to the Comite superiors and state authorities. On July 12, complaints were again made at a regional committee meeting about the multiplicity of committees, accompanied by the suggestion that many comrades want to quit work in order to pretend that they are looking after the organization. 21 In Ideas, Fontora, the pseudonym of the veteran purist Vicente Galindo Cortez, wrote, "The bureaucracy is taking on terrifying proportions. Certain individuals are living in the best of worlds. They are emancipated from labor, because spending 3 or 4 hours chatting in an office cannot be called work, and they receive salaries such as they had never dreamed possible." 22 By the autumn of 1937, Severino Campos, having resigned from his position as secretary of the Regional Committee of the Catalan FAI, made no attempt to hide his scorn for those in positions of responsibility in the libertarian organizations. Where there were ideas, these ideas remain. Those who say that they sacrificed them never had them. They spend their days on a slippery slope. From the center of the political whirlwind they breathe putrefied air that withers and numbs them, individuals that puff themselves up, believing themselves to be great men that influence the realities of the moment, are nothing but ambitious and conceited pygmies. 23 Prieto, whose commitment to anti-fascist priorities had led to a revision of principles that would shortly see him openly advocate the formation of a libertarian political party, took a contrary approach. At the Congress of the IWMA in December 1937, he chided German representatives from the DAS, if the German comrades had understood something of principles and of the necessity of sometimes altering them, fascism wouldn't have succeeded there. Sacrosanct principles, in the midst of the current struggle, should pass on to a secondary plane. 24 Prieto went on to emphasize the need for organizational discipline with brutal frankness. Every idea requires an organization in order to conquer the world, not based on a sentimental whim, but forged in a single block and maintained by implacable sanctions on indiscipline. Down with the principles and theories that have failed and which lead us to new disasters. New procedures for new times. Regular army, collaboration with the government, renovation of all principles of economic harmony that we considered intangible. It is necessary to know how to discipline oneself, to satisfy the comrades of the UGT, the petite bourgeoisie, etc. 25. This final allusion to satisfying the UGT and the petite bourgeoisie hinted at the Comite superiors' plans for the CNT's economic plenum to be held the following month, in January 1938. There, the CNT National Committee set the agenda, in which it advocated a centralist economy in which industries under its control would be run by an economic council, and made concessions to the UGT on the long-standing, contentious issue of wage differentials. 26 At the Congress of the IWMA, Alexander Scapiro, described by Prieto as the greatest enemy of the CNT, characterized the economic conceptions put forward by the CNT as representing a retreat to the well-known ideas of corporative or reformist unionism. 27 The new system of dependence envisaged by Cabot in the citation from Sfurzo at the beginning of this chapter, in which the worker will only be valued as the stuff of the workshop or factory, seemed to be given credence by the declarations at this Congress of Rodriguez Vázquez, who indicated that workers' control of industry and assembly-based workplace democracy, even among CNT members, were now anathema to official CNT policy. The times in which we live do not permit either abundance or equality. They demand from everyone an elevated contribution of sacrifice that is hard to agree to, and which is even harder to demand of those who have joined the organization more out of self-interest than idealism. That is why we must compromise with reality. We cannot allow workers to determine for themselves the mode of their salary. We cannot give a blank check to everyone, especially not the arriviste. In such a situation it is highly natural that the complicated problems of the libertarian movement be reserved for the old guard, of absolute solidity. 28. With the old guard in charge and a dependent workforce robbed of any decision-making power, workplace relations were thus established along traditional lines, a shift that had been reinforced after May 1937 by an increase in injunctions from the CNT hierarchy to the Spanish workforce to increase productivity and leave questions of living standards until after the war. 29 For Shapiro, such arguments rested on the sophistry of capitalism that has always been employed to oppose the demands of the proletariat. 30 In other words, the CNT leadership had positioned itself as an opponent of proletarian demands, and was prepared to buttress itself with capitalist ideology in order to do so. This explained why it now faced its own members from a position of power and authority, a process that Shapiro did not hesitate to describe as Bolshevization. The attempt to forge the libertarian movement into a single bloc was doomed to failure, but nevertheless took a step forward through the formation, on the initiative of Garcia Oliver, of the Executive Committee of the Libertarian Movement in Catalunya, confirmed at a plenum at the beginning of April 1938. Diego Camacho, who was in attendance, recalled that there were many delegates there whom I did not recognize, alongside other very well-known activists who before July 1936 had been the most ardent extremists of the FAI, but who by this time, were showing themselves to be much more reformist than the so-called Trientistas had been. 31. Listening to the speech of Garcia Oliver, Camacho had the impression that the executive committee was being presented to the movement as a fait accompli, and that it would face only minority opposition from young libertarians and certain affinity groups from Barcelona. And so it was. 32. The executive committee was composed of 5 delegates from the CNT, 3 from the FAI and 2 from the JJLL. Fidel Miro, one of its members, recalled, "This organization, unprecedented in the anarchist movement, which always employed federalist structures, would have in its hands the single command of the confederal and libertarian masses." 33 The body was intended to facilitate rapid decision-making without the need for multiple consultations between the committees and the grassroots of the organization, but in reality operated as a kind of tribunal judging hapless CNT members accused of desertion and theft in a context of accelerating military catastrophe at the front and increasing hardship in the rear. 34 The executive committee arrogated to itself the power to expel individuals, groups, unions, and committees, and committed itself to the application of militarization and to fighting against desertion and breaches of public order. Furthermore, it pledged to extend prisoner solidarity only to those activists whose incarceration could be put down to error or misunderstanding on the part of the authorities, and committed the CNT and the FAI to collaboration in regional and national governments. 35 The outline of the committee's duties was signed on April 4, and the re-entrance of the CNT into national government was confirmed 2 days later by the appointment to Negrin's cabinet of the veteran Asturian activist Segundo Blanco as Minister of Education. At this point, in an episode that was to demonstrate the difficulty of press-ganging the ranks of the libertarian movement into a command structure, the Executive Committee began a lengthy back and forth with the local and regional committees of the JJLL, whose delegates to the committee resigned, left for the front or were withdrawn with almost farcical frequency over the following months until, on July 2, 1938, a plenum of neighborhood activists of the JJLL stated its intention that the local federation of the JJLL should no longer be represented on the executive committee, declaring that it would never submit to a body that in essence negated both the confederal structure of the CNT and the anarchism of the FAI. 36 Summoned to a meeting on July 16, the delegates of the JJLL were invited by Garcia Oliver to consider the seriousness of creating a split in the movement. But this injunction met with short shrift from representatives determined to honor the agreements of their plenum. 37 The following month, the Executive Committee announced the suspension of the local federation of the JJLL for breaches of discipline, calling a local plenum to elect a new committee, but this was successfully boycotted by the libertarian youth. The Executive Committee itself ceased to exist shortly afterwards, although, as its founder remembered, barely anyone noticed. 38. Over the course of 1938, the Commite superiors of the libertarian movement had taken several steps intended to shore up discipline in its ranks and commit to economic policies that would appeal to the dominant forces of Spanish anti-fascism. They were rewarded in March with a pact with the UGT, in which their erstwhile ally Largo Caballero no longer had any influence, and in April by representation in Negrin's counter-revolutionary government, but even so could find no way of influencing state policy. From advocating the creation of an economic council through which the organization would centrally administer the CNT-controlled industries in January, from March the Commite superiors merely requested union representation alongside the UGT in a governmental higher economic council, which the CNT was still hoping to establish as a matter of urgency as late as October. 39 At the beginning of the year, the organization acquiesced to the Generalitat's takeover of Barcelona's socialized public entertainments industry. 40 In May, the National Committee sent a communiqué to the regional committees with the news that the electricity sector, for which Joan Piró was responsible in the Republican government, was to be militarized, under the terms of which workers' control would cease and foreign ownership would return. Unsurprisingly, the National Committee stressed that it would not be prudent to circulate this information among the wider membership. 41 By the end of the year, the Catalan war industries, a great source of pride to the CNT, had also been nationalist. 42 Nor did the organization's concessions appear to have any impact on the battlefield, where the year began and ended with demoralizing defeats at Teruel and the Ebro. In the spring, Bujarelas, Casp, and Lleida, towns whose names are richly evocative of the high points of the Spanish Revolution, fell to the nationalist army during its Aragon offensive. Amidst increasing suspicion, disillusionment, and defeatism, the libertarian movement called a national plenum for mid-October, while the Republican Army, including thousands of teenaged members of the libertarian youth called up as a part of the famous Quinta del Biberón, played its final card at the Ebro. At this plenum, the balance sheet of collaboration was discussed, revealing a tendency among certain grandees of Spanish anarchism, expressed by the Peninsular Committee of the FAI, to reposition themselves as defenders of anarchist orthodoxy. Meanwhile, Prieto made the case for the FAI to formally convert itself into a political party, and Rodriguez Vázquez defended Negrin and his policy of resistance. Although the plenum ended with a commitment to continued collaboration with the government, the National Committee was losing support for its adherence to Negrin's administration among the movement's notable personalities, with Germinal de Sosa and Pedro Herrera, both of the FAI Peninsular Committee, and Federica Montseny all denouncing Negrin and expressing skepticism as to his commitment to continued resistance. 43. Following the fall of Barcelona in January 1939, the CNT in the remaining, central and southern, Republican zone collaborated with the ill-fated National Defense Council in what became known as the Casado coup. The National Defense Council, headed by Colonel Segismundo Casado and the moderate socialist Julian Basteiro, declared itself the sole authority in the territory at midnight on May 6, March 1939, deposing Negrin and excluding the PCE from Republican power. Previously, CNT delegates from the region had traveled to France to make contact with the exiled national committees of the CNT and the FAI and returned to report that the leadership of the libertarian movement was already defeated and had given up the war as a lost cause. 44 With the defeat and exile of its national committee, the CNT's collaboration in Negrin's government and commitment to its policy of resistance was over. Since Negrin had assumed office, thousands of libertarian activists had been jailed and their revolutionary achievements dismantled. All this had been carried out with great energy and violence, to no discernible reward either in the corridors of power or on the battlefield, where communist ascendancy had resulted in their being, According to a report of the FAI Peninsular Committee in October 1938, thousands upon thousands of comrades who admit to being more afraid of being murdered by the competitor by their side than of perishing in the fighting with the enemy opposite. 45 On the eve of defeat, CNT activists in the Republican zone considered the displacement of Negrin and a reckoning with the Communists to be necessary for a variety of reasons: to continue military resistance, prevent the PCE from securing a privileged evacuation for its own activists at the cost of the Libertarians, avoid a PCE takeover of the armed forces, or else a combination of the above. 46. One of those relied upon to quash communist resistance to the National Defense Council was the anarchist commander Maximo Franco, an early opponent of militarization who had participated in the fighting during the May Days and had collaborated in Frente y Retaguardia. Following the collapse of the Aragon Front, where his division had gained a reputation as a haven for anarchists fearful that the hostility of communist commanders would see them used as cannon fodder or shot from behind, he narrowly escaped a court-martial at the hands of the communist colonel, Juan Modesto. However, while anarchist involvement in the fighting that took place in and around Madrid and Ciudad Real may have relied upon libertarian and communist enmity, it was far from a settling of accounts, still less a sequel to the May Days. Then, anarchists like Maximo Franco had fought for the revolution and against the state. During the squalid episode that brought the war to an end, they fought in the interests of delusional politicians whose efforts to secure honorable conditions of surrender from the enemy were predictably fruitless. Those politicians who wished to then escape from Republican Spain. Meanwhile, Maximo Franco found himself caught in a rat trap with tens of thousands of his comrades at the port of Alicante, between the nationalist forces and the sea, and took his own life. Undoubtedly, the increased emphasis on organizational hierarchy within the libertarian movement had not led to greater dynamism but, on the contrary, merely aggravated resentment and rivalries among the Comite superiors while stymieing autonomous initiative. Frequently, activists were faced with a brick wall. When, for example, the local federation of the JJLL in Barcelona was summarily informed of the expulsion from the CNT of one of its members, it was unable to ascertain the causes of the expulsion in over a fortnight of correspondence with the local Federation of Unions. 47 Likewise, when Julian Moreno, himself a founder member of the executive committee of the libertarian movement, wrote to the same local federation calling for an expanded meeting of all committees and activist groups to discuss their response to the urgent situation Barcelona had found itself in, he was met with the bureaucratic response: in reality, even allowing for the delicate situation of the Catalan fronts, there is a regional liaison committee of the libertarian movement that we would consider the more appropriate recipient of this request. 48 This was on January 7, 1939, less than 3 weeks before the entrance of the Francoist troops into Barcelona. It would seem likely that Moreno had joined the executive committee of the libertarian movement precisely to take the initiative in organizing resistance to the Francoist advance. It is also conceivable that Garcia Oliver had been able to persuade him of the plausibility of a scenario that he would later outline in his memoirs, of the executive committee taking on a vanguard role in Catalunya in the event of a popular reaction against Negrin. 49 In all other respects, the executive committee could be described without hyperbole as the culmination of everything that Moreno had fought against for over a year previously. Days before the fall of Barcelona, he was charged, or more likely tasked himself, with organizing remaining anarchists or anarchist sympathizers into defense battalions in the name of the FAI. 50 In the event, however, a suicidal, last-ditch defense of the city was not attempted, and he crossed the border into France with thousands of his fellow defeated comrades. As Moreno must have understood better than most, the possibility of such Numantian resistance, regardless of the wing of the Republican state that advocated it, depended on the mobilizing potential of the revolutionary energies and alliances that all wings of the state had collaborated in extinguishing and dismantling over the course of the war. However, while state repression was the principal cause of the breakdown of these revolutionary alliances, they had also been weakened by contradictions internal to the revolutionary movement. The fracturing of revolutionary solidarities. In the previous chapter we have seen how the combination of alliances that had formed the revolutionary vanguard of spring 1937 was targeted by armed police actions that closed neighborhood centers and kept order at the bread queues. While the sources analyzed in the final subsection of that chapter show that the projected mobilization in defense of the headquarters of the Barcelona Transport Workers Union in August was able to rely on the same core activists network as in May, it is possible that any such mobilization would already have lacked the wider support that the previous uprising had generated. This was due primarily to objective factors, chiefly the increased repression the libertarians had to face. It was also the case, however, that, as the extent of the defeat of May became apparent, revolutionary solidarities began to wane. As had become clear before May, the new revolutionary impulse generated by the socialization campaign was entirely dependent on the continued hegemony of armed worker activists. With these activists increasingly subject to arrest and imprisonment, a limiting of the radical anarchist imagination and vision became apparent. The Alliance of Spring 1937, made up of revolutionary refugees, deserters from the front, activists in the defense committees and affinity groups, the MMLL, the JJLL, and activists in the POUM, began to fracture. The post-May repression had led to a particularly precarious situation for foreign revolutionaries. Italian anarchists who had left the front in opposition to militarization had participated in the May mobilization, while the German members of the DAS had also played an important role in the build-up to and during the May days. Within days of those events, the building that housed the International Committee of Anti-Fascist Émigrés in Barcelona was occupied, apparently by agents of the Soviet Union, who proceeded to arrest those inside and anyone who entered. 51 After the murder of Bernieri and Barberi, and with many of their number named in the letter Largo Caballero sent to Joan Pirro as suspicious elements with FAI issue passports, most Italian anarchists in Barcelona opted to enlist in anarchist divisions and return to the front. 52 By the end of June 1937, most of the members of the DAS were either in jail or had been forced to leave Spain. 53 For revolutionary activists from fascist countries, jail brought with it the terrifying prospect of deportation. The first Comisión Jurídica set up by the Catalan CNT reported in June that it had been able to prevent this from being carried out with immediate effect. 54 Nevertheless, the danger lingered, as attested to by a letter sent by José Grunfeld to the Comite superiors in August on behalf of 3 German refugees who had fought in an anarchist division. 55 The matter was brought up by the delegates of the CNT sister organizations at the Extraordinary Congress of the IWMA in December 1937. There, the CNT's National Secretary, Rodríguez Vázquez, dismissed the matter, commenting, "After all, the foreign comrades have come of their own account, they have come to a country in revolution, and if a little of everything should occur we cannot be held responsible for it." 56 There is no doubt that, for activists on the ground, the Comite superiors' flippancy towards the fate of their foreign comrades was as much a source of outrage as their perceived inactivity on behalf of Spanish anarchist prisoners. Nevertheless, the more radical sectors of the libertarian movement frequently appealed to a similar kind of Spanish exceptionalism to that which informed the approach of the Comite superiors. The editorial that Solidaridad Obrera published in May 1937 under the headline "Our Revolution Must Be Spanish," discussed in the previous chapter, was criticized harshly by Alexander Scapiro but found an unlikely defense in the pages of Ruda, the mouthpiece of the JJLL, the following month, in an article titled "Our Internationalism" signed by D. Diaz y Diaz. 57 The author took offense at the accusation of nationalism, affirming that anarchism makes common cause with all the exploited and oppressed people in the world, but did not consider this incompatible with exceptionalism or essentialism. The anarchist insistence on autonomy could thus be interpreted in a nationalist sense, and Diaz y Diaz averred that, without ceasing to be anarchists and internationalists, we struggle for an eminently Iberian revolution. This is why we defend the purity and independence of our revolution. We consider foreign meddling in our affairs to be pernicious and we condemn the attempts of some people to establish rules of conduct and procedure on our behalf. 58. while foreign meddling was used as a blanket pejorative aimed principally at the interests of the great powers in Spain. In this context it is hard not to see an implicit disregard for the foreign anarchists who had fought in the anarchist militia and played an active part in the May Days alongside the JJLL. As Scapiro had put it in his counterblast to the original offending editorial. This is a barely disguised attack on the anarchists and syndicalists who came from almost every country to support the burgeoning Spanish Revolution, which they believed would be the first act of a revolution that would soon spread beyond the borders of Spain. For them it was not a question of race or of civilization. 59. At an anarchist meeting in Barcelona in October 1937, Julian Moreno appealed to such critiques emanating from France in support of his rejection of the FI's new structure. Nevertheless, he also denounced the importation of comrades from abroad who, when they come to Spain, know nothing of our confederal or specific organization but, wanting to intervene and to occupy posts as soon as they arrive, have wrecked the CNT and the FAI. 60 Here, Moreno used language reminiscent of the Comite superiors in their denunciations of foreign critics of CNT policy. Given that he was at the forefront of attempts to arrest the retreat of the revolution through extra-legal measures, it is unsurprising that Moreno laid the blame for what was happening on those elements that ensure that nothing practical can be done, among whom he numbered the Argentinians who had arrived in Barcelona under the patronage of Diego Abad de Santillan and who were supportive of the centralising tendencies within the FAI. 61 However, it was inconsistent and unprincipled to draw attention to their geographical origins, particularly when there was no shortage of either foreign-born radicals in Spain or homegrown impediments to the methods favored by the oppositionists. Such native impediments to revolution were likewise conveniently forgotten by anarchist purists when they appealed to the supposedly innately anarchistic characteristics of the Spanish people. 62 A contributor to the revived JJLL review Esfuerzo asserted in the autumn of 1937 that a profoundly libertarian and individualist spirituality was characteristic of the Spanish people. 63 The appearance of essentialist tropes regarding the supposed character of the Spanish people within the oppositional anarchist press indicates something of a blind spot among radical anarchists to the role that such myth-making played in the reconstruction of the Republican state, a process which had left these revolutionaries marginalized and vulnerable to police raids, harassment and murder. They also provided a form of ideological cover for the Comite superiors, who used precisely such appeals to justify the silencing of oppositional voices. At the aforementioned Congress of the IWMA, the delegation of the CNT declared, "As Spaniards we have a different mentality and we are participating in a struggle of a racial character that concerns ourselves alone. What is at stake is the destiny of a revolution, and not personal opinions or the small-minded moaning of refugees grouped in ghost sections." 64. Moreover, the radical anarchists' inconsistencies in this regard revealed an absence of serious reflection on the characteristics of the alliance that had formed in the Catalan rearguard in the first half of 1937. As well as contributing to the radicalization of the local federation of the FAI, foreign anarchists had been an integral and highly active component of the revolutionary mobilization in May. By failing to appreciate the value of the solidarities generated in this period, radicals were partly culpable for the weakening of revolutionary forces. This phenomenon was also in evidence in the JJLL's relations with the POUM in the aftermath of the May events. Santana Calero's call in Esfuerzo, in the second week of May, for fraternization and alliance among all young revolutionaries encountered an immediate obstacle in the outcome of the regional congress of the JJLL at the end of the month. Confusingly, Santana Calero was likely a co-signatory of a proposal discussed at the Congress and published beforehand in Ruta. 65 The signatories of this proposal urged that relations with all political elements be broken off, stating that our contact with the so-called Youth Front should be suspended. 66 Even after fighting on the same side of the barricades as the POUM, the purist current of the JJLL refused to make distinctions as to the efficacy of alliances with Marxists, and had been strengthened in their conviction that such political tactics represented an abandonment of principle. 67 The rationale of this approach was explained at the Congress by the delegate for the socialized public entertainments industry, who wondered, How are we going to unify with young Marxists when they are fighting among themselves? 68 The nuanced understanding of the leadership of the JSU as something other than Marxist, which had allowed Santana Calero among others to appeal to that organization's membership on the basis of a shared, authentically revolutionary, socialism, had clearly failed to convince all libertarian activists. Nevertheless, the FJR was defended on such terms by several delegates at the Congress. The delegate of the distribution sector affirmed that the FJR was a vehicle through which to attack the JSU, while the delegate of Premia de Mar went as far as to declare that the participation of the local JJLL in the FJR would continue regardless of the decision of the Congress. 69 However, the fact that the delegate from Gracia could support the Purists' proposal, even after the formation in that neighborhood of a committee composed of anarchists and POUM members during the May days and the promulgation by the neighborhood JJLL of a manifesto that explicitly recognized the POUM as authentic revolutionaries, is demonstrative of the level of opposition to the FJR at the Congress. In spite of evident division, a majority eventually agreed to completely separate the JJLL from political activity. The 19-year-old Ramon Liart was named the new regional secretary, in place of Fidel Miro. Miro's absence from the Congress may have inclined the balance towards the Purist position. Detained during the May events, the outgoing regional secretary's involvement was limited to a letter favoring the continuation of revolutionary unity. Also absent was Alfredo Martinez, the secretary of the FJR and its most prominent promoter within the JJLL, who was missing, presumed murdered. Aside from these absences and the traditional Purist antipathy to politics, however, it should also be borne in mind that this Congress took place with a national governmental crisis as its backdrop. The crisis had been provoked by communist determination to accuse the POUM of responsibility for the May events and to have the party declared illegal as a consequence. For the Comite superiors, also happy for the POUM to take the blame, any association with the party was now toxic. While Baldo Solano, secretary of the POUM's youth section, the JCI, was therefore correct to perceive a confluence of interests among the Comite superiors and the Purist tendency of the JJLL at this Congress. 70 There was an extensive intervention by the Regional Committee of the FAI, which made reference to the ongoing ministerial crisis in Valencia, and bluntly stated that the JJLL lacked a regional committee appropriate for the times. 71 Given that the secretary of the JJLL was in prison, and two other committee members, Martinez and the Uruguayan Juan Rua, had disappeared in suspicious circumstances, this intervention is illustrative of the kind of cynical opportunism Solano identified. 72 Although the avowed apoliticism of the Purists clashed with the policy of the Comite superiors and would provoke further divisions in the libertarian movement in the months to come, the intention of the former to return the JJLL to a role strictly limited to propaganda and education would have been preferable from the point of view of the Comite superiors to an ongoing commitment to revolutionary unity with the POUM, with all the complications that might imply for the CNT on a governmental level. In their rejection of politics, therefore, the Purists were, consciously or not, performing a political role. As Solano put it, at that point, they the Comite superiors did not have a replacement team within the JJLL that would carry out their policy and they turned to the most extreme fascists with whom they were in disagreement in order to change it. 73 The voluntarist position of alliances among authentic revolutionaries, advocated in the Flysheet Esfuerzo and in the May Manifesto of the JJLL of Gracia, could thus be sidelined. Miro, meanwhile, would find himself persona non grata at the headquarters of the regional JJLL on his release from prison, and would be coaxed into the national structure of the FIJL as a defender of collaborationist orthodoxy by Pedro Herrera, who was a fellow member of the affinity group Nervio, and Rodriguez Vazquez. 74 The attentions of the Comite superiors would then turn again, as we saw in the first subsection, to disciplining the Purists, a contested process that would endure for the remainder of the war. Following this break with the solidarity of the barricades effected with the POUM, The purists of the JJLL also indirectly distanced themselves from the radical voluntarists in the FAI during the struggle to prevent the restructuring of that organization. At a regional plenum of Catalan anarchist affinity groups in August, several purists of the JJLL left the hall midway through proceedings, crying out, "Long live anarchy!" A meeting hastily arranged in Valencia in an attempt to avoid a split took place soon after, with Zena acting as mediator between pirates, a representative of this faction, and Montseny, of the Peninsular Committee, but came to 0.75 even in the absence of the purists of the JJLL. The attempted conversion of the FAI in Catalunya into a legal political organization would be bitterly contested by Merino and other radicals through the local federation. After the walkout, however, the JJLL purists did not attend the plenums of the latter body, leaving the voluntarist rather than the purist current to take up the cudgels against the neo-anarchists in the Catalan FAI. The alliance of purists and voluntarists within this organization, which had been so effective in previous struggles, was now effectively defunct. The final element of the radical alliance had been revolutionary women. In the aftermath of the May events, maintaining the solidarities that had seen members of the Patrullas de Control distributing food to the bread queues and women's demonstrations and riots in the first half of 1937 was made immeasurably more difficult by a heavy police presence responsible for disarming revolutionaries and keeping order at the queues. In other respects, however, the alliance was undermined by anarchists themselves, particularly with regard to the anarchist women's organization, Mujeres Libres, MMLL. In 1937 to 1938, the extension of the draft in the rearguard led to vacancies in administrative roles in the libertarian organizations and in socialized industries that were frequently occupied by women. Joaquina Dorado Pita became president of Barcelona's Economic Council of the Socialized Woodwork Industry. Sánchez Saornil became secretary of Solidaridad Internacional Antifascista, International Anti-Fascist Solidarity, an organization set up by the CNT to raise funds abroad, to compete with the communist-dominated International Red Help and to avoid relying on the IWMA, while the incorporation of women into the committees of the FIJL became crucial to sustaining the organization in this period. 76. This did not lead to a place at the table of the libertarian movement for the MMLL, which had constituted itself as a national federation in August 1937. Its autonomous agenda was viewed, particularly by the FIJL, as competing for support among the same constituencies. In October 1938, the recently created Women's Secretariat of the FIJL complained that the MMLL continued to recruit younger women to its organization in spite of the decision of the former that the women's organization should restrict itself to the recruitment of adults. 77 Even in Barcelona, where the JJLL affirmed and defended its own right to autonomy, and where no women's secretariat had been set up, young women activists were not encouraged to join the MMLL, and were given the false impression that this was an organization for women aged 30 and over. The fact that many women were members of both the MMLL and the JJLL but did not openly talk about the former at meetings of the latter suggests that the opposition of the youth organizations had in fact succeeded in preventing the MMLL from actively recruiting from the ranks of the youth organization. 78. The JJLL in Catalunya thus lost a further opportunity to formalize the solidarities established in the run-up to and during the May events by distancing itself from the MMLL. Nor did the latter organization seek to cement its oppositional stance in this period, in spite of the fact that its combativeness, autonomy, and strategic outlook were all at variance with the direction in which the principal libertarian organizations were headed. Sánchez Saornil was a founding signatory to the restructured Barcelona anarchist grouping, OB, while the MMLL itself sought official recognition as a branch of the Spanish libertarian movement. In October 1938, the MMLL, uninvited, sent a delegation to the national plenum of the Spanish libertarian movement where, despite the great risks that some delegates had taken to reach Barcelona, they were forced to sit out the first sessions, only entering the plenum when the matter of auxiliary organizations was discussed. 79 The proposal of the MMLL, that the federation should be granted official status as a branch of the libertarian movement, was not voted upon, and the question was set aside for a future that, in the event, did not arrive. Given that, as Martha Acklesberg has concluded, the likely sticking point for the other branches of the movement was the MMLL's demand for autonomy in setting its goals and priorities, we might wonder why the potential for increased solidarity between the organization and the Catalan JJLL, whose fate it shared, seems to have been squandered in this period. 80 A partial explanation can be found in the fact that the MMLL always affirmed its proximity to the CNT and, in need of the organizational support and resources that its official recognition by the libertarian movement would bring, it was unlikely to adopt an oppositional position wholesale as had the JJLL. We might also consider, however, that the need for an independent women's organization to combat sexism, both in wider society and within the libertarian movement, represented a stumbling block for many oppositional anarchists, and not only the Comite superiors. In Faro, a radical publication edited by Santana Calero and discussed in more detail in the following subsection, a note was carried on the front page of its edition of November 26, 1937 that was illustrative of anarchist insecurity in this regard. Insisting that the MMLL must not behave like a rabidly feminist organization, the explanation that it offered for the lack of fraternal relations between the JJLL and the women's organization was that certain comrades of the MMLL combined a lack of responsibility with a counterproductive and feverish exclusivism. 81. We have seen how the Mujeres Libres publication drew attention to the aggressive chauvinism of one male comrade at a women's demonstration. It might also be worth paying attention to the gendered terms in which anarchists considered their activism. In the oppositional press and at meetings, radicals frequently enjoined their audience to be men, and lamented the absence of virile gestures on the part of their comrades and the castrating effects of anarchism's antitheses, religion, and the state. 82 Such terminology was, of course, extremely common in 1930s Spain, and is unlikely to have been as off-putting then as it is now, but it nevertheless indicates a gendered ideal of activism that women would have continually had to confront when they participated in the movement. The rise of the MMLL during the Spanish Civil War is an indication of the extraordinary vitality of the anarchist movement in that country, and of the deeply transformative qualities of the revolution. The radical French publication L'Esprit Nouvelle, edited by André Prudhomme, asserted, even if the revolution is crushed in Spain, it will not have failed in moral terms, and its resurrection will be assured, because it has enabled the formation of the Mujeres Libres Federation and allowed its voice to be heard. 83 The period of the Spanish Revolution provides historians with the all too rare opportunity to consider the multiple recorded interventions of women activists who developed their own platforms and activities. The rise of the MMLL further shows, however, that the existence of an autonomous women's organization corresponded to a need brought about by sexism internal to the anarchist movement. In fact, following the initial days of exaltation in the summer of 1936, it was rare for the prominence of women in the revolution to be reflected on by male anarchist writers. Tomasz Cabot, writing in the revived Esfuerzo, provided one exception. Of the many decisive factors that have been thrown up by this war against the fascist hordes, there is one that stands out with a shining light of its own, as a value unknown before now and which promises to be a decisive and fundamental force for the future, that of women. Their rapid adjustment to the revolutionary and constructive days of July has been enormously influential and demands the particular interest of libertarians. 84. Although Cabot did not mention the MMLL in the article, his insistence on women's self-sufficiency, and the appearance of an advertisement for a new MMLL publication on the same page would have likely been welcomed by the Federation as a gesture of solidarity from within the ranks of the JJLL. The articles of Tomasz Cabot in Esfuerzo indicated a willingness to reflect on the experience of the revolution. During this period, the effort to draw conclusions from this experience became increasingly visible in the pages of publications associated with the JJLL. If the JJLL had been unable to draw entirely coherent political and strategic conclusions from its participation in the revolutionary alliance that had animated the mobilization of May, it was not alone in this failure, and nor was this failure absolute. The purpose of this subsection is not to provide a retrospective moral judgment on the ideological imperfections of anarchist activists, but rather to show how the recession of revolutionary horizons brought with it a turning inwards of revolutionary forces and a fracturing of the solidarities generated by the revolution's expansive phase. Nevertheless, it is possible to see this turning inwards in a more generous light. For example, the frustration that activists in the libertarian youth organizations expressed towards the MMLL was at least in part due to their desire to see a healthy gender balance in the JJLL. Antonia Fontanillas, who remembered being given the false impression that the MMLL was an organization for older activists, also recalled the encouragement that better-known male activists gave her to take on positions of responsibility in the youth organizations. 85 Moreover, while the defeat of the revolution constricted the spaces in which radical activists could operate in this period, their attempt to return to the fundamental principles of anarchism enabled them to persist in the cultural, educational and reflective labor that had characterized the movement prior to the Civil War. Anarchists in isolation. As we have seen, the initial reactions of several radical anarchists to the defeat of May were marked by continued faith in the fighting capacity of the revolutionaries and a voluntarist approach to the task of changing the course of the libertarian organizations. By the autumn of 1937, this optimism had been all but extinguished. The attention that radicals paid in the following period to salvaging the prestige of anarchism has led historians to consider purist anarchism in this period to have had a merely testimonial character. 86 It is certainly the case that this impulse to defend the integrity of Spanish anarchism was consequent upon the defeat of practical proposals intended to reorient the strategy of the libertarian organizations, and that, in the face of the increasing centralization of the same, there were signs of a withdrawal into introspection and ideology. Nevertheless, this period also saw a return to the tactics of the pre-war period, which involved propagating and defending libertarian practices in the fields of education and culture, in opposition to Republican Spain's post-revolutionary dominant ideology and police force. The testimonial role of radical anarchists also led to some critique and reflection on the nature of the defeat they had suffered. On July 9, 1937, the Catalan JJLL, by now estranged from the rest of the FIJL, produced a manifesto that justified its decision to prioritize fidelity to anarchist ideas over the demands of the war and organizational unity. It contrasted the permanence of the purely anarchist tendency of the JJLL to the transitory circumstantialism of the CNT and the FAI. While it was reasonable to suppose that the latter organizations would return to these purely anarchist principles, tactics, and objectives in the more or less near future, this could only be assured by maintaining in the sector most susceptible to reformist contamination the anarchistic spirit that has always informed our libertarian activities. 87 Over the summer, while the question of how to accommodate the Catalan section within the FIJL rumbled on, 3 new publications appeared from within its ranks, all dedicated, as the manifesto put it, to what is fundamental and permanent about anarchist ideas and not with what is politically convenient. El Quijote was a weekly produced under the auspices of the affinity group Los Quijotes del Ideal Inclot. Purist in tone, its first issue declared its intention to be somewhat removed from the terrible today in which we live. 88 Evolution was the mouthpiece of the FECL, a monthly edited by Ada Marti, who wrote a critique of democracy in its first issue that would have been anathema to the neo-anarchists. Declaring revolution and democracy to be mutually exclusive concepts, Marti reflected that the previous 6 years should have been sufficient to show us the painful truth of this affirmation. 89 Diego Camacho, a member of Los Quijotes del Ideal, recalls being shown the first issue by Marti, who told him that it had a print run of 4,000 editions. It's not much, but it is important to say what we are saying. It is painful to read the official press of our movement. What is worse, with the commonplace of the circumstances they are justifying anti-anarchism. With our voice and that of others we intend to unmask the falsifiers. 90. In that spirit the new publication's editorial railed against the circumstantialists of the Comite superiors. They shun the struggle, they fear the atmosphere of the street. Comfort has turned them into amnesiacs and the ranks of the sellouts are full to bursting. They talk of sacrifices and compromise, they point to the ignorance of the masses to justify their wavering because they lack a fighting temperament. They are mere harlequins dressed up as martyrs, who with a herd-like mentality, want to become mayors, parliamentarians, and ministers, that infamous triptych of privilege and slavery. 91. The other new publication to emerge was the revived Sfurzo. Submitted to, and duly decimated by, the state censor, the editorial line of Sfurzo stressed the need for unity among the libertarian youth, a unity that it considered possible only through adherence to anarchist ideas and the rejection of external alliances. Although they occasionally published articles that were optimistic or voluntarist in their interpretation of the moment, these new publications indicated the growing level of alienation of the Catalan JJLL from the rest of the Spanish libertarian movement. There was an identifiable tendency among purists in the organization to close ranks and to concentrate on countering what pirates had termed the permanent effects of circumstantial collaboration. As a contemporary article in the similarly purist Frente y Retaguardia put it, let us set our own house in order, learn those ideas that we extol, let us stand guard over the purity of our movement. 92. In El Quijote, Vicente Rodriguez, an influential member of the JJLL, indicated a preparedness to break entirely from the libertarian organizations. The organization as such is worthy of our efforts depending on the quantity of ideas that we perceive in it or are able to inject into it. Organization for the sake of organization is no different to violence for the sake of violence. What is more, if our continued presence in a given organization must imply the renunciation of our own methods in terms of the diffusion or practice of the ideas that sustain us, then we can never justifiably remain in it. The only work that could be carried out in such circumstances would be that of disintegration and discord, a work that is acceptable as long as disintegration and discord is applied to the traditional enemy, authoritarianism. And all those who, having lost faith in the constructive capacity of the masses, use their supposed superiority to justify becoming a leading elite, are authoritarians. 93. Given that radical anarchists were normally at pains to state that they did not want a split in the movement, this article is remarkable for outlining how such a split could be justified. Rodriguez stopped short of openly advocating sabotage of the libertarian organizations, resorting to the commonplace trope that the Spanish masses, infused with an anarchistic spirit, would oblige them to return to their true path. Whether or not such optimism was truly felt by the author, the article concluded in far less sanguine terms. Backed into a corner whereby either the organization or the ideas must perish, we would always prefer the disappearance of the former over the latter, as ideas give rise to organization while an organization without an ideological base cannot give rise to ideas. 94. This prioritization of principles over organization was frequently expressed at this time and was a clear response to the attempted homogenization of the movement according to the criteria of the Comite superiors. It would be expressed at the Congress of the IWMA in December 1937, and was also at the root of a row between the Catalan school of activists, set up under the auspices of the CNT veteran Manuel Buenacasa as a training center for libertarian activism, and José Pirates. Pirates, a close friend and comrade of Vicente Rodriguez, had refused to deliver a talk at the school on the subject of how to organize a congress, objecting that he would only be prepared to talk about ideas. 95. Prior to its suppression, Frente y Retaguardia had also come into conflict with the school, after featuring an article in which it urged it not to become a political institution, preparing the new deputies of the FAI. In response, it was announced that the school would report the purists' aspersions to the regional committees of the CNT and the FAI, so that they might make the appropriate decisions. 96. The most dramatic consequence of the purists' ambivalence towards the libertarian organizations came at the Regional Congress of the JJLL beginning on October 10, 1937, where it was decided to sever the organizational link that had previously existed between the JJLL and the Catalan FAI. This was due to the restructuring of the latter organization, which provides evidence of a fundamental alteration of anarchist principles. 97 According to the Confederal Press, the sticking point was the freedom of the oppositional affinity groups to remain outside of the restructuring process and therefore not be grouped into larger aggruppations according to locality. 98 According to Pirates, however, the problem was rather the new declaration of principles that accompanied the restructuring, which implied that the FAI was no longer committed to a struggle against all states, but only against the establishment of a dictatorship of caste or party. 99 That this was the crux of the issue for purist anarchists was reaffirmed in an article in Frente y Retaguardia. There cannot remain the least doubt that, on declaring themselves enemies of the totalitarian state, the neo-anarchists also know how to distinguish, as has always been the skill of Marxists and Republicans, between the democratic state and the state per se. What remains of the classic anarchist criterion that attributes totalitarian properties to every state, considering its supposed moderation to be a temporary affair dependent on the degree of resistance or conformity of its subjects? 100. November 1937 saw the appearance of a new publication of the JJLL, Faro, edited by the tireless Juan Santana Calero. Like Esfuerzo, its editorial line defended the position of the Catalan JJLL and, as with his previous endeavors, through Faro Santana Calero attempted to bring together purist and voluntarist criticisms of the official libertarian movement. What is also striking about this publication, however, is the self-conscious way in which it situated itself within the international anarchist movement. Its first number, in a heavily censored editorial, affirmed that, in the face of perverted adulterations of anarchism, situated in a tendency that is yet to be convincingly refuted, we stand by the robust ideological content affirmed in the position paper approved at the Extraordinary Congress in May. The JJLL of Catalunya are not determinists. They believe in the efficacy of the will. In a time of confusion and ideological decay, the JJLL must show themselves to be compact and strong, motivated by a single ambition, to offer their responsibility and rootedness in the ideas to international anarchism. 101. In spite of its appeal to will, itself typical of Santana Calero, Faro did not indicate in its pages how acts of will might renew the Spanish Revolution or recover for the libertarian movement its former spirit. Instead, its focus was on preserving the integrity of anarchist ideals, a task that, as the above passage indicates, was of international scope. This commitment to internationalism was further demonstrated by the publication's hosting of articles by Alexander Scapiro and the French anarchist teacher Lucien Barbet. While Faro focused on the endurance of anarchist principles, to highlight this propagandistic and idealistic labor is not to suggest that members of the JJLL withdrew from practical activity. Their continued endeavors in the field of education and in struggling to resist the militarization of popular culture and children's activities are also abundantly attested to in the pages of their press. The university was one such battleground. Evolution lamented that we have been forced to acknowledge that as far as pedagogy is concerned, the proletarian achievement of July has not made the least impact. 102 In the early days of the war, the FECL and the JJLL had held an assembly in Barcelona to discuss the possibility of creating a people's university. 103 The initial involvement of the celebrated anarchist Dr. Felix Martí Ibáñez in the initiative ceased on his taking on a governmental role in the Department of Health as a delegate of the CNT, and the project was rendered inoperable by the absence of any wider organizational support. By the late summer of 1937, while anarchist students wrote articles denouncing the increasing tuition fees imposed by the universities, the veteran anarchist journalist Felipe Alaiz initiated an intemperate exchange with Martí Ibáñez on the subject of the People's University. Alaiz linked the project's failure to the moral and ideological failure of those anarchists who had accepted collaboration with the state. 104. As it was, anarchist educational projects were undertaken in the remaining centers and free schools of the JJLL, the MMLL, and in cultural groupings such as the Agrupación Los de Ayer y Los de Hoy. However, these were carried out in spite of the principal libertarian organizations and against the prevailing current of the times. As an article in Faro lamented, The free education that children were promised has become a slave of the state. Children are given the same educational materials as before the war. While it is true that they are now proffered material of a coarsely anti-fascist hue, it is nothing more than this, anti-fascist. And, in greater numbers, people with neither scruples nor the most elementary of pedagogical sentiment cultivate, with publications of the worst kind, a warlike spirit in the young. 105. In this sense, the anarchists of the JJLL and the affiliated students' organization, the FECL, had returned to their previous line of conduct as they had been urged to by Tomasz Cabot in the pages of Sfierzo, fostering an oppositional, parallel culture to that of the Republican state in much the same way as they had done before the war began. In so doing, they were also defending the autonomy of the spaces they had conquered in the summer of 1936, maintaining the spirit of rational education against the encroachments of the dominant ideology of statist anti-fascism. Hugo Garcia considers the anti-fascist activities that children were encouraged to engage in at school to be among the strongest evidence of the emergence of an anti-fascist collective identity in Republican Spain during the Civil War, an identity that superimposed itself on the radical culture that middle-class Republicans and revolutionary workers had shared since the Democratic Revolution of 1868 and the short-lived First Republic of 1873. 106 The anarchist relationship to this emerging culture of anti-fascism was at first ambiguous. At the beginning of the war, anarchists on the one hand wished to stress their preeminent role in the anti-fascist struggle and on the other to dissociate that struggle from the fight to save or restore the Second Republic. Nevertheless, by the end of 1937, the Commite superiors of the libertarian movement were happy to consider themselves component parts of an anti-fascism understood in the historical sense of an enlightened and progressive tradition, as set out by Garcia above. At the December Congress of the IWMA, José Zena defended the anti-fascist alliance because of what the fascist danger constitutes. It is not only a threat to the CNTFAI. It has set out on the destruction of liberalism, of Marxism, of the workers' movement in general and of all the democratic and republican traditions of the bourgeoisie. 107 Meanwhile, radical anarchist dissension from this position was informed not only by alienation from this broader progressive tradition but also by the perception of a retreat from this tradition on the part of statist anti-fascism. This could be detected in the militarist betrayal of rationalist pedagogy denounced in the pages of Pharaoh, and, even more strikingly, in the campaign in defense of religious freedoms. Anti-fascism was the ideological glue that had replaced anti-clericalism as the most important unifying factor among Spain's otherwise fractious progressives in 1936, but only after the beginning of the war had brought with it a wave of popular anti-clerical violence in which all sectors of this progressive alliance took part. 108 After this subsided, the respective rise of anti-fascism and fall of anti-clericalism was so rapid that, by the end of 1937, anti-clericalism in Spain was the almost exclusive preserve of radical anarchists. As discussed in Chapter 3, the possibility of an anti-fascist alliance of the youth including both the JJLL and the JSU had initially foundered on the insistence of the latter that Catholic organizations should be invited to join. From May 1937, the Republican government officially pursued a policy of religious normalization that was fiercely denounced in the pages of the radical anarchist press, while the PCE characterized such anti-religious sentiment as false revolutionism. 109 For anarchists, the Catholic Church represented one of the rotten elements of society that had brought about the brutal situation in which we now live, and the failure of the revolution in its violent moments to uproot it completely had been a fatal error. Due to this benevolence the enemy has been able to undermine the revolutionary organizations. 110 The anti-religious spirit of young Spaniards that anarchists affirmed was often born of the experience of a harsh and truncated educational experience at the hands of the country's clergy. 111 Unsurprisingly, the press of the JJLL was united in opposing the governmental campaign, the mouthpiece of the FECL urging its readers to react energetically against this unspeakable plague, which is attempting to re-emerge dressed in the spellbinding garb of anti-fascism. 112. The analyses contained in the publications of the Catalan JJLL in this period, and the fact that they provided a platform to both disaffected militants of the Spanish libertarian movement and veteran anarchist exiles abroad, are indicative of the strength of the libertarian culture in Catalunya, which was capable of renewing itself and whose militants applied their principles to a critique of the movement to which they belonged. In an atmosphere of increasing fatalism brought about by the disastrous course of the war, the commonplace response of radical anarchists was to affirm that anarchism is not fatalist. It is the antithesis of Marxism. 113. In this context, in an article for Le Combat Syndicalist reproduced in Faro and addressed to the circumstantialists, the anarchist Lucien Barbet echoed Garcia Oliver at the Madrid Congress of 1931 by raising the specter of Lenin in order to criticize the false security that the Marxist belief in a fatal process gave the workers. Lenin threw himself into the fray with passion when the Russian debacle began. He demonstrated practically that the energy of a man plays a highly important role. Socialists and communists propagated their convictions without being passive spectators, intervening in the most important events of the epoch. 114. This period also saw more considered positions emerge that hinted at how the experience of defeat could be used to draw programmatic conclusions. For Amador Franco, writing in Esfuerzo at the end of October 1937, the problems of the Spanish Revolution could not be solved by a Spanish Lenin, the cliched requirement of a man of iron will to direct the revolution, still less a revolutionary government. The essence of the revolution was defined as a struggle between authority and liberty, between politics and the people, between the organizations of labor and those of the state. If the revolution were to be anarchistic, it would imply not a transfer of powers, but a total change in the way of life. Franco conceived of the revolutionary process in the following terms: the expropriation of the bourgeoisie, the disappearance of commerce from our country and its replacement by free exchange, and the mutual understanding of the regions that make up the country through regional councils or other organs not subject to the law, but structured in grand congresses of the producers through mutual agreement, the annulment of the state. Such are the tasks to fulfill in the revolutionary period. 115. This evocation of grand workers' congresses as the fora through which social life could be organized echoed the program put forward in 1934 by Valeriano Orobon Fernandez, but was nonetheless highly innovative in the context of late 1937 and in its recognition that a chief inadequacy of the Spanish Revolution at that point was precisely the absence of any such organization outside of the unions through which workers could fraternize and advance an independent agenda. 116. While the junta, advocated by the Friends of Durruti, AAD, might also have been intended to be read in this light, it is unlikely that radicals such as Franco subscribed to such a reading, given the distrust that the authoritarianism of the AAD had prompted among purists. 117. Instead, we might see his vision of revolutionary change as an extension of the maximalist interpretations of the socialization campaign, discussed in Chapter 3. Having spent the greater part of the war on the Aragon front, Franco would have been aware of the regional federation of collectives agreed to at the Congress in Caspe, while his close friend and collaborator Pirates would likely have related to him his experience of organizing a mass assembly in Lleida during the socialization campaign. Franco's analysis of the revolution's limitations provides further evidence that critical reflection on the revolutionary experience was not limited to the AAD in 1937. While his analysis was innovative, however, his proposals for a change of course within the libertarian movement would have been familiar to both the voluntarists and purists of that year. Only one option remains open to us, the reaffirmation of anarchism, that is, if we still have time. To carry this out we need the unanimous will of everyone and the abandonment of ministerial scheming and circumstantialist tactics. We must take on all the responsibility of marching forward to new conceptions. We must be worthy of history and of our ideas. 118. Alongside the new publications that emerged under the banner of the JJLL in autumn 1937, Alerta appeared in Barcelona, produced by the city's defense committees and issued without prior submission to the censor. It also affirmed its steadfast adherence to anarchist principles, its editorial declaring itself tired of paradoxes. Anarchist ministers, anarchist governors, anarchist mayors and councillors, anarchist police, anarchist jailers. Climb the ladder if that is your ambition, but do not call yourselves anarchists. 119. It provided somber, if defiant, reading for partisans of the Spanish Revolution. Under the headline "The Proletariat Has Gained Nothing," the editorial of its first issue drew up a critical balance sheet of the revolution's trajectory. "We have lost thousands and thousands of comrades, the flower of our activist base. Of the revolution barely anything remains, and what little that does is not consolidated. We will have to go back, to find the spirit of July 19th, to raise it up again and keep it strong, without trusting in anybody, without paying attention to any commonplace slogans." 120. By the time that this editorial was published, nearly 6 months had passed since the May days, when the defense committees, alongside their allies in the Catalan JJLL, anarchist affinity groups and various unions of the CNT, had mobilized their forces in an attempt to recover on the streets of Barcelona the spirit of 19 July. Since May, 2 further opportunities had presented themselves, in August and September, to begin where they had left off, but on both occasions their initiatives were nipped in the bud by the libertarian hierarchies. By 1938 the defense committees had changed their name to Comites to Coordination Committees, in a bid to minimize police attention. As the course of the war sapped the radical anarchists of morale and numbers, and the ongoing process of state reconstruction robbed them of their resources, the Comite superiors were the targets of pent-up frustration. In August 1938, the Neighborhood Coordination Committee was the chief signatory of a letter of protest written in the name of the libertarian movement of Armonia de Palomar, the name given to the Barcelona suburb of Sant Andreu during the war, which read: "While it seems that those who are considered the foremost figures of our movement are treated with a certain consideration by the official elements of other parties and organizations, this is not the case for the immense majority of our activists who are persecuted, jailed, and even murdered, as in the worst times of counter-revolutionary repression. Nevertheless, we are yet to witness a single virile gesture on the part of our committees or our most representative men to prevent such abuses." 121. The final virile gesture that libertarian Barcelona bore witness to would in fact come not from its most representative men but from the Mujeres Libres. On the second anniversary of the outbreak of the war, Sánchez Saornil had avoided drawing up the kind of brutal balance sheet that Alerta had published, considering it too painful a task. Nevertheless, she maintained, as did the publication of the defense committees, an ongoing fidelity to the spirit of 19 July. Since that glorious day 1,000 circumstances beyond our control have altered the course of events. Our civil war has been converted into a war of independence, our social war into a vulgar defensive war, our intentions have been twisted and our boldest initiatives smashed against the closed cycle of 1936 to 1938, but nobody can say that our will is broken. Circumstances have trapped us in an iron cage, they have forced us into a retreat that we have accepted only because we know that July 19th continues to burn within us, lighting up the darkness of our torture as our only hope, the only truth and the only way out. 122. In fact, precisely because its organization was unrecognized on an official level and operated for the most part outside the state, the MMLL had retreated less distance than most. In Catalunya it had initially cooperated when, in July 1937, the Generalitat created the Institut d'Adaptació Professional de la Dona, Institute for the Professional Training of Women, which had been founded as an institutional continuation of the MMLL's work in training unemployed women and helping them into apprenticeships via the CNT and MMLL-run School for the Professional Training of Women. 123. By the end of the year, however, the MMLL had withdrawn from the institute, claiming that its completely statist working methods had created a mere employment exchange scheme with no educational content whatsoever. 124. The MMLL not only protected its autonomy against the encroachment of the state but also in resistance to the political pressures to join the communist-led Agrupación de Mujeres Antifascistas, anti-fascist women's grouping. In August 1938, Sánchez Saornil wrote an open response to one such injunction from Dolores Ibarruri, the famous secretary of the Agrupación. Our federation is a revolutionary organization with its own perspective on the war and a clear concept of its mission that goes beyond a limited anti-fascism. Rather than allow mujeres libres to be absorbed, we would prefer to continue on the road taken, if necessary without the official support that others enjoy, but maintaining the integrity of our specific character. 125. The MMLL continued with its educational program through the Casal de la Dona Treballadora, Working Women's House, founded in Barcelona at the end of 1936, where by 1938 up to 800 women attended a wide variety of classes every day. The success of the project led the CNT's Food Supplies Union to provide the Casal with larger premises, and the final mobilization of anarchist Barcelona came at the end of 1938 in defense of this building. A standoff had developed when the Bank of Spain, on whose board the CNT had a delegate representative, attempted to have the MMLL evicted from the premises by the Finance Ministry in order to install its own offices. 126. The MMLL had initially agreed to accede to the authorities' demands, on the understanding that suitable replacement accommodation would be found to enable the activities of the Casal to continue. Before such premises could be located, however, the Casal was twice threatened with forced eviction by armed police, causing the MMLL to call on the support of the Comite superiors of the Libertarian movement and the CNT's Minister of Education in the Republican government, Segundo Blanco. On the morning of December 14, 1938, a detachment of armed police was met by the passive resistance of the Casal's inhabitants. Unable to find a suitable replacement building, the subsecretary of the Finance Ministry was invited by Federica Monsanelli and Sanchez Ornil to visit the Casal, where the standoff continued. There he was greeted by a demonstration of 500 women alongside other supporters of the MMLL and, on being shown the premises, made assurances that the eviction would be called off until a suitable replacement could be found. The withdrawal of the police and the confirmation of this promise by the finance minister eventually came later in the day. A matter of weeks before the fall of Barcelona, the MMLL had shown the continued capacity of practical libertarian projects to generate community support in spite of and against the state. Long after the defeat of the revolution had been confirmed, the Casal de la Dona Treballadora provided persistent testimony to its achievements, and the ability of its partisans to defend its traces even on the eve of their violent erasure. Conclusions. Because 1939 represented a defeat for both Spanish anarchism as a whole and the anti-fascist forces more generally, its experience was of a different scale to that suffered by radical anarchists after May 1937. It brought with it new imperatives, new hardships, new depths of suffering, and forced new and disparate fates upon the activists foregrounded in this book. These ranged from execution at the hands of the victors, either in the immediate aftermath of the war or following capture as part of the underground resistance, exile, for the most part in France and Central and South America, to semi-clandestine existence in Spain, where being recognized as a former anarchist activist could mean imprisonment or death. This makes the period between May 1937 and the end of the Civil War of crucial historical importance for excavating the reflections and activity of the war's first losers, the partisans of revolution and social war. We have seen how, in this period, radical anarchists fought a rearguard action to slow the retreat of the Spanish Revolution, on the streets, in the meeting halls and in the pages of their press. Although they exhibited ideological and strategic shortcomings, the regenerative culture of Spanish anarchism, particularly in the strongholds of Catalunya and Aragon, was such that these may yet have been overcome had time not run out. By the end of the war, there were already clear signs of a backlash within the JJLL against the patriotic language and sentiment the movement was susceptible to. In the JJLL publication Faro, which published contributions from the international anarchist movement, Antonio Morales Guzman, former secretary of the local federation of the CNT in Granada, provided one of the more coherent statements of anarchist internationalism to appear in this period, stressing that anarchists must combat all borders, all dividing lines and every division of race, class, or sect. The young libertarians know well enough that beyond those borders our brothers and sisters live in hunger, poverty, and exploitation. Our war, the war of all peoples who struggle to free themselves from the yoke of tyranny, is not Spanish, and still less nationalist. 127. Likewise in the pages of Ruta, where the departure from the editorial board of José Pirates had not led to any diminution of the publication's radicalism, the imminent catastrophe of the war's end did not prevent contributors from focusing on questions of principle, with a vigorous rejection of nationalism to the fore. Federico Ruffinelli, Secretary of Propaganda in the JJLL, who was remembered by Antonia Fontanillas for encouraging her to take on positions of responsibility in the organization, wrote in October 1938. "We anarchists have no fatherland. All wars are fought in the name of the fatherland and in the interests of the capitalists, who are the only patriots. The time has come for our organization to say it loud and clear, either we are patriots, or we are anarchists." 128. The same edition contained a critique of the concept of national independence, asserting that anarchists struggle against all those who threaten the freedom of the people, whether they are Spanish, German or English. We cannot limit ourselves to acting only in the spheres marked out by the nations. We are internationalists and citizens of wherever we find ourselves. 129. Such considerations were curtailed before they could result in any analysis of why anarchists remained susceptible to nationalism and how this had been a factor in their participation in the republican state. In fact, the insistence on reaffirming the permanence of anarchist principles in this period may have militate against any such reflections taking place. The articles in the radical press offered comforting reading in this sense. In spite of the disaster unfolding around them, anarchists reassured themselves that there was no need to rectify their ideals. As Vicente Rodriguez had put it, have the ideas failed? No. Men have. This account failed to understand state collaboration as a multilayered phenomenon involving thousands of CNT and FAI members, which had amplified and instrumentalized existing contradictions within the movement, contradictions which had to do not only with ambiguous attitudes to government and formal politics, these the purists could perceive, but also with questions of gender and patriotism. Instead, state collaboration was seen as a failing of individuals, whose ambition, lack of fervor or simple miscalculation had led them into a cul-de-sac, while the idea remained unblemished and resplendent, guarded by true believers and ready to be taken up once more when circumstances allowed. This left the radical currents in the movement susceptible to being disoriented and outflanked by a return to orthodoxy on the part of a section of the Comite superiors. In the last article he wrote before his death, the purist Vicente Rodriguez considered the proposal of Horacio M. Prieto that the FAI convert itself into a libertarian political party. There is no need to make a song and dance about it. It is pointless to get upset when a line of action reaches the end of its road. Excusing errors by appealing to circumstances carries with it the danger of considering those circumstances to be permanent. In the revision of principles and innovations proposed by the comrade, we only perceive the desire to further entrench what we were told was only circumstantially to be tolerated. 130. Prieto's proposal had garnered little support among the Comite superiors, and Rodriguez likely had libertarian grandees in mind when he pointed out the absurdity of their considering heretical what was merely the logical outcome of their collective trajectory during the war. To accept their reversion to orthodoxy as genuine would mean that by magic, the circumstances have changed abruptly and without a transitional period. 131. This was in fact the argument that notable members of the libertarian movement would make in exile. Although they lacked credibility, there was little that purists could do beyond pointing out the absurdity of the newly rediscovered orthodoxy of Monsanelli, Herrera, Zena, and others. After the Second World War, José Pirates, living in Venezuela, was called upon to support the orthodox current of the CNT against those who, basing themselves on the perspectives of the clandestine National Committee in Spain, favored participation in the post-war Republican government in exile. Pirates confronted his interlocutor, José Zena. The argument they are making now is the same that you made before. We are dictated to by the circumstances, the war goes on. Very well, replied Xena, but we have shown ourselves capable of rectifying our conduct. Pirates was contemptuous, it was when you were wearing epaulets that you had to rectify your conduct, not now. 132 Nevertheless, pirates did not abandon the fold, and in a sense the self-conception that the purist current had cultivated after the May days, of holding the fort while the statist experiment was played out, left him little alternative. Hostages to their own integrity, anarchist purists remain the loyal servants of organizations that, regardless of their official ideology, had not rid themselves of the underhand politicking and bureaucratic high-handedness that had come to dominate the movement's upper echelons during the war. Conclusion. In this book, radical anarchist opposition to the reconstruction of the Republican state has been shown to be more coherent, more consistent, and broader than has been understood hitherto. What has also become clear over the course of this work is the scale of the challenge that this opposition faced. This was primarily because of the depth and complexity of the process of state reconstruction that the libertarian movement had become implicated in. Governmental participation was only one aspect of a process that absorbed hundreds of activists into administrative tasks, while thousands more worked in industries under state control throughout the Republican territories. The phenomena arising from the revolutionary interregnum of summer 1936, from the militia columns to the prominence of women, from the Union takeover of industry to the Republic as a haven for anti-fascist refugees, all came under threat as the state consolidated itself, with the libertarian organizations playing an important, if ambiguous, role in this process. State collaboration began through a series of ad hoc responses to urgent situations, starting with the agreement of the Catalan CNT to participate in the CCMA. During this process, the democratic decision-making procedures of the libertarian movement were often bypassed, in part because of the exigencies of the circumstances. This fact alone should give us pause when we consider the oft-repeated claim that the majority of the CNT's membership agreed with the policy of state collaboration. The fact that radical opponents of this policy were able to enact a mass, armed mobilization in Barcelona in May 1937, backed up by a universally observed general strike, provides further grounds for skepticism. While this book has not established that oppositional anarchists had majority support among the wider membership of the CNT, it has made a case for the continuing popular legitimacy of the radicals' anti-state project in the face of state reconstruction. If, with hindsight, this project seems to have been doomed, it can be readily appreciated why this did not appear to be the case for contemporaries, given the extensive working-class sympathy for radical positions and the ongoing mobilizing capacity of oppositional anarchists. In myriad ways, radical anarchists had attempted to meet the challenge of state reconstruction over the course of the war, considering the process to be reversible and inconsistent with their vision of anti-fascism as necessarily internationalist, anti-sexist, and anti-capitalist. In the first half of 1937, the socialization campaign granted the radicals the opportunity to enact projects that went beyond the mere assertion of Union power and control, while calling for the extension of socialization to the sphere of consumption helped to foster important connections between the defense committees, the MMLL, and the bread queues in Barcelona in the period preceding the May days. However, the campaign also revealed vulnerabilities in the radical agenda. By making appeals to the UGT, it demonstrated the continued division of the organized workers and the absence of the kind of extra-union body later envisaged by Amador Franco that could enact socialization on the basis of a working-class democracy capable of superseding union discipline. The socialization campaign had proven that an upturn in revolutionary activity could take place in spite of the libertarian movement's collaboration with the state, but in so doing had also obscured the extent to which the CNT as an organization had been impacted by state collaboration. In May 1937, Julian Moreno helped coordinate an anti-state mobilization from inside the movement's headquarters in Barcelona, under the noses of the Comite superiors. Because this insurrection was not enacted in defiance of libertarian organizational norms, but rather according to the mandate that a local plenum of the FAI had granted in April, it had a claim to legitimacy and therefore to the resources of the movement headquarters. Nevertheless, This proximity of the mobilization's coordinators to the Commite superiors left them vulnerable to bullying and manipulation. There were no channels outside of the libertarian movement through which such a revolt could have been brought about, but by May the libertarian movement was so compromised by state collaboration that even a newly mandated revolutionary committee could be brought to heel through bureaucratic maneuver. After this point, the radical alliances forged during the socialization campaign began to fracture. In the revolution's expansive phase, radicals had been occupied by the question of how to advance towards specific goals and to defend concrete achievements. Common interests were easier to perceive in this period. When the defeat that the May events represented became apparent, activists dismayed by their outcome no longer focused on how to bring about libertarian communism, but on what it meant to be an anarchist. This led to a return to educational projects, to prisoner solidarity work and to new journals and reviews, but also to a narrowing of ambitions and a retreat from the solidarity of the barricades. So it was that the largest component of the alliance in May, the JJLL, abandoned its pact with the youth section of the POUM, left the local federation of the FAI and became involved in a quarrel with the MMLL. Nor did this turning inwards of the radicals produce a convincing explanation for the failure of the revolution beyond a failure of men to uphold their anti-statist principles. This reduced the question of collaboration to a moment of decision and neglected the pre-existing contradictions within the movement, which not only helped to explain why state collaboration had taken place, but also militate against the radicals' effectiveness. These contradictions included the elevation of notables to positions of prominence in spite of the organization's egalitarian functioning, and the persistence of nationalist and sexist attitudes and tropes. There was also the question of the residual Republican influence in the anarchist movement. This could be seen in both a narrowly Spanish sense, as anarchists and Republicans had shared in both the vicissitudes of exile and the debates and discussions of the Ateneos, and also in the sense of a broader European Enlightenment tradition stretching back to the French Revolution. This informed a progressivist outlook that justified the defense of democratic civilization advocated by Montseny and echoed by Zina at the Paris Congress. Their emphasis on the anti-civilizational nature of fascism was reminiscent of the characterization in the infamous Manifesto of the 16 of Germany's action during the First World War as a threat not only against our hopes of emancipation, but against all human evolution. 1. Neutrality in the First World War had helped create the conditions for the initial growth of the CNT, and also shielded the movement from the more traumatic associations that split revolutionary syndicalism in France and elsewhere, leaving organized anarchism abroad much smaller, but also more inured to the appeals of democratic militarism. When these depleted currents of international anarchism met the representatives of the Commite superiors in Paris in December 1937, they could not even find a common ground on which to debate the questions of the day. Rodriguez Vázquez informed them that the presence of foreign anarchists in Spain was not required unless they come with disciplined troops, that is to say, with military discipline, with a military conception and military commanders, because we do not need anything else. 2. However, while opposition to the military discipline advocated by the Commite superiors at the front and in the rear was common to Spanish radicals and their international comrades, oppositionists also had to contend with widespread unease among activists that any disruption to the war effort leading to a fascist advance would be blamed upon the anarchist movement. How, then, could the revolution and the war be combined? For Alexander Shapiro, the question rested on a false premise. In reality, the idea of the Revolutionary War is a disastrous mistake, the same that led Kropotkin and his friends to the Sacred Union in 1914. There is no such thing as a revolutionary war. What is legitimate is the armed and combatant revolution, which has as its indispensable, essential base the economic transformation of society. 3. The armed and combatant revolution envisaged by Shapiro provides an accurate description of the July days of 1936 and the early advances of the militia columns prior to the commencement of trench warfare. Whether or not the war had become conventional, it would certainly have drained the libertarian movement of energy and resources, but once the armed and combatant revolution had surrendered to conventional military discipline, the connection between the fighting and the social and economic transformation in the rearguard became harder to sustain. The refusal to countenance independence for Spanish colonies made this even clearer. A conventional war appeared to demand a conventional state. Whether or not the radical alternative, of infiltration of enemy-held cities, guerrilla tactics when in retreat, autonomy for Spanish Morocco and moving, as Camillo Bernieri put it, from a war of position to a war of movement, would have been successful is moot, as these initiatives were impeded at every turn by the acceptance of conventional military logic by the Comite superiors of the libertarian movement. 4. As had occurred in the case of the Russian Revolution, the reconstitution of the state in Spain proved incompatible with the consolidation and extension of revolutionary phenomena, while civil war, and the urgent assessment of priorities that it entailed, was the means by which the revolutionary organizations became, to a greater or lesser extent, agents of state reconstruction. The assumption of official responsibilities and the experience of wielding authority allowed pre-existing ideological inconsistencies and embryonic bureaucratization to be accepted as necessary, while the war gave their justification moral urgency. These processes meant that the organizational life of the CNT was entirely transformed. It became an important supplier of administrative and governmental personnel, and of directors of the wartime economy. As in the Russian case, the absorption of activists into administrative roles exacerbated the growing divorce between those members with official roles and the wider membership. From the mid-level Union and Defense Committee delegates down. 5 The CNT was converted into a hierarchical body, its Comite superiors effectively remaining state functionaries even after their ejection from government, as they carried out the essential task of imposing discipline on recalcitrant elements of their membership. In this period, the libertarian movement faced the stark alternative of pushing the revolution forward, going for everything, or collaborating in the maintenance of the status quo as a lesser evil. In different contexts and with different stakes, this essential question recurs as a perennial problem of the left to this day, albeit with less dramatic consequences. In Spain in 2011, the Arab Spring-inspired movement of the Indignados appeared to have provoked a crisis of legitimacy for the democratic state that emerged from the post-Franco transition. Although its desire for real democracy lacked the depth, historical support, and transformational program of libertarian communism, the movement carried a utopian impulse that, as a common refrain of the time put it, could not be contained by ballot boxes. Indeed, in what was a strikingly heterogeneous and incoherent movement, one of the few points of consensus was a rejection of representative democracy. Nevertheless, the development of this assembly-based phenomenon into a structural challenge to capital and the state, itself by no means guaranteed, was foreshortened by the emergence of the political party Podemos. In the excitement of immediate change that parliamentary democracy promises, the intractable problems posed by the form of the modern state itself are put to one side. Does the anarchist experience in the Spanish Civil War speak to this dilemma? When the notables of the movement elected to defer confronting such problems in July 1936, they simultaneously over- and underestimated the capacities of the movement. On the one hand, they considered the strength of their organizations to be such that they could compromise with the project of state reconstruction without vastly diminishing their autonomy and authority. On the other, they underestimated the creative potential of the organization's activists and sympathizers. It was this creative capacity that enabled radical anarchists to elaborate a programmatic alternative to the project of state reconstruction. If it is hard to imagine how this program might have been successful, we should also be alert to how our imaginations are constrained by past defeats. Today as yesterday, those who desire a radical change in the trajectory of human history face enormous obstacles. However, when we consider the incapacity of modern states to offer solutions to the urgent global problems of war, climate change, and forced displacement, and the limited ambitions of existing projects to reform them, a continued inclination to underestimate our capacities condemns us to a permanent experience of defeat. For the radicals studied in this book, anarchism was the anti-state, which implied reorganizing society in such a way that its inhabitants might be more than the stuff of the factory, prison, or barracks. 6. It meant that one's claim to a share in this society or a voice in how it is run would not depend on one's wealth, gender or place of birth. In education and social care, anarchists attempted to apply this worldview in spite of the encroachments of a nationalist and militarist dominant ideology. Their struggle in these spheres has only been lightly touched on in this book, but further research would likely prove as illuminating for the study of both radical anarchism and the processes of state reconstruction as has the more broadly political focus of the present work. Likewise, further comparative work would be necessary to establish the extent to which the argument presented here, of state reconstruction as the essential dynamic by which revolutionary energies are co-opted and revolutionary phenomena shut down, is more broadly applicable. The breadth and complexity of radical anarchism in the Spanish Revolution corresponded to the multifaceted nature of state reconstruction. Through opposition to every aspect of that process, from militarization and the disarmament of the defense committees to the domestication of the revolutionary organizations and the imposition of nationalist and patriarchal norms, the radical anarchists were able to affirm the broad parameters of the international anarchist tradition and demonstrate its capacity for renewal. This latter capacity remains a resource of hope for those who see the struggles of the past as related to the tasks of the present, and as a foreshadowing of a possible future. Recurring personages. José Alberola. A rationalist schoolteacher and member of the FAI, Alberola was a prominent critic of moderation in the CNT in the early years of the Second Republic. During the war he opposed government collaboration and resigned from his post on the Regional Defense Council of Aragon when it was reorganized in December 1936. He later worked as a teacher in Mexico, and was murdered in obscure circumstances in Mexico City in 1967. Jaime Balius. A member of the editorial board of Solidaridad Obrera at the outset of the war, Balius would become increasingly critical of the process of state reconstruction over the course of 1936. A contributor to Ideas, the mouthpiece of the libertarian movement in Bayalabrega, he would help found the AAD in March 1937. Following the May Days he was subject to the rumor-mongering of the Comite superiors and the harassment of the authorities. After the war he contributed to the anarchist press in France and sought to defend the legacy of the AAD. Camillo Bernieri. Bernieri was an Italian anarchist and anti-fascist exile who was living in Barcelona at the outbreak of the Civil War. Highly sensitive to the danger of the Spanish libertarian movement being Bolshevized, he expressed this fear both before and during the war. Bernieri fought at the front in the summer of 1936 but was forced to return to Barcelona on medical grounds. There, he published critiques of state collaboration and the persecution of the POUM. He was murdered by Stalinists during the May Days of 1937. Diego Camacho. A young anarchist active in the JJLL of Clot and in his local defense committee, during the war Camacho was a founder member of the Los Quijotes del Ideal affinity group, which criticized the policy of state collaboration from a purist perspective and produced the El Quijote Review. Under the pseudonym of Abel Paz, he would later become an important historian of Spanish anarchism. Joaquina Dorado Pita. Dorado Pita was a member of the CNT-affiliated Woodworkers Union in Barcelona at the outbreak of the war. As an active defense committee and JJLL member, Dorado Pita participated in the street fighting in July 1936 and May 1937. Delegate of the affinity group Luz y Cultura, it is likely that she formed part of the working group at the Barcelona plenum of affinity groups in April 1937 that played an important role in preparing the ground for the latter rising. By the following year she had become president of Barcelona's Economic Council of the socialized woodwork industry. A lifelong anarchist activist, Dorado Pita would suffer torture and imprisonment due to her activities in the libertarian underground after the war. She died in 2017. Buenaventura Durruti. Durruti won fame as a man of action alongside Garcia Oliver, Francisco Escaso, and others in the years prior to the Second Republic. In the years that followed he supported the insurrectionary essays undertaken in the name of libertarian communism. During the war he led the Durruti column and opposed the militarization of the militia. He was killed in mysterious circumstances at the Madrid front in November 1936. Antonia Fontanillas. From an anarchist family, Fontanillas was an active member of the JJLL during the Civil War and worked in the offices of Solidaridad Obrera. Following the war, she was an activist both in the clandestine movement in Spain and later in exile in France. Until her death in 2014 she remained dedicated to honoring the memory of her generation of comrades, and the present author was a beneficiary of her generosity in sharing materials and memories. Diego Franco Cazorla. Better known by the pseudonym Amador Franco. Only 16 when the war began, Franco fought on the Aragon front and provided some of the more lucid and trenchant critiques of state collaboration. A member of the JJLL and the Libertarian Student Organization, the FECL, Franco was a regular contributor to the oppositional press. Following the war he remained active in the libertarian movement, frequently crossing from France into Spain on clandestine missions. In July 1946, on one such mission, he was arrested and executed. Ciencio Baudilio Garcia Fernandez. Better known by the pseudonym Diego Abad de Santillan, Garcia Fernandez was a leading member of the FAI in the years immediately prior to the Civil War and a representative of the organization in the CCMA from July 1936. He was the leading member of the Nervio Affinity Group, associated both prior to and during the war with the attempts to introduce greater centralization and discipline into the libertarian movement. Juan Garcia Oliver. During the Second Republic, Garcia Oliver was instrumental in the organization of the Barcelona Defense Committees and a proponent of revolutionary gymnastics. From July 1936 he represented the CNT in the CCMA, and from November he was Minister of Justice in the Republican government. Following the ejection of the CNT from central government, Garcia Oliver became secretary of the CAP and sought to enforce internal discipline in the Catalan libertarian movement. José Manzana. A former military officer, Manzana would eventually replace Durruti at the head of the Durruti column and oversee the militarization of the same. A member of the enlarged Regional Defense Committee that ordered the demobilization that brought the May Days to an end, Manzana was a controversial figure who has remained the subject of rumors regarding the death of Durruti. Ada Marti. A journalist and student during the Civil War, Marti was an important activist in the FECL, a member of the MMLL and a possible member of the Friends of Durruti, who participated in the libertarian mobilization in Barcelona in May 1937. An assiduous contributor to the anti-collaborationist anarchist press, Marti edited Evolution and its successor, Fuego. Although vouched for by respected anarchist comrades, Marti was denied membership of the CNT in its post-war French exile in unclear circumstances. She died in 1960. Julian Marino. By the beginning of the war Marino was a veteran organizer and leading member of the Maritime Transport Workers Union. At the front he was involved in setting up the Regional Defense Council of Aragon and on returning to Barcelona he became secretary of the local Federation of Anarchist Affinity Groups. Instrumental in the libertarian mobilization of the May Days, he would continue to oppose government collaboration throughout 1937. Fidel Miro. Regional Secretary of the JJLL until May 1937, Miro was a member of the Nervio Affinity Group before the war and a close associate of Santillan. Together with Alfredo Martinez, Miro defended revolutionary unity with the JCI. This brought him into conflict with purists in the JJLL, a conflict that would continue following his removal as secretary, when he was elected General Secretary of the FIJL. Federica Montseny. A member of the famous Urals family that produced the anarchist review La Revista Blanca, in the years prior to the war Montseny was a fierce critic of Trientismo. From November 1936 to May 1937 she was Minister of Health in the central government, and following the ejection of the CNT became a prominent figure in the Peninsular Committee of the FAI. A defender of collaboration during the war, in exile she returned to orthodox anarchist positions and, alongside her partner Germinal Esglias, played a controversial role in the splits and recriminations that benighted the Spanish libertarian movement. José Pirates. A seasoned activist and union organizer by the beginning of the war, Pirates would become one of the most prominent critics of government collaboration, first as editor of Acracia in Lleida, and after May 1937 as a leading member of the Catalan JJLL. A committed anarchist throughout his life, Pirates would go on to become the most important anarchist historian of the CNT. Joan Piró. A prominent gradualist on the National Committee of the CNT at the outset of the Spanish Republic, Piró would serve as Minister of Industry in the government of Largo Caballero from November 1936. Following the German invasion of France, Piró was extradited at the request of the Spanish government in 1941. He was executed in 1942, having rejected overtures from the Francoists to cooperate with the regime's vertical unions. Eduardo Pons Prades. Only 15 at the outbreak of the Civil War, Pons Prades joined the CNT in 1937 and participated in the socialization of the woodwork industry in Barcelona. As a soldier in the Republican Army, he fought at Guadarrama, Brunt, and the Ebro, and assisted in the evacuation of the wounded to France after the fall of Barcelona. An active member of the French resistance during the Second World War, Pons Prades would later become a prolific journalist and historian. Horacio M. Prieto. National Secretary of the CNT during the autumn of 1936 when the decision was taken to join the government of Largo Caballero, Prieto was forced out of this post during the scandal that was caused by the removal of the government from Madrid to Valencia. An intransigent defender of collaboration, in 1938 Prieto advocated the formation of a libertarian political party and continued to propagate his variety of libertarian possibilism after the war. Rodolfo Prina. Better known by the pseudonym of Lucio Ruano, Prina was a member of the anarchist action group that had murdered the Catalan nationalist Badia brothers in April 1936. A member of the Durruti column, following the death of its founder Prina briefly took over his command. Accused of arbitrary murder and pillage, he would be killed in an operation authorized by the CNT in July 1937. He appears to have formed a part of the committee that had directed the anarchist mobilization in Barcelona 2 months earlier. Joan Remy. The anonymous interviewee of Joan Casanovas Codina whose testimony is contained in the Fonts Orals department of the AHCB. A member of his local defense committee and of the Patrullas de Control in the Barcelona suburb of Sants. Vicente Rodriguez. The editor of Acracia alongside José Pirates, Rodriguez was a founder member of the Catalan JJLL and the Libertarian Student Body, the FECL. A perceptive and coherent proponent of the purist critique of government collaboration and an assiduous contributor to the oppositional press, often under the pseudonym Viraga, Rodriguez died of tuberculosis in France in 1941. Mariano Rodriguez Vázquez. Rodriguez Vázquez was an autodidact and organizer in the Construction Workers' Union of the CNT. Regional Secretary of the Catalan CNT at the outbreak of the war, he would become National Secretary following the removal of Prieto. A defender of collaboration and internal discipline, Rodriguez Vázquez died in France in June 1939, drowned in the Marne River. The circumstances of his death are considered suspicious because he was known to be a strong swimmer. Lucía Sánchez Saornil. One of the founders of the Mujeres Libres grouping, Sánchez Saornil made a significant contribution to the development of anarchist theory in Spain. Her writings in the Mujeres Libres review also include some of the more trenchant critiques of collaboration and capitalist democracy to appear in the wartime anarchist press prior to the May Days. Sánchez Saornil later became secretary of the CNT's international aid organization, Solidaridad Internacional Antifascista, and appears to have become removed from the more radical wing of the organization, joining the OB in October 1937. Nevertheless, she continued to insist on the independence and anarchist character of the MMLL throughout the war, in spite of increasing pressure for it to merge with the communist-led Anti-Fascist Women's Association. Juan Santana Calero. A founder member of the FIJL in Malaga, Santana Calero was a tireless writer and editor. After his arrival in Barcelona early in 1937, he contributed to Ideas, Esfuerzo, in both its incarnations, and Faro, among others. A member of the AAD as well as the Catalan JJLL, he was the subject of malicious rumors of cowardice, which, it has been suggested, were the cause of his remaining in Spain after the war, where he died in a gun battle in 1939. Alexander Shapiro. Shapiro was a veteran anarcho-syndicalist who had participated in the Russian Revolution. Exiled from that country in 1922, Shapiro became active in the IWMA and, as its general secretary, wrote a critical report on the CNT during the Second Republic. As a member of the CGTSR in France, Shapiro became one of the more vocal critics of CNT policy over the course of 1937, both in the French anarchist press and at plenums of the IWMA. José Zena. A rationalist teacher and member of the FAI, Zena provided the only vote against collaboration in the CCMA at the Catalan Regional Plenum of July 1936, as a delegate of the Baix-Llobregat region. A contributor to Ideas, the mouthpiece of the libertarian movement in that region, Zena's attitude to state collaboration appears to have been somewhat ambiguous prior to May 1937. On the one hand, he was involved in attempts to socialize the economy of El Hospitalet, on the other, he briefly occupied the post of mayor of the town. After the May days he became a defender of the policy of the Comite superiors and insistent on the need for internal discipline. His activism continued in exile in Venezuela, where he founded a libertarian cultural center and edited 8, the mouthpiece of the Federación Obrera Regional Venezolana, Venezuelan Regional Workers' Federation.